Whoa. Hi. I got the Doom songs. No, not Doom. The Duke Nukem song stuck in my head. What's up? I started my stream early, but I have emails and shit to do, so we're gonna sit here in silence while I work on them. How mad does that make you? Fuck. Whatever, I'll take it.
Let's rock.
I need to get back to our. There must still be like prog rock bands, right? I feel like 2000, the early 2010s was like the prog rock era, or maybe I just haven't gone looking for any. I gotta get off this lo-fi shit, dude. Fuck. Okay, what is a sandwich? Well, maybe he was cutting really poorly. No, I changed my mind. Never mind. This looks good. I don't know what it is, but it looks good. I was gonna say the bread is way too hard, but it's like thin, so it looks fine. I don't know, what is this though? Well, actually, now I'm kind of wondering. Is this sausage? I have no clue. All right. Let's see what we got. What about the original era prog rock from the 20th century? There should be enough good bands for the rest of your life. I like I think I like prog metal more than prog rock. Like I think in their glory days, like Opeth and like Pain of Salvation would have been like my staple like prog metal bands. I don't mind listening to like I think obviously like Pink Floyd is good, Genesis is good, Yes is good, but I think I like the more metal-y sounds. Even Porcupine Tree I think is a little too like prog rocky and not prog metal-y enough. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. Dream Theater is interesting, yeah. Did you ever get into Mastodon? I listened to Mastodon a lot in the past, or not a lot, but I listened through all of their stuff that was released up to 2009, I think. So I don't know if they released more. I don't know if I'm wrong enough, but Mastodon felt more like just metal and not like as proggy. But I'd have to go back and re-listen. It's been a long time. Oh, you don't have an Opeth listener to have a favorite album? Yeah, but I'm gonna give you obviously the obvious boring answer is Blackwater Park, right? I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. I mean, it's a really good album. The only critique I'd give is some of the songs are a little long or they get a little bit repetitive. But damn, you got cool riffs. Why not? But would you consider Maybe She Will rock or metal? I don't know what I would consider Maybe She Will. It feels more post-rocky, but I don't know if that technically fits. I'm not sure. Okay, I haven't heard all of your band. Stop. The one good thing about StarCraft and League is it let me listen to music in the background, so I can listen to music. But I can't do that when I'm doing like politics or. Fuck, I don't like their vocalist much either. That sounds so mean to say. Unless it's different now, maybe. I really didn't like Dream Theater's vocalist either, though. Oh, man. Okay. I've got a meeting in 5 minutes with my producer guy. Destiny, the outfit. Okay, we're not gonna do the thing. Oh, the Doom soundtrack is so good. Obviously. I don't think if this song is better. I think this was like the. I think this was the one that was it. Fuck, this song was so good. This whole album was so good. I think it's all synths, right? Or he might have recorded a bass. I don't know. This is such a good song. Fuck, this song is so good. This whole album was so good. Oh, true. Our goated rapper. I'm just doing messages, okay? This stream's gonna be boring for like 20 minutes, okay? Gonna get your true. That's gotta be our gym soundtrack. Absolutely right. Fuck yeah. I did my 95-pound overhead press yesterday. I'm getting 100 pounds on it. I'm on my way. Okay, we're gonna we're gonna get there. Jesus Christ. How's your shoulder been? My shoulder is fixed, okay? It only took a year and a half for it to heal, okay? You ever realize you say 40 and not 40? 40? 40. 40. What? Okay, I should probably mute while I'm talking to my guy. I'll be back. Give me like 3 minutes. I'll speak.
Hello?
Oh shit. Hold on, I'm streaming. Let me mute 1 second. I'm here. Hold on. I had an 11 o'clock meeting. I moved it early just for you guys.
First off, I'm thankful for everyone that follows me and everyone that doubted me could swallow their apology. I'm the kind of character that's written in mythology, living in the present day, it's in my biology. Rap about equality and rock the mic properly. It's obvious a lot of you can learn from this philosophy. I'm not a know-it-all, I'm full of curiosity. I'm fascinated by the stars and the luminosity, guided by prophecy, working at full velocity. I grew up on the classics, class of Sean Connery. My woman's from a James Bond flick, I won the lottery. Plus I'm old young mind, similar to pottery. I just stole your fans, better call it in a robbery. I sound so original, my clone couldn't copy me. No, this anatomy belongs to a prodigy. Honestly, in my mind, nobody is topping me. La 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 la, let's show 'em how we do this. La 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 la, let's start the show. I don't wanna be how everybody else is. I'd much rather be original. La 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 la, let's show 'em how we do this. La 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 la, let's start the show. I don't wanna be how everybody else is. I'd much rather be original. I don't wanna blend in how those other men.
Why does Discord take so long to connect? Oh, Jesus. What's up, buddy? Wait, I'm streaming. Don't say anything crazy.
I'm not. Oh. You're live?
Yeah, that's what streaming means. What's up?
Nice. What's up, guys?
How you doing,
Hey,
buddy?
I missed your whole arc. Like, what's up with the... Are you on a crusade against Muslims, I heard?
No, I just, you know, making fun of people on Twitter.
Well, how did that start?
I don't remember. Yeah, but wait, what are you up to?
Just my eyes just opened.
Oh.
Dude, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
I'm around the hottest fucking girls ever. Dude, LA is retarded, bro. I don't know where they came from, but...
Wait, was it you or somebody else that was like, girls in LA are ugly?
I said that, but
said
I
that,
changed my mind. I just needed a bit more clout because now I'm surrounded, man. Every morning I wake up, they're at my doorstep like the mailman. It's so I'm not even being funny. Like, yeah.
Wow. Crazy. Anything else you want to say or add on to that, or?
All right. I'm going on that Dick Masterson show.
Nice.
Yeah. And I was thinking of going on
Since people
Jesse Lee
insist on
Peterson.
complacency, I'm going to see how easy.
Wait, hold on. Say that last thing again. Sorry.
I was thinking of going on Jesse Lee Peterson.
Yeah, his studios are down there off Pico Boulevard. Yeah, you should do it.
Can you get me in contact with their guy who organizes it?
You should try tweeting at them. Honestly, I don't even think I have the guy's email anymore. I think it's been like over a year since I've had any contact with them at all.
The tweet will work, you think?
Yeah, I think they're pretty active on that account. They were in the past, I think.
Mm-hmm. Let's go. You're back home, yeah?
Yep.
Who's Zonia? Is that's not Caterino, is it?
No, it's just a Twitter person.
Dude, one No Jumper podcast and my DMs are full. People are so weird.
Isn't that usually how it works?
We filmed 5 other shows.
Nice job. Are you putting anything on your channel, or are you like, make sure that you are growing your socials at the same time? You don't want to tie everything completely to him, right?
Really? Yeah, I'm also on Hello Yassine's YouTube interview.
Mm-hmm.
And you want me to chop it up and put on my shit?
Well, I'm just saying that like for your personal growth, if you're on another platform with other people that are helping you a lot, that you're getting a lot of kind of growth from, you want to be able to funnel that into your own growth, right? So like, let's say for instance, in 1 year you leave No Jumper. If that happens, you don't want to leave and then you're like nobody again, right? You want to be funneling people into your personal socials as well. Right. Yeah.
Right now I'm talking to some investors of getting a studio downtown. And apparently this like No Jumper thing is like a great resume to show people. Like people are actually down for a podcast.
Yeah. Well, why wouldn't you just use the No Jumper studios?
Well, for that exact reason that I don't want to just be an employee, right? Like obviously I can do that, but I should have my Zerka show, right?
Maybe if you think don't be like so overambitious that you're scheduling like 15 different things. If you go from like nothing to like a million things, you're going to burn out in like a week or two. You should probably try to pace yourself a little better, I think, right?
I could just spike it with Adderall though.
Adderall is going to change your state of mind, but it's not going to keep you motivated to do this much content, I don't think. I'm just saying like in general, you probably want to like start doing like 1 or 2 shows and then just like kind of ramp up and see if you get used to that after like a month or two. And then like if you want to do a studio or a podcast, figure that out then. But you don't want to you don't want to do like 5 shows a day for 3 summers. No, you don't want to do 5 shows a day for like a month, and then after a month you're like, holy shit, I'm super burned out, I want to take a break. This is my personal opinion for online content creation. This might be really toxic or something, I don't know. This is just my personal feeling. You should never take a break ever. Breaks are like the devil. Yeah, like find a way to kind of like spin down or not do as much, but don't ever completely disconnect. If you take a break, or if you go on a break for like a month or 5 months because you're burning out, it's so hard to come back. Like you just get fucked. So like just try to like pace yourself. Yeah, try to pace yourself well. So like start doing 1 or 2 shows and then get that into your schedule and then see how you feel in a month or two and then work your way up from there. Especially because you're coming off of like not streaming for like fucking however many months, right? Because you take breaks and shit. So.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it just seems like we shot with Adriana Chechnik and some big names and stuff, and it seems like I think I might build a show with Heel Mike. You didn't come to our house, but we might do like 6 to 8 microphones. We already have a bunch of beautiful women, so we must do like fresh fit style, like that works.
Mm-hmm.
But is it weird to say that it's like, this is gonna sound so bad, but I'm bigger than streaming. Like I'm the greatest comedian in LA. So I feel like if it's not professional.
Have you ever heard Will Smith talk about being on a treadmill?
No.
Fuck, I should find you that clip. Will Smith has a really good discussion where he talks about why he's successful. And he gives a little thing where he says that he will die on a treadmill, that he will not be outworked, that he'll never stop running. You're a really funny guy and you have really good content. That's why I'm glad that you want to know Jumper. That's why I'm glad Adam got to see you. But that's not enough. You have to be able to maintain a schedule. You have to be able to do the work. You can be the funniest guy on the planet, but if you like take like 6-month breaks and you don't have the discipline to follow through with like schedules and shit, it's not gonna matter. You're gonna fall off like instantly. So like don't focus so much right now. It sounds weird to say because it's backwards for most people. Most people have to focus on the content part, but you need to focus on like just the scheduling and the discipline part. If you can just like regularly meter out content and schedule it well, I think you'll be really successful. Just don't like but that's not to be like your razor focus right now, I think.
I'm just worried that going back to streaming, it's going to be my like lower quality content. I should just focus on bigger projects, right?
As long as you're doing something consistently, right?
Yeah.
Like the internet would forget about me if I stopped streaming for 2 months. I would be wiped from the internet. Nobody would even remember me. 2 months. That's all it would take. And I've got like a presence everywhere right now. So just be aware of that.
Well, your solo stuff is like very cult-like. It's always good views for you, right?
Yeah, sure.
I don't think anyone else can do that. I don't think I could even do that.
No, you do that. Don't you use this whole stream all the time? What do you mean?
Yeah, but I'm doing it for a much lower paycheck than you. It's not really worth it.
I mean, you have to build it up, right? Bro, what do you mean? You get like 1,000 concurrent viewers. It's really high. What are you talking about?
That's fucking garbage. What the fuck? You get like 10,000. What are you talking
Your
about?
brain is like fucked on success if you think that like having 1,000 concurrent viewers is not good. Like, how many people in the world can pull 1,000 concurrent viewers? Like a handful.
Yeah, but how many people on Earth are as funny as Zerka? It's like
There's
zero.
there are a lot of people on this planet that are funnier than you. You just never heard about it before.
Are you kidding? Name one person.
I don't know them. That's the point. I can't name them. Do you think that the people that play in the NBA are the best basketball players when they were drafted in the world? Or do you think they were better kids who just never had a shot? Right? A lot of life comes down to opportunity and making opportunities available for yourself. That's why I'm saying just be rigid on the scheduling and like make sure that you're not burning yourself out or anything, because that's what's going to kill you right now. It's not the content thing.
Yeah, it's just for a year straight, I did 23 hours a day streaming. I made a bunch of money, but I realized, damn, I traded all the quality in the world for that. I could have just moved to LA, got some friends in a house, and made a full studio podcast like professionally. Like, I like that Fresh Fit thing way more. You're the only dude who can do this low quality emails shit, right? I don't know what, but you were my example, so I just watched you, and it was great money. I definitely clocked in more hours than XUC last year. I proved that I can grind, but goddamn, is it dangerous to have a mule brain like mine grinding? But when I'm collabing, like, remember when you said Zerka around people is so good? I should always
be
be around.
synergizer, yeah.
I should always be around people, And the crazy thing is, dude, I met like fucking 9 chicks, and they all, after I insult them and tell them they're going to hell, they all ask for my phone number at the no jumper thing, and they're all even on camera saying they want to jump my bones. And I'm like, dude, LA is too easy, bro. I got my foot on LA's neck, and I just can't wait, because Steven, one day we'll be like 40 and we'll be old friends like Eddie Bravo and Joe Rogan. And
One day we'll be 40. Wait, how old are you?
I turned 29 in February.
Oh, okay. I'm 34. One day will be 40. It's not that far away.
Oh my god, you're 34, dude. Don't kill yourself. Holy shit. Dude, if I was 34, what's the craziest thing, Steve, is like, one day I'll be having more money than you, and you're gonna be like, oh, the fuck did he do that?
Well, good luck, my dude.
Sorry, play the playback.
Mm-hmm.
You guys want to do some coke?
No, I'm good.
This is my year, DGG. If I could just get out of bed right now. Steven, come back to LA.
Yeah, I probably will soonish. Maybe
That
we'll see.
that virgin girl keeps talking about you.
Stop.
She's in love.
Stop. I'm hanging up on you. You're gonna be weird. Don't be weird.
What were you doing? Were you reacting to something?
I'm just doing emails and messages right now. I need a second. I need a live-in, dude. That's what I need. I just need to clone myself.
Why didn't you come to Heal Mike's house? We had like fucking all those girls that you like to DM.
Because I don't like to travel and like meet like 20 different fucking girls. It's fucking weird. It's not fun. No, hold on. I'm sorry. That was too aggressive. It's not that it's weird. It's just that's not fun for me. I don't enjoy that. It's not like a thing that is as much fun for me. Like if I travel to a place, I usually like to hang out with like 1 or 2 people. What?
Steven, what was this clip? There's a clip of you and Melina arguing, and it looks so serious.
I think we were having an argument. She got mad because she thought I was shit talking her on stream.
No, you kept saying, honey, just find someone to fuck. And I'm like, what the fuck am I listening to? You were yelling at her that she wouldn't find someone to fuck.
Yeah, it's a complicated ordeal.
I was like, what the fuck, bro? Are you... But she was right. She's like, they could be serial killers. They could be murderers. Is it that you can only bang a chick if it's on the exact time she can go out? Like, you guys go out at this planned shit at the same time?
Yeah, that's generally the agreement we have, although I think it's kind of dumb, but that's what we're set up with right now.
Well, wasn't you who set this agreement up, or was it her?
No, it was, I mean, we both agreed to it, but I mean, she wants the... I think she feels bad if I'm out hanging out with somebody and she's like home alone. That's like not a good feeling for her. So she wants us to like coordinate stuff.
Yeah, but since you're a guy, you can have so many more partners, right?
I mean, usually it's the other way around. It just depends on who's looking for partners, right?
Well, no, she can have so many partners, but she doesn't act on all of them, right? But you can act on, like, it's not like you're worried these girls are going to strangle you, Tinder girls and shit.
Oh, no, yeah, that's true, yeah.
So for you, it'd be like, it's very like, I guess you'd have to be limited, and hers would have to be, yeah. And then she said that, so she said, though, Melina said something about you cheating, and I'm like, what? How do you cheat in an open?
By fucking people you're not supposed to, or by fucking people and not telling your partner about it?
Oh, like she has a problem with a certain girl, right?
Or just not, or hiding things or whatever, yeah. Ask Zerka, what's the latest with AK-47 Hazard?
AK-47?
I don't know who that is.
Steven, if I asked you, hey, you and Melina, if next time I'm over, can I just watch you guys bang? Would you feel uncomfortable?
I don't
like
know.
just watch. Not.
I have no idea. It sounds like it would be fucking weird. I'm not sure.
But what if someone else asked you? Would it be weird, or is it because it's Zerka?
It's kind of weird because I'm friends with you, but also I don't think we've ever been in a situation where someone's just watching us. I don't. It's usually we just have like threesomes or whatever.
You've never had a dude watching you guys bang?
No.
Hmm. I think I'm at the point where I can watch him and Melina bang, and I could get over it because I know them well. It's been years. But for anyone else, I'd be kind of like, ugh, that's weird. Like, not touch myself, just watch them bang and just study the open relationship and how they get down and all that.
Yeah.
Well, even if I was like in my giggly mood, Steven would be giggling too, right? So would Melina, so it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
I can't like be giggly and have sex at the same time. I'll lose my boner.
Oh, you have to do your fucking angry Adderall fuck mode.
Yeah, let's go with that.
You've never giggled piping a girl? Come on.
I can't hold like conflicting feelings very well. That's why I can't imagine like hate fucking somebody. Like if I'm upset at somebody, I can't get horny.
Oh, you can't imagine hate fucking?
No, not at all. If I don't like somebody, I don't like someone. Like I'm just irritated. I don't think I could genuinely hate fuck somebody. Like yeah, there could be somebody that I hate, but in the moment that I'm fucking them, I'm not thinking about hating them. Like at that point, I must like them for whatever reason. Like I can't. You know.
But what about the arousal of absolute domination where their head is like in the pillow type shit? Isn't that a turn on for you?
No, I don't get off on shit like that. I don't care as much.
Wow. Yo, one in the chat if you think that's a turn on. I gotta know, what if I'm the weird one? You know, like what, not weird, but you know, what if I'm just, because there's no way you have to just be like some big dude to be into that. I'm sure you could be just an average.
It's pretty common, I think. A lot of guys know.
It better be common. Like if you could, Steven, if you walk, let's say you could tell a girl sit, stand like a dog, and they listen quickly. Is there an extra arousal from that where it's like, dude, I have total control of her?
No, not usually. But I'm attracted to like very like domineering or dominant type women, like people that have like very aggressive personalities and stuff. So I don't think I'm typically drawn to the types of women that would be like that, right? Like all the women that I date or I'm with are like cunty, bitchy, like aggressive types of women, you know?
Oh yeah, I see. Wait, would you consider Melina a cunty bitchy or
yeah, she's got like an aggressive personality. Yeah, for sure. She's not like you've seen her. She's not like a submissive, like demure, quiet woman, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. So do you ever put Melina in her place? Like there's no sex play where you're like yelling at the girl?
I mean, not personally for me, but I mean, a lot of people do it. Yeah.
That's wow. So then yours is like very romantic.
Yeah, I'm such a romantic person.
Yo, chat, we got to get Steven into cracking whips and shit. Like, you know, since Steven, you're already a racist, you might as well get into like all that stuff.
Since I'm a racist, I might as well be a rapist too? Is that what you said?
No, since you're a racist, you might as well be into like playing a villain, like race play.
Gotcha. Do you think these are bait emails? Hello, Destiny. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm actually talking to you, but please listen and please don't be upset or mad or yell. You are my idol, like for real. I know you hate echo chambers. Actually, I don't know if you hate them, but you are so smart and correct and wise. I trust you to form my opinions on everything. I like how you talk so wisely and know what to say while barely ever contradicting yourself. I hate everyone who speaks bad about you. I mean, they actually got me so mad and annoyed, but I'm happy you're a little weird and don't take it personally. You might get mad about this, but I used to have a crush on you some months ago. I know it won't work out because I'm not a famous streamer and also because I'm a 16-year-old girl, but that doesn't mean I can't still love you from behind the screen. Do you think are these like bait emails? Do you think where people are trying to get me to like?
I don't know. You should probably reply.
Yeah, true.
Just say, hey, it's bad that you're 16, but I'll see you in a couple years. And I think that's illegal though. Don't actually reply.
No, yeah, I'll be like, hey, I know you said you're 16, but what country do you live in? Smiley face like that. That's a good one.
Was it Sneeko who said Steven said a 16-year-old can be hard? That's a fucking pedo.
Dude, that's like the biggest, especially from these red pill guys that all like chain fuck 19-year-olds. Yeah, I know, it's so stupid. It's like, bro, there are obviously some 15, 16-year-old girls that like look like they're fucking 20. Like, how are you gonna virtue signal so fucking hard right now? It's such a cuck thing to say.
No, why it bothers me so much is every single guy on earth driving has said, yo, that girl's hot on the street, and one guy's been like, oh, that girl's 16, and they've been like, ooh, my bad.
Yeah, it's such a cuck virtue signal. It's so irritating, especially to see red pillars do it. Like, Jesus.
Yeah. Well, behind the scenes for red pill guys, like when the camera's off, a lot of the jokes are pedo jokes. So that's the one thing blue pill and red pill have in common.
Jesus. Ah.
Someone said, didn't Tate raise the 17-year-old? Well, you got to remember, in medieval times, people would get married at like fucking 14, bro. We don't know why the cutoff age is where it's supposed to be. Although I'm more extreme, where I think the cutoff age should be when she's like maybe 21, so she's got fully developed tits. I think but apparently it ruins a society if they're having kids too late. Like if you make it legal at 21, then they'll have kids at 27 and blah, blah, blah. Apparently, did you see that study that said women's bones are more elastic as teenagers? So they're supposed to actually give birth as teenagers, and that's how they spend more time with the kid and be younger moms?
I'm almost 99% sure that the healthiest age for women to have a child is like 24 to 25. It's not a teenager. Best age, mother, deliver, child, outcomes. I thought it was 24. I actually say the best time to get pregnant is in your late 20s and early 30s. Oh, damn, maybe it's even later.
Really?
This sounds way later than I'm familiar with. One study pinpointed the ideal age to give birth is 30.5.
30? How would she have time with the kid, though?
What are you talking about? How would you have time with the kid?
Like, by the time the kid is fucking an adult, the woman would be too old.
Oh, I don't know if you know what numbers are or anything. I have no idea.
I don't know. Like, the women should be getting pregnant at 21. That way they can have a lot of time with the kid and feel youthful with the kid a bit.
How old are your parents?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying my parents did that. I'm just saying.
Sure, but I feel like everybody's really old parents. I think my mom had me, I think, when she was 33. My mom's like 65 now.
Oh, that's what happened to you.
Good one.
Oh, did you yeah, imagine? I think my mom had me when she was like 28.
Guilty said you need to start reading your emails. I don't know if you do that or not.
No, 25.
Okay.
Like, not to sound like a pedo or anything, but do you ever think how for thousands of years they were having kids so young? Like, why?
$31 emails. 30, 29. Oh, Mount Gox. Give me my fucking money. 27. What is this?
Would it be wrong to marry your stepdaughter in Blue World?
I don't know, dude. You tell me.
There was some movie producer who did that. I don't remember the name. In my red world, it would be wrong. The Bible don't allow that.
Think so?
But in Blue World, it's kind of like blurry.
Holy shit. I don't know. 1 second.
Steven, did you have a hot aunt growing up?
No, I don't think so.
Cousin?
Yes, for sure.
I love the honesty, dude. That's pretty cool.
I mean, I have like my extended family was fucking huge. I want to say
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
But you're white.
Well, my mom is Cuban, so there's like 1 million Hispanic people, and my mom is Catholic, so she has 1 million fucking kids. I got 1 million fucking family members everywhere.
Oh, so your mom?
I have like 6 siblings, dude. Like, yeah.
And your mom is extremely MAGA, right?
Yeah, unfortunately.
God bless her. I should have Thanksgiving dinner with her.
Go knock yourself out, dude.
I should film that content being like, what happened to your son? That would be the title. How did he fall off the manga wagon?
True.
Chad, you know what's funny is a lot of people ask, why are you always chilling with Destiny? And it's because I can literally say anything and he won't get mad. I can say, because like I come from like the LimeWire days where you can talk about anything disrespectful and it's just memes. And it's like very troll like. But I can't do this with other influencers, dude. Like other influencers will send me an email saying, "Hey, you hurt me." Right? So there's like this free speech energy I feel around this dude.
Thanks, buddy. I try.
Darius, what are you sending, Darius? Steven doesn't
Wait.
talk to his siblings.
Yeah, jump into my Discord instead of being in here.
Yeah. Why not talk to your siblings?
I'm just not a very family-oriented person.
Like, Steven?
Yeah, what's up, babe?
Why don't you talk to your siblings anymore?
I'm not a very family-oriented person. That's what I just said.
Oh. Dude, don't you think that there's some kind of meaning in who your blood is, right? Who your brother is? Don't you think like God set it up where you have to be around them?
I'm an
You have to-
atheist. No, what are you talking about?
Yeah, but how long's that gonna last? You can be an atheist for life.
Yeah, probably.
Carl Jung talks about the point of life is discovering the myth about yourself.
Wow.
And that everything in human psychology is based off myths. Like myths keep the humanity going, whether religion or whatever. If you don't believe in them, they're misty, they're symbolic, they're philosophical. But the point is, if you wanted to discover you want to live your deepest, most meaningful life, it would be to understand who your family members are.
Yeah.
That's what a therapist would ask Steven is, what's your brother like? How did you guys stray, etc.
True.
These are important questions. I got a message saying,
Wait, hold on
ask
one
him
sec.
about.
I'll be back. Hold on one sec.
All right. Yo, chat, can you hear me? One in the chat if you can hear me. Okay. Okay. I'm getting a question saying Destiny should talk to Nick Fuentes on the Pearly Show. What do you guys think? I can't even see the chat anymore. What did he do with this gay screen? Why is there a reptilian overlord? What is the? Oh, is that League? Oh, it's a globe. This is a globe. He's a globalist fucking shill, believing in this globe tart shit. There's this gay piano in the gnomes and a black guy. Why is there a black guy and an upside down triangle, which in Masonic literature literally means the feminine principle of the vagine? That is his community. I think he's using that symbol to signal this is a blue pill channel. And there's Discord with Dan, a woman. Who's that? And the sun is rising. Look at the stars. This is a beautiful screen. And he's wearing his blue gay coat. Drinking a cup of Black rifle. Mm-mm-mm. I didn't even notice the cat under the PC.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, they're asking about Fuentes.
Oh yeah, we should talk about that at some point.
I think we'd crack the internet. I think we would be the most talked about for the next month if you, me, and Fuentes got on. I would kind of be, since I love you guys together so much, I would be kind of in the middle, like moderating. It'd be unfair if I'd pick a side, right?
Yeah.
I just feel it would look snaky. It's like if we just double teamed because we're both very aggressive, so it'd be unfair. But I think Nick, now that he's got a legitimate platform like Yay, I think he's going to be a lot calmer and a lot less
Nick is
memes.
lost Ye. I don't think he's with Ye anymore.
Really?
Yeah, I think if Nick wanted to have a conversation with me, I would need him to do like a full-throated disavowal of his community trying to get me killed. Because a lot of the griper people on Twitter are trying to amplify to get the Muslim dudes to kill me. He's like they're like super big on that.
Well, Groypers seem to calm down when you talk to Nick, right? They seem to like you guys together.
Yeah, but I know, but like, do I want to be involved in like promoting him or his platform if we can't agree on like some basic tenets of liberalism? Like, we shouldn't try to murder political opponents, right? I think that's like a fair ask from me.
Well,
does anybody know? Somebody told me that I found out that I can't fucking buy a pistol in Florida. You can't buy guns here if you don't actually have like a license for pistols. I could buy my shotgun, but I can't buy a pistol unless you have a Florida driver's license. Somebody told me that you might be able to do it online if you already have a registered license in another state. Does anybody know if that's true? Is there like a website where I can go look this up?
Oh, what are you going to be, Kyle Rittenhouse now?
No, I just want to I don't want to buy more guns, but I can't. The guy at the store said that you can't buy with an out of state. Even with an out of state can still carry. Even if it's reciprocated, you can't do it.
You know why I warned you about the Muslim community is because even liberal, very, very lukewarm Muslims that don't practice, even they want to punch you.
No, I've got a lot of DMs from Muslims that are like, yo, this is like a little disrespectful to our religion, but it's super cringe, like what people are doing. I think especially in the United States, I think for like 98% of Muslims in the United States, if you show them a picture of Muhammad, they're gonna be like, oh, whatever, and they just walk away. At least in the US, I think they're generally pretty chill.
Here's when I was worried about you is I met this Muslim in LA to film with, he was cameraman, and he was memeing about the Quran, blasphemous memes. You know, he was like that kind of a memer, jokester, and it was funny. But then he got quiet and said he's going to punch you if he ever sees you. And I'm like, bro, you of all people who are memeing, and he's like, yeah, I can meme, Stephen can. And that's when I realized, I'm like, dude, I'm pretty sure someone's going to attack you. Like, I'm almost positive.
Well, we'll see. Should be fun. See if all that working out in the gym has helped at all. You can train me in MMA next, okay?
For street stuff, I don't think martial arts is the answer. I mean, really, you should just say to the Muslim community, my bad.
I already did. I apologize. I was just going to go play some Minecraft, dude.
And you're still getting death threats?
God, it was such a good fucking tweet. How could I not do it? It was too good. Fuck.
What about that guy who said tweeting a picture of Muhammad is hate speech? What do you think of that?
I don't care if it's hate speech. Hate speech is protected in the United States. Hate speech is based. We should be allowed to have that in the U.S. Fuck them.
Yeah, but if we did it for your trans people, you would start crying.
I would say you shouldn't do that. I wouldn't say you should get killed for that.
No. Who's the trans prophet?
I don't know. Jesus? Isn't God like above gender or some shit?
No. The word matter comes from the word mother because nature is chaotic and feminine. The will of God is not nature. It's not in the matter world. The will of God is masculine. That's why we call him the father. So here in this chaotic world, we see the feminine attributes of God, but really we look up to the masculine, the ordered, the undivided. So God wouldn't be like this fusion gender that you guys talk about. You should start reading about even different interpretations like the demiurge and stuff like that. It doesn't have to be Christianity, but there's a deep well of there's so much meaning in spirituality and I think it would be great for your channel. I think if you just had a Christian phase, it would be great for your channel.
No, I fucking hate Christians. Why the fuck would I do that? What the fuck?
Because think
I should
about
have
it.
said that. Hold on, let me be clear. I don't hate Christians. I hate Christianity. Let me be more clear on
But
that.
think about it. Your channel is to question things, right?
Yeah.
And there's no deeper content than questioning reality and existence and why we're here and where we're headed. That is the greatest question of all time. That would be the best.
That's what we do mushrooms for.
Okay, so why are we on Earth?
Because the aliens put us here.
That's what you get from digesting manure-filled mushrooms, is like aliens.
I got 5 more emails, so you better think of something funny. Sponsorship for mobile games. What the fuck? Oh my god! Holy shit! I had the best fucking idea in the world yesterday.
What?
For AR shit. Are there actual good AR glasses yet, or is it all that huge fucking VR shit? This might be my fucking gamer brain or whatever, but I feel like I had two bowler ass ideas where I would use this for AR shit. But they need to have good AR glasses that aren't huge like fucking things that go on your like a huge VR headset or whatever. It would be so sick if you had if you could like make a really sophisticated algorithm for AR glasses that could see food and give you like a calorie calculation and like keep track of it throughout the day. That would be sick as fuck for losing or gaining weight. Like, imagine the difference if you go to the fridge at night and you can see in the top right of your corner that you're at like 2,220 out of like 2,280 calories for the day. I feel like having that visual reminder that would like severely alter your decision making. Like, do I really want to eat like this 300 calorie candy bar or not? That was one thing. And I think a second thing is, if you could, I saw there was a thing on Reddit where there was like a video game that you play with like an elliptical machine with the way you move it. If you could find a way to gamify gym shit, I feel like fucking nerdy losers would be the most shredded dudes on earth. Like if you had AR glasses that would analyze like do plate math and shit on bars, and then like every fucking rep you did on some lift like gave you some kind of points that went towards some avatar in some game. I feel like people would get addicted to that shit in the best way possible. It's incredibly difficult to detect portion size from computer vision. I mean, you could do it. It would be complicated, but I mean, you could do it. Bro, if we've got full-on fucking AI voices emulating people today and writing full episodes of Seinfeld, we should be able to calculate, like, food shit. I know Destiny is panicking because of the Muslims. Why else would he be looking at purchasing a new gun? I have a history with firearms. I really like firearms, and there are a few new ones that I'd like to buy. I just went shooting in Louisiana, like, 2 months ago. If I was trying to protect myself from Muslims, I wouldn't be buying a gun. I'd be buying a blast suit. New DGG art.
What the fuck?
You're right. Oh shit. This guy churns out so much insane quality artwork. Who the fuck is this guy?
You're saying Muslims blow up, Steve?
Who said that? Show the art. I think did he tweet this out? Did Destiny's stance on guns change? Is he more pro-gun now? Yeah, it was because I got owned really hard in a debate like 2 months ago. Historically, I've been super anti-gun. I think like my whole life, I've just hated them. I think mainly I hate them because they're just very scary. Like I tried to fire a rifle once and I like had a breakdown. Like I think I was having PTSD just from the sounds of it. It felt like a giant murder machine that I was holding, and it just made me so scared to even hold it, dude.
That chatter is stupid because Steven's always been pro-gun.
What's the name? What's the guy's Instagram name? That does these things. Fuck. That does the crazy artwork. He's on Instagram. I like to tag him on Twitter because I feel bad stealing his shit. Oh, Canadian Turtle. They don't, no, they don't use this. No, that's not them, you dumb fuck. Oh wait, is it? Wait, I thought this was a guy. Am I crazy? Oh, maybe this is them. I'm sorry, it's a girl. I thought it was a guy. My bad.
Steven, would you be comfortable with a Muslim pilot?
Yes. What the fuck?
I mean, right now, don't you feel like they hate you right now?
Yeah, nice. Wait, does this make your rage as an enemy? Hold on. That sounds military support to your rage in his effort to defeat Hassan. Oh. I think I understand. Never mind, I get it. What is this guy's Twitter name?
No, Chad, it was weird. I flew in with Steven from Miami, and the pilot was a Muslim, and Steven looked at me, and the co-pilot was a woman, and I looked at Steve.
No, what's the name of the Your Rage guy on Twitter? Wait, what are you saying? What? Okay.
Keep trying, Zerka. You'll be funny eventually. One in the chat if I've made you laugh.
Dude, so many Muslims are sending me like, check out these like funny hadiths.
Can't wait till we see Steven on Al Jazeera.
No fucking shot.
They're just holding your blue head.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Jesus Christ. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Okay, I should do text messages. I need to do this. Fuck. All right. Don't care about this. I don't know. Oh, nice. Boom. Boom, boom. Okay. Myron.
No, my favorite DMs you got were not the death threats. Was the guy saying, "Hey, nice wife, be ashamed if I fucked her."
There's that old clip of me with Nim and Melina, and I guess a lot of these guys have convinced themselves where they're like, oh, Destiny's just mad because the proud Arab Nim like cucked me out of my wife, and that's why I'm like crusading against Muslims right now. That's like the clip that like all of them are tweeting. So all of them are also like DMing me like, oh, I'm gonna fuck your wife, I'm gonna Arab dick your wife down and shit. And it's like, okay, dude.
Yeah, it's funny because just a week ago you're yelling at your wife to get more dick, so they don't even get that it doesn't hurt you.
It's just like the same insults for like years. Like people think like, oh, this time it's gonna definitely bother them. Like if it really did, I would just be quite about a relationship too. But March 22nd works for me. Boom, dude, I'm so bad at responding to text, guys. I'm sorry. Boom, boom, boom. They banned me anytime I grew. Oh, Zerka, nice. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, nice. Emails, messages, and texts.
Dude, Steven, LA is so weird. I'm at Heel Mike's place, and he does those streams with like those kind of OnlyFans models. And just because I ignore them and stay in my room, they get angry. They get like furiously angry. So they break into my room and jump on my bed. And I feel like I'm in an anime. Like, LA is so weird. You know those animes where the guy is surrounded by a harem of women?
Yeah, do you ever remember watching Tenchi Muyo?
No, I think it was Love Hina. That was...
Oh, I don't think that was ever translated to English. But
I remember being a kid and I was like, there's no way you grow up and you'll have beautiful women throwing themselves at you. And it's like every year it gets easier the older we get. Like when we're 30, it gets easier. It's so weird.
Wow.
It's actually kind of an awesome feeling, I'm not going to lie. Like I don't take advantage of it enough.
Well, why don't you start hitting them up? Take advantage of it.
I can't fuck most women because they if they don't give me like 99% submission, I can't even get hard. So as soon as they go, what do you want me to be like your dog? And I go, ooh, is that resistance? And she's like, yeah, like I don't do that. I go, then don't fucking text me, bitch. What the fuck? Why if I only have one fetish, why are you trying to soft dick my fucking life? I don't want to soft dick my life, you fucking weirdo.
Okay.
And then they like force themselves to be fucking submissive, and I'm like, dude, I don't want you to force it. I want it gotta come naturally. Like me being a jerk comes naturally to me. So if that's a turn on for you, that's like,
wow. I like how all these fucking Muslims that are in Melina's comment section now saying that I'm a cuck because Melina posts pictures online wouldn't realize that technically that means that they're calling Andrew Tate like the ultimate cuck because he says he dated all of his cam girls and those girls are like rubbing their pussies for thousands of guys online. Like wouldn't the logic carry over? Doesn't that make Andrew Tate the actual like undeniable ultimate cuckold? Like
but the difference is Andrew Tate was under the table typing in the keyboard with a wig on.
Yeah, that makes him even more gay. You're sexting with Andrew Tate when you're jerking off to his girl. Like it's actually like gay cuckoldry.
Yeah, but dude, what color's your Bugatti? Bro, I lost it when Andrew Tate was bragging about. He was bragging on a podcast that he types to the men who are ejaculating.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, like, bro.
Really? I was like, dude, because it's like I could have had millions of dollars if I didn't have boundaries, and then I could be like, I'm top G with my Ferrari, and you know, it'd be so easy to take over the internet if I had no boundaries, right? Mm-hmm. It's just such a. Actually, Steven, I wonder. I'm like, you don't really use OnlyFans to make money, but like, since you don't have, That's not a
Yeah,
boundary
I think
for you.
Melina. I think Melina will eventually though. She needs to. That fucking.
No, no,
money's there, holy shit.
I'm saying you know all these OnlyFans girls, but you don't
Oh.
use them for content.
Yeah, I
Right?
thought the problem is that, like, I'll go if I'm not careful. Like, I'll get like super Coomer brain if I'm not careful. Because I thought about, I have a lot of ideas for content like that. It would be really funny to do OnlyFans reviews. Like, I would get a lot of girls that would want me to like review their content. They'd send me shit for free, and I know a lot of them would want to fuck. But like, if I start getting involved in like that world, I'll actually get lost like in Coomer land. It'll like fuck my life up probably. So I have to try to be like somewhat responsible.
It is weird because I'm living with Heel Mike, and sometimes the girls will get mad because after we're done filming, he'll say bye, leave, and it'll just be me and him fucking getting some burritos and talk about business. And I'm like, Mike, how have you not gotten lost in the sauce? Like, how are you still business oriented and you're not just fucking every single one of them and shit? And some people, I guess, are like not as horned up, but I'm like, if Destiny did what those kind of kick streamers do, you would just be turning the stream off and like doing your I guess it'd be like a chihuahua humping these girls' legs because you're smaller than them. These are taller girls.
Yeah. Is that
But
right?
I invited you to the house. When that day I invited you, I was like, it's so weird that you think I'm bullshitting you. These were the most beautiful girls you'd ever see, and I'm not gonna fuck them. But if Steven fucked them, then Steven would do more favors for me, right? So I was thinking, I'm like, why do you go searching for girls in LA when like I'm DMing you, here's the party, and you don't want to show up?
Because believe it or not, the friendship and emotional connection is like more fun for me than just like fucking random chicks. It's not like like showing up at a house and fucking like two random girls is not like it's not fulfilling for me, I guess.
That's what guys say, but if you were here and you saw what the shape of these girls' booty and stuff, you'd be like, what? Maybe I can, It was such a waste. I'm like, Mike, you're gonna fuck him? He's like, no, not this time. And everyone knows I'm not gonna fuck him. So we're just looking at each other like, dude, someone's gonna fuck these girls.
Okay.
They were getting angry too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like out of 10 of them, maybe one of them I'd like follow up with. And I'll show you her Insta. I think you should date her actually, but because like really, I'm not gonna just ask. Like I'm not a DGGer who just gets favors from you and I don't feed you anything. For years, I've been saying I've got chicks for you, Steve.
Yeah, I don't need I don't need those kinds of favors from you. I appreciate it, but I'm good.
I can't do any other kinds of favors.
Just do content. Don't forget me when you get to the top, okay?
Nah, I couldn't forget you.
Adept clones have a vision radius of 2. Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you. That's gonna be some kind of goofy all-in, right? I think.
See, this guy in chat says hot girls getting mad because nobody's fucking them sounds so based. Believe it or not, I'm sure, Steven, you've been in this position where girls get mad, you don't fuck them.
Absolutely.
Like, we live in the...
Especially for me because I'm a fucking nerd. Yeah, hot girls have like a lot of entitlement, yeah.
Men with clout and status, they do get in these weird positions where the girl feels under you. You know, she's like, do you like me?
I don't think it's that they feel under anybody. I think that for certain types of girls, they probably are never used to getting shot down ever, and if they do, then it like their minds get like fucking fucked with hardcore.
What blew my mind about growing up, and I still feel like, how the fuck am I an adult? But it's so weird how the most beautiful women on earth are the easiest slags you could just dick down their throat. Like, the most beautiful women on earth are the easiest ones to fuck. It's so weird, dude. But the ones who have like 30% purity, those are way harder. You know, if they're a little more pure and pretty, that's really hard to come across. But the most gorgeous looking women, it's not the unicorn thing, like, oh, I can never have her. It's the easiest thing in the world. Right? So a little banter, a little money, and a little status, and you win the game. Or just go on no jumper, and they all DM you. Is there anything better than a dick down their throat, Steve?
Jesus.
I'm telling you, it's like she can't even talk. So hot, dude. So fucking hot. They can't even fucking. They finally stopped talking. The true mute button. I don't know. It's fetish.
Bro, why does this
Like-
guy have so many fucking cannons? Holy shit.
Like DGG, if I ever went full DGen crazy and entered the dark side of Satanism, and I had an OnlyFans, and you guys saw how I get down with chicks, you guys would actually think I'm the Master Chief. Like, I put these bitches to work. And all these girls who rejected you your whole life, I'm bullying them. I'm bullying the shit out of them. Right?
Yeah.
You know how women tease men? I tease the women. Like, in my head, I'm the prize. Isn't that fucking the best mindset to have during sexual intercourse?
Absolutely, dude.
Because my favorite thing is to tell a girl, you are nothing. It's just embarrassing if I nut quick saying that, but... You are nothing. Steven, you ever talk to the bitches you're piping? What do you say to them?
Oh my god, dude. I'm just fucking crushing this guy.
Yeah.
I like to be like friends with people I'm having sex with. I don't know. I don't think I could just like have sex like random like one-off hookups. I mean, I can, but it's not as fun, I think. I
know what you mean. Like a bit of bond makes it go a long way. But are you saying anything to them when you're piping them?
I don't know. It depends.
Chat, let me tell you something. When she's coming, call her a bag of garbage.
Yeah, is that what you do?
Dude, I'm telling you, I can't believe how addicted women get to you if you like trash talk them when they're nutting. And then if you don't once, they'll always hold it over your head and be like, you messed up. And I'm like, what? Or chat, you can even tell them you love them during their nut, and they really enjoy that too.
That sounds like
It's-
being a fuckboy.
No, it's more like role play. Like you're not actually trying to convince her during the date you're in love, but like she'll nut more if she knows you're lying about loving her, right? She'll be like, "Oh, he only loves me in this second because he's about to nut." But yeah, high love or high hate during her nut is kind of. I sometimes think it's satanic how well it works. Like they follow you around like a puppy. You know?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds a little bit fucked up.
Dude, I have black friends in LA who say when they're about to nut, if the white girl calls them the N word with the hard R, they nut harder. And I'm like, what? And then they said it's an intensity thing. I was like, she calls you the hard R, beat her up. Kidding.
Yeah.
Well, you know, someone said how to manipulate women. You should probably tell your date, like, hey, this kind of sex, it doesn't actually mean I'm in love with you. Don't get manipulated. Right? If you really want her to nut hard, all you gotta do is tell her you're her father. That's how fucked up women are in society. That's their greatest turn on.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, if they say, yeah, dad, not daddy, just dad, you have that bitch around your finger. And a lot of people are like, well, why do you want this bitch around your finger, like obsessed with you? Because she's Steven doesn't believe in this, but it's either her will or yours. It's a constant battle of who's more influential. If Steven's more influential than Melina, Melina will start to become like Steven, listen to his music, which is kind of what she wants. Like, all women want to be clones of their men. That's how they are. That's why Melina's comedy style changes after dating Steven, and she adopts a more sarcastic tone because Steven's effective with it. Women are just weak. NGL.
Are you okay?
It's not that women are born stupid. They work extremely hard for that title. John, talk about Masonic literature. I would never do that to Steven. He's had enough for 2023. I'm going to leave Steven with COVID science.
Jesus.
You know what I wish women
dude,
do?
this guy's like 5,400. He just got handled. This guy just got handled. Oh my God.
Yo, Steven, imagine if women knew what we thought when they start speaking in a room.
God, listen, I don't hate women, okay? You do. I don't, okay?
No, but imagine, in the board meeting at work, when the woman starts to speak and all the men feel the energy and the tension.
No, I don't.
Oh, come on.
Damn, this guy's probably a pro gamer who feels mad as fuck. He's happy he's on his barcode right now. Okay. Okay, I think we're good for... I think this should put me in contender. I think we play one game tonight. And that should bump me into GM. I think, right? Yes. Okay. I just need to play one game and it'll auto-promote me to GM tonight, right? In 11 hours.
I hate when people think that's hating women. It's like, dude, if you think they've got a puppy's brain, it's not like I hate puppies. Cute.
Okay, I got videos and shit I need to watch. Do you have anything else for us? Or...
All right, I'll be in chat.
Okay, I love you. Be careful, babe.
Later.
How did you Mutas kick his Flyers' ass? Phoenix have to hit a critical mass before they beat Mutas. Also, you have to be careful when you micro Phoenix because when Mutas are flying away and Phoenix are flying towards them, if the Mutas fly back and you're not microing very carefully, you can have all your Phoenix like die very quickly. That guy was losing. He was bleeding Phoenix hardcore. What is this?
You missed the link. What's this?
Twitch Prime lets you subscribe to one channel for free every month. Subscribing to Chud Logic lets you unlock exclusive emotes, ad-free viewing, subscriber-only chats, and more. If you're lucky, he might even give you a shout-out.
Hey!
Chud Logic is a close personal friend, and I fully endorse subscribing to his channel. My lovely daughter and I both love him very much. That's all for now. I need to get back to being a creepy fuck by contacting everyone Destiny knows for my...
Oh, this was Mr. Girl's voice. I didn't even realize. I don't think this is the best deepfake, is it? Well, hold on. Let me listen again now.
To being a creepy fuck by contacting everyone Destiny knows for my manifesto. Take care and please consider subscribing.
No way. Thank you for the bits, DJ Quad. Thanks for that. I didn't realize it was a link. Fuck. Thank you. That's fucking banger.
It's pretty good.
Thanks, Max.
Channel for free every month. Subscribing to Chud Logic lets you unlock exclusive emotes.
It's okay. It's just a bit monotonous. More than... He does the monotony a little... Oh, it's because he doesn't pause every 2 seconds? Yeah, maybe. Ren. Hi, Ren. Why was this sent to me?
Cause I always come back, deep down you know that. Deep down you know I'm always in periphery. Rant on you, pleased to see me. It's been weeks since we spoke, bro, I know you. Another...
Okay, cool. We've got this.
No, I think the number's less too high.
Okay, 100,000?
It's probably closer.
Yeah.
Probably close to 100,000 that both of you are saying.
Wait,
Now, is
what
it
is-
correct that you have probably millions?
But the amount of files that we were given were so voluminous that there was no way that anybody could have gone through them beforehand, and we never found an instance where there was any evidence that anything had been taken out.
Okay.
You don't know that. Why do you say there are too many files for anybody to have gone through? Bro, it's so easy to query a database and just delete a ton of shit. You could spend like 1 day learning basic MySQL commands and see like how easy it is to sift through massive databases. It's not a hard thing to do. You could do it on an Excel spreadsheet. I don't know why they say shit like this. I'm just gonna get triggered watching. These guys are tech illiterate. Why the fuck are they in charge of anything having to do with tech? If you're a journalist, you don't know anything about tech, then don't talk about tech. Go get somebody that knows anything about it. Like,
Significant portion of
it's MySQL, not my SQL. Okay, that's for losers.
them from 2017 and 2018 as well.
Thank you. And Mr. Schellenberger, what dates do you have?
I believe that we had emails including 2022, 2021, 2020,
That's also true.
2019.
And Mr. Taibbi said 2018. Do you have 2018 as well?
I can't remember.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Taibbi, how many employees did Twitter employ in approximately the time period of 2020, 2021? Do you know?
I don't.
Okay, it was 7,500. Do you know how many were in its legal team during that time period?
I don't. I'm sorry.
And do you know how many were in its public policy team?
I don't.
Mr. Schellenberger, do you know how many were employed in content moderation during that time?
I do not know.
Okay. So we're looking at thousands of employees overall and hundreds in offices where the focus of emails and documents you released. I will ask you, Mr. Schellenberger, how many emails did Mr. Musk give you access to?
I mean, we went through thousands of emails.
Did he give you access to all of the emails for the time period in which?
Yeah, I never had a single request denied. And not only that, but the amount of files that we were given were so voluminous that there was no way that anybody could have gone through them beforehand. And we never found an instance where there was any evidence that anything had been taken out.
I don't know how you would know that. I just get so irritated. It's just such a stupid hack response. Like, do you think this guy moans when Elon's dick is down his throat? Like, do you think he's making noises while he does it? Or do you think he saves it for the very end, like his like grand finisher, when he's actually like fucking getting Elon to give his whole load up to him? Like, it's upsetting how much of a hack job these fucking losers are when you're supposed to be, I don't know, never mind. Fuck. I hate these people. God, it was actually so embarrassing that.
Okay, so you would believe that you have probably millions of emails and documents, right? That's correct, would you say?
I don't, millions.
No, I think the number's less.
Usually there's an audit trail. Do you think these guys have any idea what that even means? Like,
High.
Okay, 100,000?
It's probably closer.
Probably close to 100,000 that both of you are saying. Yet in the Twitter files, Mr. Taibbi, you've produced only 338 of those 100,000 emails. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then who gave you access to these emails? Who was the
people at Twitter.
individual that gave you permission to access the emails?
Well, the attribution from my story is sources at
do you think if my YouTube video got referenced during this, I'd be so happy. What do you think it says that you guys were running PR for Elon Musk? I wonder if they'll do it. This isn't over yet.
Twitter, and that's what I'm going to refer to.
Okay.
Fuck, I need more friends in Congress. I might try to, or like staffers or whatever that I can like shoot content to for some of these some of these like subcommittee hearings. It would be interesting to get some feedback on some of these things.
Did Mr. Musk contact you, Mr. Taibbi?
Again, the attribution from my story is sources at Twitter.
Mr. Schellenberger, did Mr. Musk contact you?
Actually, no. I was brought in by my friend Barry Weiss, and so this story, there's been a lot of
So
misinformation.
Mr. Weiss brought you in. Mr. Taibbi, Ms. Weiss, thank you. Mr. Taibbi, have you had...
Most modern day platforms like Facebook or Twitter do not store data in traditional SQL databases. They use NoSQL types that can handle more unstructured data. Why? What was the compulsion to type that out, right? The point that I said stands 100%. I don't know what these guys use for backend database management, but I know that whatever the fuck it is, and I would bet my whole fucking existence on it, that you could probably have a very sophisticated method of querying a lot of different information and deleting like rows or parts of your table that you don't want somebody to see. I know that for a fucking fact. Why would you even type out something so pointlessly fucking retarded?
Conversations with Elon Musk?
I have.
Okay. Mr. Taibbi, did Mr. Musk place any conditions on the use of the...
Would the gentlelady yield for a second?
As long as my time is not used.
Are you trying to get journalists?
No, I'm not
disclose
trying to
their
get... No,
sources?
I'm not.
Well,
I
it
am
sounds
asking...
like it.
No, well, if you will let me finish. And you had conversations with him. You said you weren't going to agree to who your sources were. I'm not asking you your source. I'm asking you if you had conversations with the owner of Twitter. And did Mr. Musk place any conditions on
Isn't that the
use of
climate denier you talked to? Yeah, a little bit. God, I hate this Jim Jordan guy. God, fuck these guys. I don't care. Okay. Probably watch this later. Address the cigarette stream allegations? The fuck does that even mean? Oh, holy shit. Dude. Oh! People are... I almost got so fucking triggered on my fucking mind. Don't ever make me simp for my horrible fucking wife, okay? Fuck Melina. We don't simp for Melina here. But somebody made a post on my subreddit last night where it's like, Destiny is criticizing all these people for getting Eastern European women, but didn't he marry somebody from Sweden? Firstly, you've never in your life... hold on. I'm trying to think of how mean do I want to be versus how much do I need to be educational. Let's take a moment here to sift through our feelings. Let's take a drink of Red Bull. Okay. When people talk about going overseas to find women, they never say, I want to go to France. I want to go to Germany. I want to go to Italy. I want to go to even fucking Greece. I want to go to Sweden, Norway, the UK. I want to go to Amsterdam. I want to go to Denmark. I want to go to Iceland. They don't say that, right? They talk about the Balkans, sometimes the Baltics, and then the Eastern European area near like Romania, Poland, Ukraine. That's what they're talking about. Or they say South America. The reason why they say that is because they want to go to countries where the women are relatively poor and you are like their meal ticket to a different life, right? Not Amsterdam, I'm sorry, the Netherlands. Fuck that dog shit ass fucking country, okay? That's what people are talking about. Or they'll go to South America, or they'll go to Southeast Asia. It's white guys generally, or foreigners, I'll say more broadly, but generally it's white guys that are generally older looking to buy wives, okay, that are younger than them. That's 95% of the time, that's what people are talking about. I don't know if red pillars are trying to rewrite this autistic shit. We're like, well, actually, I'm going over and looking for doctors and lawyers. No, you're not, you dumb motherfucker. You're looking for a poor brown woman that's probably going to see you as her only fucking means of escaping whatever shitty life she's living, depending on how poor the city you're in is. That's what these people are talking about 95% of the time. I don't know why, like last night, and I can't tell some of you in chat or on the server, I'm not sure if people are trying to like rewrite that stereotype, but like walk outside of these really weird fucking red pill spaces where honestly your whole worldview doesn't map onto any part of reality and go talk to anybody else in the world. Go ask some dudes in fucking London what the old white guys are that go to Eastern Europe and bring back wives. Ask people in America that travel to fucking Thailand or fucking, other places in Southeast Asia that bring back wives. Go talk to people that go to fucking poorer parts of fucking Brazil and shit and bring wives. It's not these guys that are looking for well-educated fucking married. It's guys it's older dudes that can't get anybody here, so they go to another country and they basically abduct a woman. Sometimes they can barely fucking speak the language, okay? That's generally what we're talking about when we talk about going over to pick up fucking Slavic women, to go to Eastern Europe, to go to South America. This rewriting of history of like, oh no, they just want a more traditional, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. One of the things I hate the most about the red pill shit is it feels like a bunch of uneducated people that haven't traveled, that don't know any of what they're talking about, that have no relationship experience, that are just like making shit up on the fly. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck. That triggers the fuck out of me. And then people comparing the fact that I married Melina from Sweden as the same as a guy going to Eastern Europe to pick up. Like, first of all, It's hilarious that you would ever think that somebody in Sweden, oh God, that guy in the call who was like, oh, if you go to Sweden as an American, like women will flock to you. Bullshit, what the fuck? As somebody that's been on Tinder in a lot of countries in the world, when I'm in South Korea and Taiwan, I can get a lot of women by being white. I haven't been to South America or Central America much, but I've heard there you can get a lot of women for being white. In Europe, not really. I've been on Tinder in a few of these places, and I'm just going, I guess, broadly by Tinder. Maybe the bar scene is a little bit different, but I don't think you're ever going to like fucking like Norway. I spent a lot of time walking around Stockholm talking to people and shit. But nobody's gonna be like, oh my God, you're an American. Oh my God, like I want to fucking so bad. You're American. It's not true. It doesn't happen as much in Western European countries because these countries are relatively wealthy. They don't see you as like a fucking ticket to escape like whatever the fuck life they think they're stuck in forever. There's a reason why people don't traffic women from fucking Oslo to fucking Germany, right? They go to fucking Romania. They go to fucking Ukraine. They go to fucking, they go to poor countries to get these women. Not to say that it never happens, but like, there's like, Jesus Christ. Along the same vein as expats going to countries to fuck these women because they're infinitely easier to fuck than their native country. Yeah. The reality show 30 Day Fiancé is literally based on that stereotype where it's often older white dudes finding wives in the areas you're mentioning. Sure. I think you missed the point. The point was that you dated a young, hot woman with no career. Melina didn't have a career yet, but she's young. She didn't have a chance to build a career yet. But you guys will take this idea that like, oh, Melina's like a normal woman that's just like hot. That's not true. Melina's one of the largest female streamers on the platform. I think she might be the largest with an independent community. She's not with OTK. She's not with whatever the fuck other organization is. She pulls 5K concurrent viewers. She manages like 3 different platforms of social media, some of which before she even met me, right? She does really well on her Instagram, really well on her Twitter. She started her open TikTok. She's looking into YouTube. She does really well on her Twitch. She makes like 20 or 30,000 plus a month. The fact that people like look at Melina like, oh, that's just like a random pretty girl is not true. Like I've met and ran through so many like random pretty women. Melina is not just like a random airheaded bimbo like random woman. It's like such a huge fucking cope to say that. And, like no offense, I think I saw that on my subreddit where somebody's like, oh, like I don't even know if she's achieved anything yet. Like bro, probably by 22, Melina's done more than like 99% of the fucking retards posting on my sub. They're like, oh, Melina's just like a random fucking girl. Like it's so stupid. And then some people say like, oh, she's just hot. No offense to Melina. There's hotter women than Melina on fucking Twitch that have 200 viewers, right? And then some people are like, oh, well, it's just because Melina dated you that she's successful. Melina's community is totally independent from mine. And Adept dated XQC for how many years? And she pulls 200 concurrent viewers. Yeah, I don't know. The comparisons are fucking wild. Or I can't tell if, I can't tell if they're good faith comparisons or people just have no idea like what I'm even talking about or yeah. To be fair, Adept was getting like 1K before she started the big drama with XQC. Even if she was, considering she was dating XQC, that's not impressive. But secondly, was she? I thought Adept gets around 300 to 400 viewers. I thought the only time Adept gets 1,000 viewers is when XQC is off stream and then on her stream. Like when he's not streaming and then he's on her stream. Or was. Aren't you making the same assumption about the women these people are dating? When, just to be frank, when people say, this is how every woman will hear you, and this is how every man that's not brainwashed by this red pill dog shit stuff will hear you. When you say, I want to date an Eastern European or a South American woman because they're more traditional and because they're less combative, right? When you say that, what everybody knows you're saying is, I need a woman that's more manipulatable, that's too stupid to call me out on my fuckboy or retarded or autistic shit, and who will take care of me like a good mommy. That's what they hear you say. And maybe one that I can cheat on because she's not sophisticated enough to work a fucking cell phone. That's what everybody in the world sees you as, and that's what they know you are. The only people that don't understand this are you guys that are sucked into these autistic fucking red pill spaces who actually believe this shit. Like, imagine saying some shit like, I want a nice Latino woman, so I'm gonna go to South America. Bro, there's probably more Latinos in the United States than in fucking Mexico. What do you mean you want a nicely? Well, they're part of it's a different fucking culture. It's Mexico. It's not the fucking moon, dog. Like, what the fuck? What do you think? You go down to Mexico and they're like, okay, I don't care. Anyway, yeah, it's like one of the frustrating things about arguing a lot of these red pill spaces, and I feel like I stepped into fucking Mars, where people are saying things that are just so. It's like to anybody with experience, anybody that's traveled, anybody that's fucked a lot of women, anyone that's talked to a lot of women. Like the things these people say is so patently fucking stupid. It's like I'm arguing with somebody like, oh, actually, women really like it when you surprise fuck them in the ass. And then like all of you red pillers like, yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Because biologically, women take bigger shits than men and they moan. So evolutionary, psychologically speaking, women don't like to pass a lot of dick through their vagina because that's meant for babies. But if you fuck them in the ass, especially by surprise, kind of like a surprise shit, the woman will moan because she likes it and it conditions her well for the big shit. Like you guys will say shit, and I'm like on a fucking show and I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? And all the red pillers like, oh yeah, bro. Yeah, true. Yeah, bro. Yeah, that's actually 100% true. Like, I feel like I'm losing my mind. The only thing I like is, oh my God. And I feel like I need to do this more often. I need to have women coming with me to these spaces because I need like more red pillars to see that, listen, you guys think that these guys are training for women? Here's what women actually think about this. And it was interesting to me that those girls, because I wonder, I'm being honest, I do worry sometimes that I'm trapped like in these like media bubbles or these like community bubbles. And maybe I talk to a hyper specific group of women that are way different than normal women. But I asked those women yesterday on the show, how do you feel about guys that watch Andrew Tate shit? Because I get so many emails and DMs from women who are like, oh my God, I was on a date with this dude and he said like high value man, or he talked about like submissive or trainable women. He used some term, and now I'm really scared that he watches Andrew Tate or Fresh and Fit. I hear that from a lot of women. And I asked the women yesterday, what would you think about a guy that watches Andrew Tate? And all three are like red flag, red flag, red flag. Like, there's not a single woman, well, there's probably one or two, but like 90% of women, if you're on a date with them, or if they go through your phone, like, oh, this guy watches Andrew Tate, none of them are thinking like, oh, awesome, I finally found a good man. Thank God, I found a good red pill guy. None of them are thinking that. They're all thinking like, oh shit, another guy with mommy issues who needs therapy. Get me the fuck out. Like, it's so fucking cringe. Holy shit. Okay. That's such an unfair characterization. What about dudes that are super autistic or ugly as fuck at 35-year-olds who just know they have a better chance of a seat, so they aren't going for them to manipulate, but just because it's the only option that... You're making my point for me. If you're so autistic and ugly that you have to go to other dating market, you're making my point for me. Do you understand that you're making my point for me? Now you're just making assumptions. Just go talk to older people. I think a lot of you give way too much bad advice. I don't think I give any bad advice for dating. 95% of the things that I say for dating and hookup are literally like my dating advice is the equivalent to somebody saying you should do your full 3 to 6% 401k match, and you should invest as much as the government allows you every year in your Roth or traditional IRA, depending on what's appropriate for you. That's like 95% of my dating advice. It is the most like bare bones, essential, minimum to be a decent human being fucking advice. I don't think I've hardly given any controversial advice in regards to like dating or hooking up. Like, red pillars normalize being a creepy sex pat for Zoomers. Yeah, seriously. God, it's so fucking weird. At least acknowledge you're being like I think at least like 10 or 20 years ago, at least like older white dudes knew they were being kind of creepy. Like I think there'd be like a little bit of shame about it. But now you guys like almost saying, oh no, I'm gonna go to Dubai to visa trap to marry a good woman for me. Like, oh my God, it's like so cringe, dude. Holy shit. Okay. How is that any different from women going to places like Miami to get the rich guy? What do you... who do you think you're watching? I don't understand why you guys say this. Do you think I would defend that type of woman? Do you think I'd be like, oh yeah, women should definitely all go to the place to get the richest guy? Like, do you think I would say stuff like that? I'm just curious. Like, is that your impression of me? Destiny, notice neither Alex nor the man you debated hold those specific views. You only argue with red pill strawmen. Yeah, because this is what you red pill guys do, okay? And I guess they're not specifically red pill. You guys will hold water for the communities, and then you're like this amorphous blob where like every time you try to punch, you like change shape. And it's like, don't you guys say this? Oh, I don't say that. Some people say this. Well, don't you guys say this? Oh, no, I don't believe in that. Well, what about this? Oh, no, I don't believe in that. And it's like, okay, so do none of you have any fucking views about anything ever? Because when I'm watching on your shows or the general red pill idea, all you guys say this shit all the fucking time. But now whenever I talk to any of you, none of you want to defend this shit? None of you want to defend the one-ended open relationships, or none of you want to defend the the one guy kind of did, Ailika or Aisha, or I don't know what the fuck the guy's name was, Allende last night, tried to defend the idea that like men don't get traumatized from relationships, but women do get traumatized from relationships. And then later on he reveals that his like whole life view is basically constructed around the fact that he got fucking divorced. Like, bro, holy shit. Okay. Oh, or that one guy who's like, I'm not defending Tate, but here's why I'm gonna say he's a net positive. And also, I've never watched any of his fucking content, but he was a really cool guy to me and my girlfriend when he's accused of being a fucking scam artist? Are you actually serious? Okay. Kill me. Well, not actually. Some of you might want to. Okay. All right, I'm sorry. What do we, okay. What is this? Ah, fuck me, dude. Why can I not pop this out?
Hello?
Whoa, that is so loud in my ears. Hello.
Hey. Yeah, I was in.
Just give her a candy bar, bro. Destiny dating advice on Zerka's stream. My dating advice on Zerka's stream, my advice for gifts is that if you get somebody a small gift throughout the day, it could be as stupid as a candy bar, those types of gestures mean a lot to people. That's true. You can laugh at it because you're some fucking retard that thinks you need to buy a $20,000 ring for a woman to make her like you. But if you want like a tip, here's a quick tip. If you want to be the most loved guy at your fucking workplace, then on Saturdays, bring in like coffee or donuts for everybody and people will love you immediately. Small shit like that makes a huge difference. The fact that you're laughing at a comment like that demonstrates your level of social autism more than anything negative you could ever say about me. People love small tokens of appreciation throughout the day that make them understand that you were thinking about them. It's a huge fucking thing. It could be a single fucking flower. It could be their favorite fucking candy bar. It could be picking them up a coffee or hot chocolate. It could be fucking any small gift like that. It sends huge pro signals in people's brains. It's like one of the easiest ways to hack somebody into liking you. But I mean, like, you can laugh at it if you want. When you're some ass-me fucking loser that's looking to people like Andrew Tate on how do I make friends in the world because nobody wants to hang out with you in real life. Like, wait for the whole office? That's expensive, bro. Buy 2 or 4 dozen donuts. It's not that expensive. You don't have to do it every Saturday. Just do it like once every now and then. Fuck, bro. Let me turn my AC on. Hold on. I hate it when people turn my AC from 70 up to 71. Triggers the fuck out of me. Why would you do this? Destiny worked at a casino for like 6 months and thinks he knows anything about working at a non-streaming job. What if I said this wrong? I worked at McDonald's for 6 months. I think I did the casino for 2 years. And then I worked as a carpet cleaner for about a year. Wowza. Can you tell me something I just said that was incorrect? I'll wait. Wowza. I'm waiting, okay? Let me know. Do you think there are elements of dating that shouldn't be expressed to the opposite sex because despite that advice being valid, the sex typically will be offended hearing it? No, that's some red pill bullshit. That's not true. That's fucking bullshit. I don't believe that to be the case. I don't think there's anything that I use or say or do that I wouldn't also tell the other person. Like, that's only if you want to, unless you're trying to be a fuckboy and play games. I've been trying to get banned for months. Oh, you were fucking trolling me. Ban me. Okay, fuck you, you fucking moron.
Hello?
Whoa, that is so loud in my ears. How...
Hey. Yeah. I wasn't sure if we were still on or not. I wasn't getting a response. Are you still streaming?
I restarted stream.
Your advice was to pay attention to what women like so that when you gift something as simple as a candy bar, it's more meaningful because you paid attention to which is their favorite. Oh, that makes more sense. Never mind. That's even better advice than what I just said. True. W, past Destiny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But no worries.
Hello,
like,
Katie Cat. Chat.
If it's a short convo, that's fine too, so don't worry about it. Hello?
Hang on one second. I just got raided.
Oh, okay.
Raided by the FBI? Ha! Got him.
Okay, so yeah, so I wanted to talk to you about this tweet. I'll screen share it real quick and kind of like and talk to you. Oh, I just got raided again. Hang on.
Lol.
Hey.
Remember, Destiny, this red pill stuff was so common in the past with the same presented ideas of women want high value status and rich guys. 10 to 20 years later, it is still the same idea. It's so much more toxic now. And the problem is the advice is starting to fly off the handle more and more and more and more and more. For instance, with like this one-ended open relationship stuff being like presented as like the norm now. That's fucking insane. Or the idea that girls like when you cheat on them. Or the idea that like women like to be juggled. Or like these are insane ideas that have gotten way the fuck off of like where reality is. But okay.
Hey, how's it going, Sonsol and crew? Hope you guys had a good stream. Thank you for the raid, Sonsol. Everybody, welcome. We're just getting our conversation started with Katie, and hopefully we don't get another stream back to back. Hopefully we don't get a third one right off the bat.
Oh, come on. You deserve it.
Destiny, you will never reach black pillars / red pillars unless you acknowledge rising hypergamy and that the dating market for men is extreme competition. I don't even think hypergamy is real. I feel like there was a huge study that just came out that basically like, fuck, somebody should link it. I should have these offhand. I don't have this saved in my thing. I don't know if hypergamy is a real thing or if it's any more real than it ever was. Again, all the data I've ever seen shows that people tend to get married to people in the same communities, people in the same race, people in the same socioeconomic brackets. That's about what it works as. Like, there's not all these McDonald's women that are marrying six-figure men. There's not enough six-figure men to go around. Oh, but then you guys delude yourselves and think, well, actually 7 women date the same man and they all lie to themselves about it. Like, holy shit. Does your advice about dating women from third world countries still apply if you have a genuine interest in their culture? How do you distinguish between the red pill case and the junior expert? No, it is totally possible. I shouldn't even have to answer this question. I'm only answering this for the hyper artistic person can pick up. It could be that the fact that like you travel or you actually genuinely are interested in Romanian culture, or you're genuinely interested in parts of South America, or you're genuinely interested in like parts of Southeast Asia. That might be genuine interest. And you go there and you hang out with those people and you meet somebody, you love them, and you fucking get married. That's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They're like, those people do exist, obviously. I wouldn't be judgmental of those people. I'm talking about the people that are like, Western women are too much for me. I'm gonna go to another country and pick up some of these traditions. That's a totally different thing. It's a totally different thing. But like saying that you like Eastern European culture, which in itself is a stupid fucking statement, is about as stupid as saying like, yeah, I really respect Islam when you've never opened or even touched a fucking Quran before. But you weren't interested in Swedish culture, so what's the point? I hate Swedish culture because I hate autistic people. Fuck Swedes. But I didn't pick up Melina because she was a fucking foreigner or a fucking Swede. I'm not like, I wasn't going around the world looking for like, oh, where's like a young woman that I could take advantage of? Like every single person that I dated and my wife before Melina were all my age. It's not like I'm out there like looking for foreign women that I can have leverage over. And again, she's fucking Swedish. It's not like she's like, oh God, like I need Steven because otherwise I have to go back to the horrible lands of Stockholm or my life is gonna be over. Like, Jesus Christ. I can't tell if, I don't know if people actually think these things or not. I can't tell. Do you guys actually think that people do you guys think people in Sweden are trying to escape by marrying American men? Do you think anybody in Western Europe is doing that? The people in Germany are like, God, I need an American husband so I can get out of here. True, I didn't even meet her in Sweden. I thought she was New Zealandish. True.
You know what's funny? That's what Killer Seek just said in my chat. So that I deserve it. All right, let me screen share that.
Oh, you're on YouTube as well, right? Okay.
True, actually. Swedish people before they have jobs and have to pay taxes, and then Swedish people afterwards. I want to marry an American man. Based.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Oh, it's the wrong screen that's sharing. Hang on. Let me see why it's not coming up with the right screen. Should it come up with the right screen?
What the fuck is this?
There we go. Okay. Yeah, so I saw this tweet.
Really?
Quote tweeted a the legendary, the infamous, quite
Destiny.
dismissive and somewhat mean-spirited combination of tweets from Destiny from a little over a year, or maybe about a year ago. It was probably around like February, March last year.
I bet she got so
basically
triggered by
memed
those
on it.
tweets.
This is one I've memed on before as well. And so you did the whole thing. You did the same series of tweets, but with your own flair to it.
I did.
And
Fuck.
it says, so the main tweet, hang on, let me zoom in a little so everybody can see it clearly. So the original tweet was, this was the stealthing discourse that was originally started by Mindwaves, who had quote tweeted a woman who was talking about how she had been stealthed yet again by a guy and that she was tired of this shit.
Yet again.
And Mindwaves quote tweeted it. I forget exactly what his quote tweet was, but it stirred up some controversy. And then Destiny quote tweeted it, or I don't remember. I don't know if he necessarily quote tweeted it, but he tweeted out this tweet saying, if you're noticing someone taking a condom off, oh, that's right. The original tweet, maybe if somebody could find it for me and link it. The original tweet was she talked about how she had noticed, or it seemed like she might have noticed a stealth thing, but she froze up and didn't deal with it. Apparently later on, the woman corrected or clarified her position and said that wasn't what happened that time, that she didn't notice and that it wasn't about her freezing up. So Destiny's quote tweet of it was before the clarification, and Destiny said, quote tweeted and said, if you're noticing someone is taking a condom off and you can't say anything, you probably don't have the emotional maturity to engage in sex. You should just grab a caretaker or something and stick.
I'm so sorry. Somebody liked this earlier. Shortly after the conflict in Ukraine began, I paid for a 20-year-old bride from Ukraine. We've been married for 8 months now. She just told me she's pregnant. I couldn't be happier. I'm just a normal guy of 37, and I have a decent enough job and no kids or anything, so I have some disposable income. I've been pretty lonely for years, to be honest. I really don't like most Western women. I believe that the culture of Western degeneracy has made most women ill-suited to being good wives or partners, so shortly after the war began, I realized I could probably meet a beautiful woman looking to flee the country, so I looked around. We met online, and I paid for her to get here, and given the conflict in her home country, it wasn't so hard to get her a visa to come here. Shortly afterwards, we were married, and she got her citizenship. The night we consummated our marriage was incredible. It was her first time, and that was my best time. It was magical for both of us. The last 8 months have been blissful, and she told me last night that she's pregnant with our child. A terrible tragedy and the horror of war brought us together, and now this joy is going to enter the world because of it. It's so beautiful and poetic. The last year of my life is nothing short of magical, and it's only getting better. Sometimes fairy tales do come true. I feel like this is probably not real, though. Is it really easier to get a visa from a country that's entering like war conflict? There's no way, right? I feel like
Bro, that's the fakest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah, I feel like it would be harder to get a visa. There's been a lot of this kind of stuff happening with the refugees from Ukraine. Is that true? Hold on. Let's message Anna and see how she's... I'm just kidding. 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 What do you want? What's up?
I don't know. I kind of want to talk about dating shit. It's really
Oh yeah. My audience
I'm
loves
touching
it.
grass lately, and red pill shit doesn't seem to penetrate like anywhere outside of the internet in my experience.
Fuck. Yeah, because it doesn't fucking work. No shit. Yeah.
No, I mean like people like aren't even aware of it. Like this
Yeah.
is such an online thing.
I
You
know,
are
yeah.
just like so spiraled into like this wacky, weird world of dating.
Sure.
But,
But the online stuff is growing, right? Because Andrew Tate that's an online phenomenon that is.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's weird. Like I'm started dating a normie, and what I've started doing is like exposing her to this weird online shit, like showing her an Admin Preach video.
Mhm.
And this is just like stuff. It's like the wackiest, most red flag shit they've ever seen in their lives. Like seeing like Skippy or any red pill shit.
Yeah. Like these, like if there were guys that were exhibiting any of the things that red pillars were telling guys to do, every girl would be like, huge red flags. I need to get the fuck out of here. Like it's like that's the thing that probably triggers me the most is at the very least for some of the pickup artist guys, I could be like, this is like kind of exploitative or it's not good. Like some of this advice on how to be like a super fuckboy, but like I can understand it because at least it works. But like a lot of the red pill shit, you're not even gonna be a fuckboy with this advice. You're just gonna get nowhere, you know?
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know how it got like Andrew Tate specifically is just like such a wild enigma. I don't know how he got so popular, but you know what? That's just me. Are you ever gonna? Isn't there a panel coming up for you fighting with Pixie, Eurodite, and someone over their pro rape tweets?
Is there? I don't know.
All right. Well.
Oh god. Oh, I think I've ever seen that on the subreddit. There might be. Ugh.
Okay. I'm all good. I got a new job today.
Oh, what are you doing?
Database administration.
Oh, are you working with MySQL?
TSQL.
Oh, yikes, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like it doesn't scale well at all for larger databases. What's the size of the company you're working for?
It's a small team of 6 people.
Oh, okay. Makes more sense. As long as you can
yeah,
migrate easier. I have no
Yeah,
idea
we're
what
trying
I'm
to
talking
migrate to the
about.
cloud.
I made all of that, yeah. Oh, I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Do you prefer AWS or a Google Cloud Compute?
I like AWS for their customer support, maybe. That sounds right.
Oh, customer support?
Yeah.
You don't work directly with vendors?
I used to work with vendors, but the issue we ran into was that vendors just don't know what they want. So, I ended up...
yeah, I see. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, I'm peacing out, dude. Later.
Okay, be careful, bud. Okay, what the fuck is this fucking map? Holy shit! What is this guy? Okay, that's cool. Let's just start off real quick with an auto loss right at the fucking beginning. That's what I want. Yes! Okay. Rape review. I refuse to be silent any longer. Ooh, is this about me? No, I'm just kidding. I'm so sorry. That's not funny. I'm just kidding. What if it really was about me, though? Okay. Destiny. Okay. Sorry. I'm just making sure. I never know these days. Okay. Hello. I never felt that I could come... Oh, wait. How long is this? Okay, fuck it. I never felt that I could come out about this. And I've struggled with this for years before writing this. Too many thises. And I doubt it'll be anything close of years after I write this that this will ever be released. Is that 4 thises in one sentence? I never felt that I could come out about this, and I have struggled with this for years before writing this, and I doubt it'll be anything close of years after I write this that this will ever be released. 5. Jesus. But in the case you're reading this, I have to come and lay out what has happened to me. I was raped by a man known as the YouTuber Quite in February of 2018 and had been in an extremely toxic friendship on-off relationship with him since 2017. To start in the beginning, I had found Quite's channel when it had less than 500 subs, and as a teenager, wanted to make art for him. Because he didn't have his face in videos, I thought it would be an easier time if I drew him and recommended he wore sunglasses and a face mask instead of manually keying his face out with a black box. There, I essentially came up with his persona. Okay. With him, it's the same like syllables and everything. What's the point? Whatever. With him, and drew various talk sprites for him for free that he only ever used maybe once. We were around the same age and slowly began talking and bonding over shared mental health issues. Around this time, I was diagnosed with autism and borderline personality disorder. Ching, 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 ching. Which I have diagnoses of now, and thus was unaware of how these would affect me and the coming relationship we had, and how he would, most likely without knowing, take advantage of me. At first, we were extremely close in ways that the both of us. He shared bits of his past, and I shared mine. However, slowly my status as an artist would land me in more YouTube circles than his would, and he would slowly try to encourage me to let him join said spaces. As a friend, I, of course, wanted to include him in as many as I could, but as I did, he made various connections outside of me. The relationship grew transactional. While I won't say I was the most stable person at the time, I was not actively unkind. I cannot say the same for him. When my abandonment issues would arise, he would leave me ignored. And then, when I was having the worst of my time, he would swoop in to save me and keep me under his thumb. Okay. He would yell at me or act passive-aggressive towards me when being my friend was inconvenient, but love bombed me when it was, okay. Oh, the psych terms. He would use my memory issues against me to gaslight me about things he said and would keep most... Eventually, we met in real life a few times. I had transphobic parents, so I told him my dead name to use only when my parents were talking to him. But after knowing this information, he would use it as a way to belittle me. First meeting was fine, but he had a rule that I wasn't allowed to take any pictures of him, but he was allowed to take pictures of me. After promising and begging to take a few pictures that wouldn't and still haven't been posted for memories, he let me take a few before he left. This is kind of abusive. It's okay for him to not want pictures of him, but still want to take pictures of you. If you don't like that, just say no. But then you pressured him. Whatever. The backseat of my own car, he raped me. All the while I was telling him how it hurt and how I didn't want to do this anymore. He kept telling me this is what you wanted as he went, but soon got bored of it and got out. I sat in the car by myself for a bit before going to join him in the movie we'd planned to see together, and to make up, he had me buy him popcorn. I put the event out of my mind as just two virgins being bad at sex and hung out with him for the rest of the day as he was still one of my closest friends. I have a video with him to prove we were together at the time. I only put... A few months later, once he gained quite a few more subscribers and a large YouTube friend, did he start ghosting me more often, all while I was having a BPD episode. Months passed, and when I tried to come out about the emotional abuse I suffered, I received harassment from his fans. I received call. Okay. Jesus Christ. How many responses are like, you're so brave, you're so brave? This is the person's channel now? Okay. The following media is sensitive. Oh, we've got serious logs now. Here we go. This is where we're going to bury this motherfucker. What are your family doing while we hang? Because if they are out, hotel room empty. We'll see. Come on, sheets, no good, bro. The looks part, us meeting up is fine. Who can I tell we're dating to? If you trust them to keep it secret, I trust your judgment. Probably keep it to people I know as well, though, unless you're really close to them. Then I get it. Oh, changing it or something. Is this a good neutral for mask guy? Yeah. Okay, so nothing bad in here at all. Is this just proof that that they knew each other? How old is this? This is like 15 days old. I don't care about this shit. I'm still shaking about it. I'm so proud of you for coming out about this. This was harrowing to read. I can't even imagine what it was like to go through. His actions towards you were disgusting. Mentions of swee baiting. What is swee baiting? Wait, is she posting pictures of him? Has this guy kept his face a secret? And is she now posting pics of him? Because if so, she's like actually just the bad guy in this. Oh, suicide.
Do you see this? In this closet is the mangled corpse.
Oh, she just like doxes him. So she's not even like dumb. She's actually just like a piece of shit. Babe. Based queen. Jesus. Okay.
To masturbating to furry porn.
Yes.
And then Destiny got a whole bunch of backlash from that. There was a lot of people who were outraged by it. So at some point, minutes later, what was it, like 11 minutes later or something like that, he then quote tweets his tweet and says, "Sorry to apologize for my last tweet. You should treat every single woman you come across like a retarded child who's incapable of voicing an opinion about literally anything. Ideally, you would bring her dad along to every fuck so he can guide her through the process."
Yes.
So that was his response. Not a great response, in my opinion.
More like a based response.
But
how can one man be so true?
I definitely memed on it a few times.
And it did discourse for
So-
like 1.5 weeks, you know? So that's something.
True.
Yeah. So yeah, that was actually a lengthy discourse.
It was.
A lot of
It
people
was.
got no fights over that one.
And everyone that knows me on Destiny have encountered me through that discourse, actually.
Yep, that's right. Though I encountered you on Prime Kai's, so that was different. So then what you did here on, I don't know if it's the anniversary, but it's about a year since that whole discourse. Then you put out this tweet saying, "If you are noticing that a woman keeps coming up with allegations of you mistreating them, or if that women keep coming up with allegations of you mistreating them, you probably don't have the emotional maturity to engage in casual, no strings attached relationships. You should just go to your wife and be with her instead. Sorry." And then
The only way this tweet makes sense is if there were multiple women that were coming out with allegations of me. And if there were, I'd probably agree with the tweet. If you're having like all these women coming out constantly saying like, "Hey, this guy's raping me, blah, 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 blah," probably something weird is going on. Like I would agree with that. I don't think I would fight against that. Hello? Why are we doing this right now?
quote tweeted yourself again soon after that and said, "I want to apologize for my last tweet. You should treat Destiny like a horny guy who's incapable of not having misconduct allegations against him. Ideally, you would bring his community along to every failed relationship attempt to provide him moral support through the process." Arguably, that's funny. I think it's pretty funny.
People told me they didn't find it
but
funny. I thought it was
They
funny.
probably didn't. They probably didn't. It seems like you didn't get a lot of engagement on the tweet, which is kind of amazing because Destiny quote tweeted you. So I was telling my audience, I was like, that's kind of lucky because I was thinking you would get just bombarded by hate in the replies, but you
Well, it
lucked
doesn't
out, I
matter.
guess.
I didn't look at any of the replies. So I just had people like...
That's wise.
I just had people like reach out to me and tell me what the responses were, but I've decided that if I'll ever be engaging on Twitter, I'll just be sending things to the ether, but I'm not gonna look at comments. It's just, that doesn't sound like a
Probably
smart thing
sane.
to do.
Every once in a while I look at the replies and sometimes reply back, but I don't usually.
Yeah, also, the only thing I saw was like, do you know who DK is?
Yeah, he went with a really heated reply.
Yeah, apparently he
I
has
noticed
some
it a
kind
little
of
earlier.
like a hate boner for me, which is fine. He needs that because like he can't make a coherent point without his girlfriend there to assist him, but
Jeez.
he just seems to have some kind of issue with me, which is fine. So I did see that, and then I blocked him because I don't know. I haven't heard him make an argument against anything I said. I just heard him call me retarded and ugly a lot. So
Damn.
I don't know how to engage with that.
I think I liked it so I could find it again. Hang on one sec. Let me check my likes. I did. Oh, no. Never mind. That was the Lycan one that I liked. Well, we don't need to look at the DKs anyways. Like you were intentionally not looking at replies as it was, so I'm not gonna drag those up. But okay, so I want to ask you first, like your position on the, like, where do you come from with this? Like, what is your sort of thought process when you put this tweet out?
I thought it was really funny because every person that there are only 2 people that I've spoken to that could actually tell me what the points I was making are. And then I was told, like, I saw some of the comments on Destiny's retweet to mine, and I find it really, really funny that people genuinely don't even get my point. I do. It's like, I'm sorry I'm laughing. It's just really funny to me. So, yeah.
Oh, I think Destiny just said, like, LOL what or something like that.
And can I tell you what happened? Like, Smug Bug, you know him. So Smug DM'd me, and he's like, you have to let me tell you what to reply to Destiny quote tweeting you. You have to let me. And he offered to pay me money if I let him dictate my reply. So that's what we did. I just wrote Destiny a DM that was just like a heart, and that's what I was gonna do in my tweet. Instead, Bug paid me money, so I quoted back whatever he wanted me to do.
Still think women are retarded children? Is that the one?
Yeah. I don't. He was like, "This is so funny," and I'm like, "I don't get it. I don't know why this is funny. Can you explain it to me?" And then we went on VC, and he explained it to me, and I still don't get it. I don't know why that's funny. Like, but he says it's funny, so okay.
Okay.
Well.
All right.
Well, so what is your okay? But again, I was kind of wanting to know like your perspective, because I don't want to just assume what your perspective is on it. Like when you made the tweet, like what was your thought process behind pulling up a tweet that was a year old, and it's like this particular tweet a year old? And
so
doing
the thing that has been sitting in my mind a lot is that I've recently talked to Destiny. And I asked him a very specific question about, like, does he still maintain this point of, like, if a woman has been raped multiple times.
Isn't this kind of fucked? Like, this is all a joke to her, but she pretty much signal boosted you being a sexual predator. There's like a very unique place in the world right now that white women occupy where they can like do no wrong, but they're also simultaneously the ultimate victim, but they're also simultaneously like probably the most privileged class of people that exists widely in the entire world. White women have like undeniably benefited more from affirmative action than anyone else. They seem to have a fuck ton of privilege, especially in the Western world in a lot of places. They are like slowly on this like huge comeuppance of like taking over the world. So they dominate in these like majority status ways, but they also have a front seat at all the tables to like the feminist talk, to the intersectional talks, to the trans talks, because all of them are fucking non-binary in college now. Like white women are the perfect, ultimate professional victim. And they simultaneously have this like 1-2 combination where they're the ultimate victim and the ultimate like upper class person, but they can hit you with both sides whenever they want. It's like the perfect combination of like amazing shit. So there's always like a justification for a white woman to make fun of a guy, especially for almost anything. But then there are like reasons for like why you can't ever go hard on them, basically.
Like I was saying, like just because a woman has been raped multiple times doesn't mean that it's like something that she's doing like that's a common experience that happens. Like most women who were raped once, or not most, but like I believe the statistic is half of the women that have been raped once would be raped more than once, or something crazy like that. So, and his response to me, and I'm trying to be as charitable as I can, is that if this keeps happening to you, you should look inward and see if there's something about you that's causing that dynamic or contributing to that dynamic. Sorry. Okay?
Okay.
So I had that in mind. And then I think about all the people, men and women, who constantly complain about Destiny being abusive and Destiny being a piece of shit and Destiny being manipulative. And I'm like, okay, if I apply your logic to your life, it seems like this is where you need to look inwards, right? And think about maybe something about me is causing that dynamic. And then I talked about it with some people, and they said, yeah, but he does do that. Like he says that he knows that he's attracting that kind of people. And I'm like, okay, that's great. That answers my first part. But then my next question would be then, then why, if you think it's legitimate for you to give advice to other people about them preserving themselves and acting responsibly, then don't you have a responsibility to yourself to stop whatever you're doing that's causing people to constantly attack you? And I think he'd say, no, of course not. People are being shitty to me and I'm just doing my best. And if that's what he's going to say, then I don't know why the fuck he has the right to give that advice to women. Or people, not just women. It just seems like I get to judge other people, but it doesn't apply to me because I'm different. Because I understand my own circumstances, but not other people's. You know?
I mean, that's a better position than than what I was originally thinking. So that's honestly, I prefer that position. I was a little worried about like that maybe it would go, because you're stating that, you know, lots of people have a lot of things, nasty things to say about him, but you're basically saying, no, it's absurd for him to have to be responsible for all the nasty things that people say about him.
Yeah, and that's his whole point, right? That people are just like, the whole thing is like,
I don't understand. I don't think that people should say the things that they say about me. I don't like that. I don't like that they do that. But the way that I am definitely invites it to some extent. I would acknowledge that, of course. But I feel like that maps onto the rape thing too. That like women don't deserve to get raped. They shouldn't get raped, but there might be some behaviors you can do that would cause you to be at a higher risk for getting raped. I don't feel like how any of this like contradicts anything else. I don't understand. Like if I was at a place where I was like genuinely like having severe emotional problems because of my streaming shit, I would stop. Like I would stop engaging this type of like I can't like deal with like the stress of like these communities anymore. Like I'm gonna take a step back from this type of behavior. That's what I would say. I wouldn't just keep doing it and be like, oh no, there's nothing I can do, LOL.
shitty things will happen to you. And that doesn't mean that it's your fault necessarily, or that you are necessarily you have the responsibility to like try to do something about it. Because the thing is, sometimes you do and sometimes you don't. But everyone has a different threshold to when they expect like a quote unquote victim to apply some sort of agency. And I'm just asking if Destiny and his community are so comfortable saying women should take more responsibility, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, why aren't we applying this to Destiny and how he gets himself in hot water? But then we say, oh, it's just people picking on him. But when I'm saying rapists are just rapists, that's somehow me not taking responsibility for women, you know? Like, it's an appeal to hypocrisy. All I was doing is calling him a hypocrite. There's another element to that as well, which is like, I assumed a lot of people would get very upset about the tweet if they saw it. And like how it's not cool, like, and I don't know what I'm saying and I don't understand the situation, which again is exactly what Destiny did to that girl. Like, he just made a very public tweet about something that he had no idea about to start discourse. So I literally villainize myself to make a point. Do you not like what I did? Good. That's what Destiny did and does all the time. So don't fucking critique me if you won't critique him for it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to
Why don't
get
you talk to
yourself
Katie? She might want to after I finish this. I don't know how they're going to draw this convo out for 45 minutes, but we'll see.
a discourse going, that's for certain.
I mean, I don't really think it got me any discourse because nobody really approached me about it except for you. And I'm kind of like, I just wanted to make my point. I just found it funny that people are so delusional about what they think my positions are that nobody even got my point because they just assumed I believe Lav or something. It's like, I don't care. What?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to make sure that I got you to state what your position is, like, and give you the opportunity to put your feelings forward on it. Because I was like, okay, I know how this looks, but I want to hear it from your lips first what your actual position was.
Yeah, I just thought
I'm glad that I've heard what it is.
Smugbug told me that like people are going to try to claim that I'm like Lav 2.0 or something, and I thought that was so funny. Like I was gonna tell him, I'm just gonna tell him you're welcome for my advice and like send a heart emoji, and he's like, that's exactly what Lav would say. You can't do that. You'll ruin your reputation with DGG. And I'm like, Dude, they don't get my humor. They don't even get most of my positions. Like, I'm good. Like, I can do all that I want. At the end of the day, like, the fact that people were so sure that I was like, oh yes, Destiny has sexually harassed all these women. He's a monster because Mr. Girl said so. I don't fucking know who Mr. Girl... Like, I keep hearing about this investigation thing, and I'm like, wow, this guy seems awfully invested in another person's life. That's kind of weird. And I don't really care about Lav or anything. I've spoken to Kimmy privately, Anna. She goes by Kimmy now.
Yeah, I noticed.
But yeah, like, the thing is, I don't care about Destiny's personal life. The reason I made the tweet is because it's shitty that Destiny gets a pass when he goes around and, like, inserts himself into shit to create discourse. But yeah, whatever. Sorry, I went a bit rambly.
The way I see it, even though I don't really like triggering these kinds of discourses in that kind of way, I did it once and I felt kind of shitty about it. But I also get it, because this whole space is basically everything is up for grabs in terms of discussion. There are certain limits. Like, we have certain unwritten rules that generally are respected. Like, you don't drag someone's personal life into it if it isn't something that they put out onto, like, they haven't used for their content, right? So you don't drag someone's, for instance, you don't drag someone's, partner into the conversation if their partner has no position in the space, right? So, like, a good example of that was when Haas dragged Irrelevant's girlfriend into the whole drama that was going on. Like, that was, I remember that one really well, because it was just such like a shocking thing that when it happened, and everybody reacted, everybody in the chat even reacted like, what the F? Like, what are you guys doing?
What
are you doing? Because he's dragging Irrelevant's girlfriend into the conversation. Irrelevant's girlfriend had nothing to do with the space, nothing to do with his content. So, like, that's sort of like a generally respected rule. But otherwise, like, anything you put out there as part of your content, or especially as like to frame up an argument or something, it's kind of like seen as being up for grabs and available for discourse. And so I get that there's like certain times the way that's done, it's done in ways that can seem like too insensitive, like it's taking advantage of someone's trauma. But then I also think about like my pragmatic sense of, well, I think it's a bad idea to be putting a trauma out there into the public space if it's going to be harmful to you, if it's going to be critiqued.
Are you saying this as relation to how it might seem insensitive that I'm like, that Destiny is having what most people perceive to be false allegations against him, and I'm like doing something that is like insensitive towards that? Is that what you're...
No, I'm saying more like, I'm saying more that like what he does to stir discourse or to create discourse. And it's like, even though it kind of feels dirty and it feels really insensitive and it feels mean, it is something that was put out into the broader public internet. It was like put out in a private space. It was put out to like frame up an argument or a position. And so it's kind of up for grabs for people to then bicker over. Now, the question is, how do you handle it? Like, I think the way Destiny handles it is very insensitive.
I don't really agree with it completely, but I get that there's a valid argument there in terms of it's in the public space. I just like, in terms of how I think it's ethical to behave, there's a huge difference between public figures and private people. And I think that's not respected in this space. It also seems that a lot of people are under the impression that if you use Twitter or the internet, that somehow means that, like, yes, you made a statement publicly, but that does not make you like a public figure. Like,
this is something that I will never understand, and it might just be a disconnect between me and Zoomers. Back in my day, you didn't make statements to the entire internet. You made statements to. Oh my God, batteries. This is base. You make statements to like the people that follow your live journal, maybe to the people that you're blogging on like your Zanga, maybe to like people in your MSN or your AIM groups, maybe to people that you're friends with on Facebook, like in your circles. But there wasn't a Twitter where like you go out and like, oh, I'm gonna make statements to the world, and then when people respond, you're like, what the fuck? Like that's just so weird to me. But then I also said this before. I don't know why a normal human being would ever use Twitter. I actually completely don't understand that. That's like an alien. If I was a normal person, I don't like. Why would you tweet things into the void like that? For who knows why the fuck they would engage. But yeah, that's a very strange concept to me that people are like, oh no, like I wasn't tweeting this looking for any type of engagement. And it's like, why the fuck are you tweeting then? I don't understand that. Also, well, let me be more honest. I don't believe that either. You are looking for the engagement. You do want to go viral. You do want to be big, of course, I think.
Like, you can say something in a chat, and it doesn't mean that, like... I don't even know how to make... Basically, Destiny's a very big boy, and, like, I wouldn't do this to anyone else. I knew Destiny wouldn't give a fuck about what I said, and I
also, like, I wish I was, like, a little bit more sorry and, again, could do the tears and crying thing. I really don't like this double standard. Lav and Mr. Girl do this as well, and so does Katie, where it's like, oh, well, you're a big figure, so we can basically be as mean to you as we want to, and everybody can be as mean to you as we want to, but if you go back against them, that's bullying, that's harassment, that's not fair. And that's, like, that feels super stupid to me. I super don't like that dynamic that a lot of people set up.
I knew that it's not gonna hurt him in any meaningful way, so it's like, why the fuck not? I think I'm making good points, you know?
I think it's a fair, sort of mirror to hold up. Sure, assuming that the point gets understood. And I'm glad I had you on to tell. I'm glad I had you on to speak. Behind what the motivation behind it was and what the intent was. So that will hopefully help.
Yeah,
some people
I DM'd
get
a
it.
friend. I DM'd a friend, and I was like, the internet will either learn to understand my humor or will die trying. But this is my humor, Like, I'm just gonna keep doing this. I'm gonna get in a lot of trouble because people just don't get my sarcasm and my irony. It's very funny to me.
Well, like, on my stream yesterday, when I saw it, I was talking about it with my audience, and I was just like, "Oh man, I hope she's not like going in the direction everybody else does, where they have a discourse relationship with Steven, kind of get platformed by him a few times, get some attention for it, and then as soon as it's opportune, jab him in the ribs with a knife, and then reap all the rewards from all of his anti-fans and all the the streamers who hate him." Yeah. I was like, I hope she's not going in that direction. And I was telling him, I was like, I don't think she is. I think we're probably just not understanding what her point is here, but maybe I'll talk to her and find out.
No.
And so that was sort of where I left it yesterday. And so I'm glad that I had this conversation with you.
I also saw a really weird comment that said, like, well, for once you didn't burn the bridge, she did. And like, oh, thank you for this episode. I'll be genuinely sad if this thing would make it so, like, Destiny doesn't want to talk to me anymore. I didn't think that it would, because, like, honestly, I doubt that he's bothered. And, like, his quote tweet clearly indicates that he's not. It was just like an afterthought for him.
I think right now in my life, it's so weird. I used to think I had no boundaries for anything that would cause me to burn a bridge, but I've realized after dealing, especially with these Muslims, and dealing red spaces, I do have one, and it's if you start shitting on my wife. It's like one of the grossest fucking things that I've ever seen in my entire life. And Alex Stein has tried to apologize to me on like 3 different platforms. I will never fucking platform you again or do anything if you think it's appropriate to start fucking dragging my wife. It is the weird, or my kid. It's like the weirdest, most disgusting fucking show in the world. Like, I think that's the line for me where it's like, if you're doing this shit, like, fuck you. Like, I'm never ever gonna be on a show with that little pedophile fucking Yuri piece of shit, or or House Phone or whatever, who got dumped by his fucking girl after she got him to fucking quit No Jumper. I will never share a platform with these fucking losers. That if you think it's appropriate to drag my wife like that for hours on a stream, fuck you. Like, you're not getting any clout off of me.
So it's like,
back to SoundCloud.
If I had thought this would actually put a wrench in our, if we even have a professional relationship, I don't think the few times that I've talked to a person even is worth a professional relationship. Like, I've said it on my stream many times, like, I would like to have more conversations with Destiny. It's just a bit hard for me because a lot of people in his community don't really like it. But I don't have... It seems that a lot of people think that I hate him. And just because I have critiques of him doesn't mean that I hate him. That's very silly. Although they don't like when I say silly either, so I should work on that. Yeah, I'd be genuinely sad if this thing would be, like, if he had DM'd me back after I sent him a heart and he'd be like, I can't believe you did this to me. Not that he ever would, but if he would have. And, like, even now, if he'd be like, yeah, that kind of hurt my feelings that you said that, even if I get your point, like, I'd apologize. Like, it's not about hurting his feelings. I was making a point.
I just think it was a dumb point. Hurting my feelings is pretty hard.
I don't think you're gonna like. I doubt he would burn the bridge over this. From what I've seen of him over the years, with various streamer relationships and such, even though there's the whole meme that he burns bridges and he has all these burned bridges and everything, the reality.
I feel like I want to fight back against this burn bridge meme more. I feel like I should. I feel like I should have never allowed this to become a thing. The more that I think about it, I feel like I have more relationships across the internet than almost any other person. Like, I've got a lot of good relationships with a lot of Twitch streamers. I've got a lot of relationships with OnlyFans people. I've got a lot of relationships in Red Pill communities. I had a lot of relationships in political communities. I feel like I'm fairly well connected in terms of, like, different communities of people that I have, like, friends with. Like, how many people can say that they were friends, like, simultaneously or friendly with, like, Sneeko, Fuentes, Lauren Southern? The Fuentes bridge is kind of burned. I'm sure there are some fucking commie. I guess people like Katie, people like Myron, people like Adam, people like damn, I don't know if I'm connected to any lefty people anymore. Oh well, I guess if you count like Lonerbox, Wicked Supreme, the smaller like lefty channels I kind of am. But yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of friends, but a lot of enemies. True. Yeah, David Pacman.
Is it takes him a long time to actually finally burn a bridge with somebody. Like, think about how antagonistic his relationship was with Vosh for how long it was. It was super antagonistic for like, what,
sure,
3 years before he finally permanently burned the bridge in 2021. Or would have been, because they kind of burned it in late 2020 with the whole, you know, the Kenosha shooting thing.
I felt like Kyle Rittenhouse is where that bridge collapsed.
Kyle Rittenhouse is when it started to catch on fire.
When it was in tatters, but it was still somewhat together because they ended up actually collapsing.
The bridge collapsed when he started to take optics losses to me, which happened around the time we argued about whether or not you should live your principles. That's when Vosh like lost his fucking mind.
With they crossed paths a couple more times after that, but it like finally permanently burned sometime around like late 20 to early 2021. But think about like how many years that was of like, first of all, Vosh was calling into Steven's streams, you know, going back many years. But then they had sort of a, you know, streamer relationship.
Are you serious?
Once Vosh started streaming in 2019.
Are you serious?
It was super antagonistic the whole time. But he kept maintaining the bridge, and there were periods where everybody thought the bridge was burned, but Steven kept like allowing Vosh to come on and talk to him, or for them to have a relationship. So I think even in the more extreme senses, he tends to still allow the bridge to be there. It takes a lot for him to finally burn it.
I'm gonna be very honest with you.
Worry about that too much.
I don't feel like we have like even a relationship where a bridge might be burned, you know? It's not like Destiny asks me to come talk to him. It's not like we DM. It's not like anything, you know? I get invited on panels sometimes because I am willing to critique him and I'm willing to be on a panel with him, which some other people in the space aren't. And the few times that I've talked to him, it was actually, I really enjoyed being in his chat for a few days, and I even came on a conversation that he had with the Silly Serious. And then I saw a comment in chat that said, like, is Katie an orbiter now? And I don't want to be an orbiter. Like, I'm fine being friends.
Welcome to the Orbiters Club.
Professional coworkers or whatever that is. I'm fine coming on a lot, but I'm never going to be like sucking Destiny's dick.
Jesus
Christ. But the thing is, I think Destiny is completely fine with that. I don't think Destiny expects me to like not critique him, you know? I think he just wants to have interesting conversations. It's just that we're not in communication, so we don't.
That's generally true, I think.
Yeah. You know? But like I'm always thinking, ooh, I wonder if somehow I'll cross paths with Destiny, you know? Or like there was a time where I was like waiting for him to DM me to ask me questions, you know? But because it's just like parasocial delusions, you know? But now I'm just like, yeah, this person exists. They don't know who I am. That's completely fine. I don't expect them to. I'm not gonna chase their attention though. I'm not gonna call in all the time. Like, he was very nice. He was like, hey, you can call in anytime and talk. And it's like, do you know how a lot of people talk about how he talks about being backstabbed and people taking advantage of him? Like, I want, in the delusional weird future that I'm imagining, my utopia, if I ever have like a more serious professional relationship with Destiny, I want him not to have to worry about that with me. Like, I don't want him to feel like my growth is dependent on my relationship with him, because I don't want to be another person like that, you know? Like, I'm good. I'll make my own growth, or I won't grow at all. That's fine too. I'm not saying I'm a superstar. I'm just saying that, like, I'm not gonna put Destiny, like, somebody offered to me in his chat. They were like, you know, you could make a lot of content and a lot of money if you just took your conversations with Destiny, chopped it into shorts, and posted it on your YouTube. And that might be true, but I don't want to monetize Destiny. I get that it doesn't matter to him. I get that he's bigger and stuff. That's just not who I am.
Cringe.
Like, I'm not interested in that. And, like, I think that if I'll ever have a professional relationship with him, I think that's the right way to go about it. Because I don't want him to have to worry about me only being around because he's useful to me. I want him to be around because we have interesting conversations.
This conversation got very personal.
You know?
What are we talking about anymore?
And if we can't have that, then that's fine. I'm enjoying my Twitch stuff. You know, it's all good. We don't have to be, you know, it's fine.
Yeah, hang on one second. I'm loading up a game, so it might lag for a second here.
Wow, playing a game while trying to have an interview?
So
disgusting.
Oh, it is lagging a bit.
Oh, good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Isn't getting weird sounding.
What would DSP think, guys?
No, I'm good. I can hear well.
All right. Yeah. So the I guess one thing to bring up is, what do you think? So the whole allegations thing. This is what I was worried about. I was worried that you might have been.
Is it really that the insults don't bother you at all? I feel like even knowing it's untrue, it's got to be a little fatiguing, especially if it's from people you're spoken to before. The thing that makes me upset is usually just when people believe things that are untrue. Like, if people are insulting me in ways that are true, it doesn't bother me. That's why I say, like, when conservatives or Muslims are saying, like, oh, like, you let your wife fuck other men. It's like, okay, yeah. Or if, like, people like homophobic slurs, whatever, it's like, I don't care, whatever. Like, I don't. But when people, that's why when people call me like transphobic or like homophobic, it's like, I don't hate trans people. I'm not homophobic. I'm not bigoted. I think those are the things that bother me the most. Or when people say like, oh, like you did this or that or that. I was like, that's not true. I didn't do that. That's fucking stupid. Like, if you want to hate me for shit I've done, that's fine. But like when people are just making shit up about me, it's like cringe.
And sort of suggesting that the allegations have weight and merit to them, like all the various random allegations and such. Now that I've heard what your actual position is, I don't think that's the case. But my first concern when I saw it was like, oh shit, you know, here's somebody who has a relationship that's, you know, it's not like you're not like an orbiter, right? You know, but I mean, people call me an orbiter, and I've only been on the streams like a handful of times over the past 2 years, so they call me an orbiter. But I was worried that the kind of image it puts forward is sort of validates,
bro, what is this?
the spurious allegations that come out about Steven. And it's not even so much that I worry about it for him, because he's a big boy. He can deal with his own stuff. He's got a lot of ability to fight back. I'm more worried about like just the culture of allegations in this space that affect everybody. Like, I've had people make wildly just crazy allegations about me, saying all kinds of things about me, and I'm not even a big streamer. I'm a small streamer. And so when I see what happens to Steven, I see it as like, holy shit, the bigger I'm get, the more I'm going to get of these kinds of just crazy off-the-cuff allegations from people. It's like whenever you end up with some sort of a beef with a streamer, even if you don't not the one to like start the beef, and they just suddenly turn on you for some reason or something, oftentimes inexplicably. Suddenly they're like going on stream and just saying things about you, just making stuff up. I've had some of the craziest shit said about me that I don't even know where it comes from. I can't even figure out like what the source is, what it was inspired by. It just sounds like it was either made up from scratch or I don't know what. And so when I think about that and I see this tweet, I'm just like, man, this is like somebody who's currently known to show up on Steven's streams multiple times.
Wait. I'm on day 40? Is this like cumulatively going through my whole campaign, or am I really 40 out of 52 days in this mission? It must have only been like 2 days in the mission. Never mind. Okay. New Stone Toss banger just dropped. Wait, hold on. What? Rich people should pay for poor people's health care. On this episode, speech for health. True. That's gonna retweet. The amount of shit that fucking losers like Hassan give people like Mr. Beast is actually unbelievable. It's so fucking gross. Like, bro, dude, you're just mad because you're not doing anything with your fucking money. Are we Stone Toss fans now? Stone Toss is like Schrodinger's like fascist. Like sometimes he is, sometimes he isn't. It just depends on like where you stop the when he which comic he's releasing on what day. Oh, that is true. Hassan didn't shit on Mr. Beast. He just makes the cringe comments of like, oh, like we shouldn't even need to do this in the world. He didn't technically attack Mr. Beast. That's true.
To talk with him and is kind of being seen as an orbiter lately, even if you don't see yourself that way. Who's now saying this in the midst of, you know, all this stuff going on with Max and you know, his claims about Steven.
Yeah.
And it just feels like it lends some weight to it.
I really appreciate that, but I do not have any credibility, you know? Like, people either don't know who I am or they know who I am and they, like...
think I'm shitposting.
Hate me. That's like, there are some people who like me, but most people really dislike me, you know? And the people who might find me whatever the fuck, like, less than hated, for example. Like, again, Jesus. I made this post. Nobody got what my point is, but everyone assumed I'm on Lav's and Mr. Girl's side, you know? Which is funny to me. But let's say I was, okay? Not that I care about sides. I'm not in kindergarten. This is pathetic. But let's say that I was. Lav and Mr. Girl are so disliked all around Twitch poll and around Destiny's community. If one more hated character joined their club, if anything, that would make them look weaker. Like, can you imagine, like, the feminazi Katie who thinks women should, like, get all the privileges from being raped, like, supports Lav? You know, that would just be like, oh, more bitches like Lav standing up for Lav, you know? So it's like, if anything...
That's actually kind of true. Like, a lot of people are mad that Lav is destroying, like, Max's credibility.
Strengthen Destiny's case, because it would be like one more crazy bitch standing up for Lav, you know? So, I mean, I appreciate that you're saying that it lends credibility. I just...
Oh my god. Do you know what I want to sigh up so hard right now? Is if I could get like some socialist community online to like champion Mr. Beast as like the best fucking online socialist. Oh shit. That would be the funniest fucking shit in the world. You know, fucking triggered all the online little fucking commie cucks would be.
Really doubt anyone gives a fuck about my opinion. Like, let's be honest. It's just not realistic.
You might be right about that. I don't know. I mean, I'm not entirely certain. It's just that I know all these little things as other creators and streamers, you know,
yeah, like
as they say things, they kind of get tallied up by people like, they get tallied up kind of like by people like Max to be used in ways that are, you know, malicious. And like when and again, it's not even so much to defend Steven, it's more about the culture of it, because I kind of, in a way, I put myself in Steven's shoes because I think about like the allegations that have been made against me, and I think, geez, if I had the kind of spotlight that Steven had, I'd have so many more of those allegations. Like I have people who go out of their way to say that I'm a Nazi, to say that one of the craziest ones that I've heard was somebody's, I've heard a few different really, really crazy ones, but one of the craziest ones was someone saying that I served time in prison for Nazi shit, for violent Nazi shit. So that's one of the craziest ones I heard.
Did she?
Screenshots of that, of someone going around saying that shit in the stream chats of various
Notice how she
streamers.
doesn't actually fight against the allegation.
And I had, my audience already knows who that is because they've seen it as well. I had another one. Someone actually DM'd me this one, said that I detransitioned so that I could get onto Fox News to throw trans kids under the bus. Like, these are the kinds of crazy things that people...
Wait, did she detransition? Wait, is it she or he? I don't even know what her pronouns are. I don't even know where the rumors stop in the...
will say about me, and I just get a little bit of it because I'm a small streamer. But
Is she
then
a
I think about
detransitioner?
all the numbers of allegations that Steven gets, and I think, man, if I get as big as he is, I'm going to have to deal with the magnitude that he does, but it's going to be all this
She's
crazy
talking about lies
Nazi
against
shit,
her?
right?
Yeah, but I don't know if she's saying, like, I am a detransitioner, but people are saying that I detransitioned just to go on Fox News. I don't know, like, which part was the lie.
I mean,
Plus other things.
I'm gonna tell you.
I think people don't have as much ability to
She did
make
not
claims about
detransition.
me doing
Okay.
sexual stuff because I'm not a horn dog like he is, and
Well, yeah,
you know,
this is what
I'm
I was gonna
asexual,
say.
so.
Like, not about him being a horn dog, but like, I have no doubt some people just straight up make stuff about Destiny. But the thing is, I think people have the right to have a messy life. Okay, it's fine if Destiny has messy relationships, or messier than what other people are comfortable having, or he has the best relationships. Okay, I don't give a fuck. It's his life. The point is, when Destiny has been making part of his living and part of his profession criticizing other people's lives and their messiness and what's appropriate to do and what isn't and what's okay and what isn't, and like really getting in there, then I just, it's very frustrating that everyone are just like, oh yeah, you have it messy, but you're the victim here. But then when he does it to other people, it's like, yeah, why don't you take responsibility, person? Destiny said you need to take responsibility. And it's like, what? People have messy shit. You don't know about this person's life. Why are you inserting yourself? It's so weird.
Well, I would say the difference is, like, he's got a commentary that he does, but the difference is that generally I don't see Steven making allegations about other people. Like, it took him quite a while to finally make the allegation against to call
Mr.
Max
Rapist?
a rapist, right?
I'm not
He didn't
saying
do
that
that for the
he's
longest
making
time.
allegations, right? That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, when your
Yeah.
job is critiquing other people's choices and what they should and shouldn't do and their
Low tier god got unbanned on Twitch. Nice job, brother.
interpersonal relationships.
I
when
mean,
you're
brother,
not
in like
part
a-
of those relationships. The same
Oh,
way,
LTG
I don't
doesn't
feel
give a
like it's
fuck,
my
actually, never mind.
business to get into what Destiny's DMs are with different women.
I do mean brother.
I don't like it when other people think they're entitled to it, and I'm not saying he's entitled to it, but it is part of what he does. And it's fine if that's what he does, but then when other people do it to him, suddenly that's not okay. So I'm not saying
Well,
that
the
he doesn't
difference
get
is,
shit, right? He does.
Well, there's a difference, though. They're coming in with allegations about him. He's critiquing things, right? So if they were just critiquing him, you know, in his behavior and such, or things that he says, then that's fine. Yeah, critiquing is fair game. We're in a public space. But when they're going and saying, like, I'll give you an example, like, because a lot of these allegations, they come by proxy, right? So, for instance, the allegation that Steven raped Melina, right? That one was
Wait, do
started by
people
Demon
allege
Mama.
that? Oh, that's true. I remember that when we were in a hot tub. And Demon Mama, I think that started with, not Doe, but the girl that did the hormone website or whatever. Fuck, I forget her name. Where she was like, Steven. But then she tried to say it was a joke. But then some people try to say it was serious. I don't even know what people, I don't know at the end of the day what people were trying to claim with that.
And it was started by Demon Mama. What?
Is that a thing?
Oh yeah, it's a
Yikes.
thing. And her community ran with it. A lot of her orbiters ran with it as well. So multiple streamers who orbit Demon Mama promoted it as well.
No!
Gay Fesh was one of the biggest non-creators, non-streamers to really put it out there and push it to a lot of other streamers. Those are the quote allegations, right? They're by proxy. They're like third party. So these people who tend to have a falling out with him will come up with something and just say something about him and just make something up, right?
Hey, make shit up.
So those are the allegations. Now there are a whole bunch of those. And so when you come into this space, one of the first things you learn are all the dirty laundry, all the dirty rumors and stuff. And what is mixed into those? A whole bunch of spurious accusations and allegations from people who just had interpersonal beef with him and wanted to do some damage.
Okay.
That's the same thing happened to me. And so that's my concern. It's not even so much like I care about like defending Steven. Again, he's a big boy, he can defend himself. But my concern was like this sort of plays a little bit. I don't think your tweet is as bad as I thought it was, but it has the aesthetic of looking like it plays into that culture of just reinforcing spurious allegations against streamers that have been brought up by people who just simply had a falling out with
What is funny?
each
Tell
other.
us.
You know what's funny though? You just made the argument that it's not, there's a difference between making allegations and just giving critiques. And nowhere in my tweet did I make any allegations. All I gave is advice, the same way Destiny did, right? So I didn't even make allegations.
Yeah, but it sounds like you're reinforcing the allegations. That...
No, I know. I'm trying to explain where I'm coming from.
Sure.
So I guess what let me try to.
Can I not build here? Because it's cringe.
When I was saying that things are messy, I mean that obviously, Destiny, like every other human being, has messy relationships, and sometimes messy relationships would lead to people having a lot of reasons to be shitty to you. Sometimes, and I know, okay, so here's what I struggle with. I tend to assume people are not shitty for no reason or for malicious reasons. So I assume most of the time when somebody says, oh, you've hurt my feelings, you did something bad to me, I assume there was like a miscommunication or a misunderstanding there. So for example, from the tiny bit, and maybe I shouldn't even say this, but the tiny bit I've heard from like Destiny talking to Lav, she was like saying this thing of like, yeah, I guess you didn't, he was asking her, what could I have done better? What could I have done better? What should I have done differently? And she couldn't answer him, right? And that was really, really unfortunate. But that is also the reality of things. Sometimes people get hurt and they can't even tell you what you did wrong. They just get hurt. Now, does that mean they should accuse you of abusing or raping or whatever the fuck them? No, it doesn't mean that. But I understand how having those experiences where people end up like with relationships exploding in a bad way can lead to like a fallout of people coming out and being like, you acted mean to me, because they're upset. And that's just the nature of messy relationships. So I just see it as like a byproduct, but maybe I'm too charitable and I don't attribute enough like to the interpretation that people are doing it with an incentive to harm him. I just can't imagine Destiny being genuinely harmed. Like, he's admitted a lot of shitty things that he's done and nobody gives a fuck. Maybe I'm delusional, like I'll take that on. I really doubt any like rando bitch that has sexted Destiny could say that he has done shitty things to her and it would matter to his community too much.
Well, it just depends on what the accusation is. Like I said, like there's probably people, even in the past like few years, maybe, that I've been like fuckboyish to, but like abusive? No, I don't think so. Nobody.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like I can't see it happening. So I'm not too worried about I'm not too worried about people making allegations towards him. Not that I'm saying that it's okay or that they should, right? I'm just not. I think Destiny will be fine. Yeah.
Yeah, probably will be. If anything, this would just add to be like a drop in the bucket, so it really wouldn't make that much of a difference.
I mean, it makes me sad for him as a person, right? Thanks. Like it's not nice. Like I'm like a millionth the size of Destiny, and like the amounts of just comments, not even allegations I get, and like it gets to me, and like Destiny claims that he's special and he doesn't care and blah blah blah, but I choose to believe that he's human. I'm sure he does care. I'd love to talk to him about it, but like, it's also very hard for me to relate with him when he's not very willing to be very vulnerable about these things.
Why do people
you know?
say that? I
So
feel like
I'm
I
not
have
saying that
conversations about
I'm-
these things all the time, pretty honestly.
that it's okay. I'm just saying that I struggle to have more sympathy when someone
happening?
tells me, like, in the stealthing discourse, like over a year ago, I asked him about Anna, about Kimmy. And he said that he doesn't care. He's just farming her for, like, content at this point. And she claims that he's abusing her, but he doesn't feel abused. And it's like, once somebody tells me that, like, if he had told me I feel like a victim, I would be speaking very differently and I would have different feelings. But it's hard for me to stand up for someone when I'm not even hearing from them that they're hurt. Like, I'm not gonna white knight for Destiny before Destiny tells me that somebody hurts his fifis, you know? That's just not me. Sorry. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I think he takes sort of the more like impervious or calloused approach to these things. But I actually have a clip of him. Well, man, I don't know if do I still have that? I think I've got that clip somewhere. But I have a clip of him talking about the kind of stuff he was going through. It was a rare moment where he just normally he doesn't show himself as being very vulnerable. And he's talked about how the situation with Anna had been affecting him and what it had been leading him to in his private life. It was a brief moment. He opened up for about maybe 60 seconds to be vulnerable and talk about it, and that was it. Never heard him say anything like it again, and I managed to capture it and clip it at the time, and I'm sure I've got it saved off somewhere.
Yeah, but my point is,
down.
Can I just
I hope
vent
I
to
did.
you something? It's really frustrating to me that whenever I talk to Destiny or I make a point about Destiny's point, people like tell me, oh, you didn't watch this clip of Destiny saying this, or you're like saying that he's not vulnerable, but then he had this one. And I'm not saying I'm not saying that you're doing that, but it's like, yes, I'm not a Destiny simp. I didn't consume any moment Destiny has been on screen. That doesn't mean he can't make a coherent point for me right now. So I'm gonna hold him to that and like what I've seen.
True.
But I'm not going around online looking to see if Destiny ever cried on camera. Sorry, I'm just not that invested. Sorry, I don't know what to say, you know?
Yeah, no, I get that. And
I think that's fair. I generally prefer if people just ask me questions anyway, rather. Like, I think Alex, the playing with fire guy, I think is the only person I've ever met that does this, where he'll say like, I think it's Alex. He'll say like, hey, I saw you say this on a video. Can you explain what you mean by this? So he has a video for like a point of reference, and then he'll ask me like, what did you mean? And then we'll have a conversation from there. And that's like probably I think the best way to go about it, rather than like, you said this and that and that. Can you defend this fucking point? And I was like, well, hold on. You have me here now. Just ask me what I mean. And like we can have an actual human conversation instead of you trying to like get me on like some clip from like 3 or 4 years ago.
Also, like, unless you're watching, like, it's very hard to catch even those incidents. If he does it for, you know, if he opens up and is vulnerable for 60 seconds out of a 9-hour stream, I mean, good luck, being there for that moment. I just got lucky at that point because I rarely watch his streams. So usually when I end up watching something is because somebody else tells me, yo, check out what D is talking about right now, right? So it's like literally somebody had to prompt me to go and watch his stuff because there's no way I'm going to be sitting around and like listening to a 9-hour stream of his. I'm amazed my viewers will do it with my streams. So, you know, it's just the fact that I managed to even catch that was just pure luck. And so for you to have any like well-rounded understanding of his views and positions on things, that's even less, the odds are even lower of you being able to figure that out unless you're watching his stuff full time or you got some like people sourcing information for you. So you really do have to just rely on what it is that he tells you in the moment when you have a conversation with him.
I guess I'm just kind of frustrated that everyone, I get that Destiny runs this place. I get he's what making most of the people here money.
He glitched. He died.
Get that. But as a person who doesn't earn their living from Destiny and isn't a Destiny fan or isn't in DGG, it's just really frustrating how I'm supposed to be attentive to like every single thing the man has ever said or felt or did or whatever the fuck. I'm supposed to be updated on the lore and care about this, and like, oh, don't you know Destiny actually has feelings? And he's just, it's like, no, I don't care. I talk to him. I engage with the person that I talk to. I don't know what you want from me. It's just frustrating.
Yeah, I think it's an unreasonable expectation for anybody to put on you. However, I would say that those people are probably just viewers. I would just ignore them. I mean, if other creators are telling you that, I would tell them, that's an unreasonable expectation. I can't be fully up to date on the Destiny lore when I'm talking to them.
Especially when there's so much all the time.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. So I would just ignore that. Like, I wouldn't expect you to know that stuff. I don't even know that stuff. Like, I've figured this stuff out as I go. But, I happen to have that one clip just because I was lucky enough to catch it at the time.
Well, I'm really happy that you reached out because, like, at least someone like you that I really respect, I wouldn't want you to not understand what I was doing. Like, you don't have to agree with what I did, right? But to have you think that I'm like, oh my god, all these women are clearly saying Destiny is a rapist and nobody cares. Believe. Like, that's not really who I am. Goodness. So it was just, I don't know. I'm happy you reached out, is my point.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you understood my position on the, my concerns around the supporting of, what I'm just going to call it allegation culture in this space.
I did understand it. Yeah. I guess I would say that I feel like I've taken into account, well, I don't feel like I've taken it into account, but I feel like that's reasonable considering how much I know that I'm not respected or considered credible in this space, plus how robust Destiny is. Like, I wouldn't do this with anyone who isn't Destiny, Like, I really don't think, a 400 follower streamer is going to harm Destiny, right? I thought it was funny. I tweeted it. I enjoyed it. I less enjoyed the mean comments, but I also was trying not to read, and that's fine, People were very upset that I heard his... It's funny that people got upset on his behalf because I genuinely doubt he gave a fuck. It's so interesting. Parasociality is great. It's great. It's so good.
Okay. Are we good?
True.
I can tell you... Can I tell you something weird? It was roughly...
Okay. Here, I'll be right back. Listen to last of this time because I know I need to hear about it. 1 sec. Be right back.
A year ago, slightly after the stealthing discourse, and I was at work and I was standing sorting out some products, and I was thinking about something I heard about Destiny and Melania. How do you say her name? Melena, sorry. And I was like, I'm thinking about a person I don't know and don't care about. This is a problem. And that's when I decided, I was like, whatever, thoughts I was having about Destiny outside of, when I talked to him, that needs to stop. I was like, this is disturbing. This is a person online. I do not want this. And ever since then, I'm just I make sure to be disengaged from all of that. I don't want to ever be, personally hurt by that. Now, don't get me wrong, after there was this convo that I had with Destiny about Jordan Peterson, I think, and I read a lot of comments from chat, and they felt like I was being very condescending, so I reached out to him because I genuinely I wanted to ask him how he felt about it, because it was really important for me that if I'm talking to a human being, that they feel comfortable talking to me. He said that he understands where it's coming from and he doesn't feel like I'm condescending him, and I was like, okay, cool, good. So if I have more interactions with Destiny, obviously that furthers, I don't even want to call it a relationship, but that's just I interact with the human I'm interacting with, just like I'm interacting with you right now. So it's not parasocial, but it's also not interpersonal. Not really. So, yeah.
Yeah, you're not coming in with any baggage based on, rumors or anything. You're just treating them as whatever they give you in the moment.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
I mean, I try to. Reasonable. I mean, I try to. Obviously, I have some baggage, but I think that's human. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fair. That's fair.
And I did understand your point. I just sincerely don't think that. You know what? If Destiny hits me up and says, "Oh my God, you really hurt me financially or emotionally,"
I don't think you would.
I will apologize. I will shed tears on stream.
Nah, it doesn't. No, I don't care about like what it has to do with Destiny so much. Like,
I'll donate subs.
I'll be honest. I'm not considering Destiny's feelings in this matter when I'm talking about it. I'm more talking about like the overall culture and like how it affects all of us. Because like honestly, whatevs. If people want to like make up stuff, allegations about Steven, or even want to meme on it and inadvertently support or, you know, possibly tacitly support those allegations, I don't really care all that much about how it affects him because I think he can handle himself.
Yeah.
What I care more about is, you know, if that person were me, right? Or if somebody does something like that to me. So when I see it happen to him, I think, well, this stuff is going to happen to me. It already does, but it's going to happen more the bigger that I get, if I get bigger, right?
Get that.
So I try to, like, when I see things like that, I do want to talk to other creators who I see possibly reinforcing that and say, hey, you know, maybe let's be a little more thoughtful about it, because I don't want that culture to just grow and grow and grow and become more and more pervasive to the point where all the spurious allegations and hearsay around streamers ends up becoming a culture of evidence for people where they think it means something, that it's like valid,
I get what
and
you're
that it's
saying.
truthful.
And I think there's some confusion there about like people maybe thinking that if I'm a believe all women type person, then that means, oh, allegations. Well, clearly Destiny did something wrong. That's not really how I am. Like, if the two sides of the things are public, so if someone said a streamer did X to me, I'll listen and I'll validate and all of that. But once you name someone, I'm going to like give you emotional support, but I'm not gonna catalog that person as whatever the fuck until I hear what their version is, because I'm more willing to assume it was a miscommunication, potentially a tragic miscommunication, than like actual intentional abuse. Now you can even abuse someone. Someone can have the experience of being abused without being abused intentionally. So that can also happen. And I want to validate the experience of someone feeling like they're being abused. But that doesn't mean I'm condemning the person who like didn't try to hurt anyone, you know? And I think people who can't engage in that nuance, I mean, yeah, I don't know. That just sounds like being an adult to me. I don't know. I don't even know how to engage with it.
Have you met streamers? Nothing adult about us.
I'm trying to meet more streamers. I'll give you that. Yeah. So cool.
Yeah.
Actually, do you have any tips about Smith? Have any thoughts?
He's a good guy. He seems to be very honest. He has a very unique way of rationalizing things and looking at the world that you'll probably figure out pretty quickly is pretty unique. He was pretty inspired. He was like very inspired by Max. And early on, when he first started having conversations with streamers in this space, a lot of what he would say sounded like it was coming from Max. He seemed to have a lot of arguments that Max used. But I would say he's come into his own of late, and it seems like a lot of his positions are very much his own.
Okay. Because I have a talk with him tomorrow, and I don't know anything about him. So I was interested in your perspective. So.
Yeah, he's a very open-minded guy. You'll probably find that the way that he talks about things, he comes from a very libertarian perspective on a lot of things, and sort of an idealistic libertarian perspective.
Well.
So.
Well, that's good. All I care about is if someone's good faith or not, you know? Just so I know what I'm getting myself into. So thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll see you around, wouldn't I?
All right. Yeah, good talking with you.
Yeah, you too.
All right. Have a good night. Thanks for coming on.
Hi.
All right. Bye.
Guys, I need to pee like a motherfucker.
Ooh. Ooh, Bomna. All right. Is the if the Katie person wants to chat, she can come in here, but I don't know if she wants to or not. Not now. Forsen is on the run. Are you about to get banned from chat? No more saying he's on the run unless he's at least 10 minutes into his game. He better be at least 10 minutes in. $347, bruv, are you serious?
Generating God option.
True. What is this? Does AD hate me now? I don't actually know. I have no idea where I stand with a lot of these people. I think Lush likes me. I think.
Nigga. So okay. I wanna but back to this Richard Spencer nigga. So okay. I wanna get the facts together because I got phone calls. A lot of people is upset about this shit, and I want to break it down to everybody. So
whoa,
Richard
Virginia!
Spencer,
I read Charlotte, Virginia right now.
So let me read it.
Oh, go ahead.
Richard Bernard Spencer is an American neo-Nazi,
anti-Semitic,
anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist, and white supremacist. A former editor, he is a public speaker and activist on behalf of the alt-right movement. He advocates for the reconstruction of the European Union to a white racial empire, which he believes will replace the diverse European ethnic identifies with one of homogeneous?
Homogeneous?
Yeah, white identity.
No. With homogeneous.
Homogeneous.
It's homogeneous. Homogeneous. Okay, homogeneous. My fault.
Spencer has advocated for the enslavement of Haitians by whites and for the ethnic cleansing of the racial minorities of the United States, additionally expressing admiration for the political tactics of the American Nazi Party. He was featured speaker at the August 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, among the other neo-Nazi rallies. And that is a place where a lady lost her life over some shit that he led. I'm gonna say this shit, bro.
She lost her life during like the rally?
Bro, yeah, because they over here, bro, what they did, bro. And just hearing...
Does he even know how she died? They were just doing what they do, bro. How did she actually die? Bro, are these waves never ending now? Fuck me.
Hearing and reading a little bit just so we can have the context out there. I'm a little disappointed in Adam. You feel me? This guy right here, he's said the N-word a lot of times. He said a lot of racial slurs towards our people. It's obvious that he don't like black people like that. And the fact that he could come over here and get interviewed and not, all this shit got shied past in the interview. I don't appreciate that shit.
Interviewed him?
Adam interviewed him.
Man, let's jump that nigga. Sit your ass
No, but I'm a little disappointed.
Okay.
I'm a little disappointed.
I have questions, right? I have questions.
No, we're gonna do that.
Okay.
I'm a little disappointed, Adam, though, because like you have a mostly black staff. You feel what I'm saying? This No Jumper is built off of hip hop. You know what I'm saying? And
that's right, hip hop.
Before you bring somebody over here, bro, like, nah, this your company. I ain't telling you what to do. But you gotta have more respect for your people, man, and the people that fuck with you and help make this platform better. I don't fuck with that shit.
Accountability. Okay, Josh. So Josh, he's reformed. He's not that anymore. Josh.
I don't give a fuck.
No, I'm asking because I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know much about him, but when he came here, he said these are past beliefs and he's like he's moved past this. Is what
I
did not watch the interview, so I'm not 100%.
Because obviously he's anti-Semitic, so just not towards black people. Obviously that's probably his like main target, but he's also towards like that to Josh. You know, Josh is a Jewish man and he's anti-Semitic, where he feels like that about any minority. He feels like
okay, I don't want to start beef with any communities or anything. Okay, and I could be totally wrong on this, so feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. So this is just a question I'm asking, but has No Jumper ever had like ex-rappers or musicians that have had like murder or domestic violence charges before? Is this like a special rule just for Spencer, or do they like not have? I'm going to be careful because it might be that they have a policy where it's like if you have caught like a body, or if you have like a burglary or arson or some shit in your background, they don't interview. Maybe that's a No Jumper policy. But I'm curious, is it?
White is white and only white and white shoes. So that is crazy, and I
yeah, but what the fuck are we doing?
No, I know, but what I'm
why are we platforming this nigga?
No, I know what I'm saying is I didn't see the thing, so to me it's crazy. I never even heard of this man in my life, and then it's
I didn't either until I got the calls and people was outraged. So I said, you know what?
I'm gonna watch this shit.
I'm not about to just keep, you know what I'm saying? Oh well, he just did that. Like, no, we gotta do our due diligence and, you know, bring it to the forefront, because just like I was telling you, bro, we a representation of our people, bro. And if we fucking with this company, bro, we gotta hold everybody accountable, including Adam.
Oh yeah, dog, this was some wild ass shit.
Did you even watch we didn't even watch the interview. What the fuck?
Nah, there's some wild shit, and even reading like the shit, like for what did he do with Trump? Can you go back to 2017 when Trump was elected?
Yeah, give us the bullet points and the facts, because I want, you know, let's get right into that shit. Since it wasn't in the interview. Read some of that shit, Duno.
Okay.
Are they really going on the
January
Wikipedia?
2017, the day of Martin. Oh, okay. On January 15, 2017, the day of Martin Luther King's birthday, Spencer launched an All-Right Corporation in its website, allright.com, another commentary website for all. Can you zoom in a little bit, Josh? My fault. According, no, I just couldn't see. I got to.
Josh,
hold up, Josh. I got you.
Go ahead.
Where? No, that's what I'm saying. Okay. Where the Charlottesville stuff?
Okay, I'm gonna read it, Duno. It's good. He led a torch-lit protest in Charlottesville, Virginia, against the vote of the city council to remove a statue of Robert E. Lee, the commanding general of the Confederate Army of the Northern Virginia.
So people don't know, he was a well-known like slave owner. He was a racist man. The guy. The statue, Robert.
If you don't know,
right?
It was Robert E. Lee, well known for slave ownership. Okay, hold on. I'm not gonna here to take your black card, but if you're about to read a Wikipedia article, get angry about him trying to prevent the removal of a statue, and you even know who the fuck Robert E. Lee is? This is some performative ass shit. Please shut the fuck up and let somebody else speak on this issue. Holy shit. I'm sorry. Let me tone it the fuck down. I'm sorry. I don't need more people trying to kill me. But like, it's a little bit disgusting, right? Like, what? Come on.
Yeah, this was a big story. He was involved a lot with like the Proud Boys. Like, this is where they really like launched off from, like where this collective group of.
They were huge on hating minorities. They were like one of the ones like forefront of it. Like I remember the story going crazy because people try to
like AD said, a woman ended up getting like run over and trampled.
Robert E. Lee, well known for, I think he said the N-word to an old blues song. He rapped it along in his horse carriage. Like, isn't that why people don't like him? I love black people, just saying that. Putting that out there right now. Sorry.
Like, buy a car and died.
Wow. Shit.
So let's keep reading a little more. Spencer and David Duke were among those who led the crowd in chants of "You will not replace us," and "Blood and Soil." Michael Singer, the mayor of Charlottesville, called the protest horrific and stated that it was either profoundly ignorant or intended to instill fear among minorities in a way that harkens back to the days of the KKK. And this is the nigga that's leading this shit. In 2017, Spencer was listed as an organizer on posters promoting the Charlottesville, Virginia Unite the Rights rally. It attracted counter-protesters and violence broke out. One of the rioters drove his car into a group of counter-protesters, killing one woman and wounding 30, so severely they needed to have hospital treatment. In November 2017, Twitter removed from Spencer's account his blue check mark that reported the Washington Post. The company gives the prominent accounts to help. Okay, boom, 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 whatever. It's a lot of shit. God damn.
Yeah, this was wild, dog. And you know what? And you know right now what you said about like the blue check mark and stuff like that. That means somebody like in the inside that works for either companies or stuff like that was able to give him that. That's like the scary part about like the white supremacy shit, where it's like people like even I remember. Do you guys remember the that's like a black dude that played like in a jazz band, and he's able to go to the rallies and stuff. Josh, you remember that guy? The dude with the glasses?
Daryl Davis?
And he said,
or somebody
and
different?
he said that a lot of people, like he would meet these KKK members and outside of their robe or whatever the fuck you want to call it, they're policemen, firemen, councilmen.
Yeah.
And it was like the crap, and people would hate him because he would support him and try to see the positive in them, but he was like, he would be at rallies and say some and like be around some wild shit towards minorities, but especially black people, and it was like, fuck.
So his people that he knew that was in there ended up being lawyers, doctors, police.
Hell yeah.
Everybody.
Everything.
Man.
Police. And a lot of that's from the South, but I'm pretty sure it's everywhere.
Right.
It is
Right.
it is everywhere. But
Sure.
you know, like I said, if this is a, you know, No Jumper to me is a hip hop platform. You know what I mean? We got a lot of dope minority talent over here. We do our thing and shit like that. People that don't fuck with people like us, they shouldn't come here.
Fuck them.
No,
I ain't fucking with that.
Get in blood, bitch. Hey, AD, I know you're like huge on it, but like, let's just say he's. I'm just throwing shit out there, right? Let's just say he's like a real chase man now, Christian, devoted. He's really wants to. That was a fucking dark time in his life. Would you be willing to sit down and have a conversation?
Well, you can't shy past it.
No. I'm not saying.
Point of what
I'm not saying forget. But what I'm saying.
How does he know if he shied past it if he didn't watch the conversation, though? I don't understand him saying that. Didn't we kind of talk about how, like, Richard, didn't we actually have specifically a conversation, like, relating to his past? Didn't we talk about that on the show? I don't understand how he can say any of this shit if he didn't watch any of the conversation. I don't know what he's saying right now.
Thing is, would you be able to have a conversation where he'll break down his why he thought how he was raised and
Wait, what?
Crafting.
No, wait, is he on some shit or whatever? Wait, what's happening? No, chat would be spamming. Is this?
Game is frozen. LUL. Options.
Oh no, wait, hold on. We're 20 minutes in. I'm sorry. I thought he was in the end. Never mind.
Options.
He's on a fucking
Google
beach.
send LULW. Game video settings. FOV
good.
mouse settings. Options.
Smashed.
He didn't kill all the blazes yet?
Game
That
options.
looks like it's for
Game options. Mouse settings. Controls. Options. Google send LULW.
So another one, cause the fucking
Google send
fuck.
Google send LULW. Options. FOV
I don't know
video
what that
settings.
is. What is it that
View
pops
bobbing
in front of
off.
it? Hmm? What is it?
Options.
Fucking yellow shit. What is this? Is it fire resistance potion?
Controls. Mouse settings. Sensitive
my God.
controls. Options.
That's fine. Alright, we got this is 100%. Pick up one more. What road would that be?
What are you doing?
Oh god.
Okay, he's fine. How do I get rid of this TurboTax ad? No, you're fine. It's okay. I'm freaking out for no reason. Jesus.
What the fuck was that?
Crafting. Game is frozen. Crafting.
3 and I have 2.
How many rods does he have?
Crafting.
I didn't even see.
Game is
He's
frozen.
got enough?
LUL.
Where do I go? I don't have my thing open. What does it say? Minus 74. 74.
Crafting. Game is frozen. LUL.
What is he doing right now? Oh, is he trying to find the where to put the portal? Oh god, those blind bros. It's okay. He's got it. He's got it. He remembered where
Game
it's
is
safe to
frozen
throw.
LUL.
Minus 424, 518.
Oh wait, does it tell you where to throw the ender eyes? Is that what he's? Does it tell you over here on the side?
What is this? Built in?
What is this music? It sounds like Final Fantasy VI rock, like fucking remix shit.
74.
Oh,
Game
risk
is
of brain.
frozen.
Gotcha.
Options for ends. Game
Why
is
does it
frozen
feel
LUL.
like I am.
What is he doing? What is happening in his mind right now? Whoa. Okay, you're good. You're good. Eat. Eat. Oh, he's not gonna eat. He doesn't need to eat.
Okay,
Game
can I
is
update
frozen
my
LUL.
position now in the nether? Because I feel like this is wrong somehow.
Oh no, he's
Why do I feel like
throwing.
this is wrong?
Oh my god, he's throwing.
Or what was the consensus on that?
He's trying to figure out how to throw. He's figuring out where he wants to throw now.
We're fine, we're fine. I just can't go through there. Have to go there.
Game is
so
frozen
it's in the
LUL.
lava.
Game is frozen LUL.
Oh no, does that mean it's he's fucked?
So unfortunately,
Game
we
is
have
frozen
to build it
LUL.
right here.
Game is frozen LUL. Crafting. Crafting.
He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. I'm sorry.
Game is frozen LUL.
No, we don't have to.
Game is frozen LUL.
Bro, this shit is over. He's not gonna
Crafting.
make it in time. He's just out of
Game
time.
is frozen LUL.
Sorry, I'm,
What are you doing?
400.
Game is frozen
and
LUL.
I haven't woken up yet. Okay.
I don't even know what I'm watching. Oh, he's gonna build a house. Cool.
Game is frozen
This is it?
LUL.
This is it.
Options for
I'm
ends.
doing it.
Why not just build the block one more over if you're gonna make the portal here, so you don't have to do like some fucking autistic gym shit. Okay, whatever. Jesus. Okay. There you go. There you go. Nice job.
Crafting.
I don't know why we're watching it. Something that's not the run. Wow, congrats. Oh, you're in the middle of nowhere
Crafting.
again. Wait, he's got 10 fucking eyes? Wait, what are we even watching this for right now?
You are now witnessing history in the making. The end of a 2-month struggle. The end of throwing and the beginning of a new era. The era of Hogsworth's legacy. SC2. This is the run.
9.
Crafting.
I saw it.
$1 million against this being the run. Who's taking my bet on? I'll give you odds. 100 to 1. I'll give you 100 million. You give me 1 million if I'm right. I bet he's not even gonna find the fucking stronghold. Or fortress. No, stronghold. Oh my god, he's going down.
Ah!
He almost found a new way to throw. Almost.
Oh, stop! Why is it so fucking buggy? Alright, fuck this gravity shit now.
What are you doing?
LAN World.
Oh, you give up. All right.
Percent cheated into spectator mode.
Oh my god. Not even close. Look at how far away he was.
Zoomer Slowlolilo leveled up. Welcome badges to the applications of Percent's Law 101.
Okay, what was that? Did I miss?
You weren't even close.
Percent cheated into creative mode.
Okay, let's see here.
Percent cheated into spectator mode.
Alright, we're looking at right now.
Percent cheated into survival mode. Percent cheated into spectator mode. Percent zoomer slowly
fucking
when
shit!
Nut plays Minecraft.
Let me fucking play the game! Fucking shit!
He's like dying in spectator mode. What is even happening?
How I feel. Now let me tell you what the new me's trying to push and what the new me is trying to do for all communities, not just white, but black, brown, Asian, whatever.
I mean, I don't have no hate in my heart for anybody like that, but you know, I wouldn't want to sit down and talk to them. And if they are changed, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
All power to you. All power to you.
God bless you, but
you
know,
I mean, well, maybe not all power to him. But
there's other people that I can sit and talk with.
Yeah,
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, that for that thumbnail was crazy. That's three very
Careful
crazy looking white men sitting down with each other.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. Is this still live?
Johnson and Grassley, I might add. But also, are you aware that Rudy Giuliani told the New York Times that he did not want anyone to do an analysis of the hard drive until it was published?
I was not aware of that exactly, but
Is that
but you
true?
don't dispute it.
I don't dispute it.
And are you aware that one of the New York Post reporters for the Hunter Biden story refused to put his byline on the story?
Yes.
And are you aware that Fox News called the story, quote, very sketchy, unquote?
I'm aware that somebody at Fox News said that, yes.
Correct. Brett Baer at Fox News said that. And are you aware that the FBI had nothing to do with Twitter's decision to pause the New York Post story?
I am not aware of that.
Okay, well, let me read you the testimony from Yoel Roth at the hearing we had on February 8th. Quote, the FBI was quite careful and consistent to request review of the accounts, but not to cross the line into advocating for Twitter to take any particular action. And then Jim Baker said, in response to the chairman's question, when he asked, did you talk to the FBI about the Hunter Biden story? He said, to the best of my recollection, I did not talk to the FBI about the Hunter Biden story before that day. In other testimony, Yoel Roth said that the information that he received from the FBI had nothing to do with the Hunter Biden story. Now, are you aware that there was an analysis of the hard drive that was done by the Washington Post at a later date?
My awareness is that multiple media organizations have done analyses and found including CBS, and found that it was indeed, the laptop was authentic and that nothing had been changed on it.
So let's just get something clear. The laptop that the FBI had is different than the hard drive that Rudy Giuliani gave to the New York Post. A hard drive, you agree with this, is a copy from a laptop, right?
Yes.
And you are aware that hard drives can be altered, are you not?
Of course.
Okay. So are you aware that the Washington Post analysis of the hard drive showed that it had been altered?
I haven't heard that, but I'm also saying CBS verified, Politico, and other media organizations have verified. I mean,
we're not talking about
really
we're not talking about
argument.
authenticity. We're not talking about authenticity. We're talking about whether it's been altered.
Yeah.
Okay. There's no question. There's some material on the hard drive that is authentic and accurate. But are you aware that there's some material that is not?
My understanding is that there are copies of the hard drive that have been tampered with, and that media organizations, including CBS, have verified that the laptop in question was not tampered with.
I don't know what the laptop in question, but let's move on, because you said in your Twitter files, am I correct, that every single fact in the New York Post story was accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that the first paragraph of that Post story said that then Vice President Joe Biden pressured Ukraine to fire its prosecutor general because he was investigating Burisma, where Hunter Biden was on the board?
Yes.
Okay. I have here, which I'd like to enter into the record, the Trump-Ukraine impeachment inquiry report, 300 pages by the House Intelligence Committee. Did you review this report before you said that every fact in the story was accurate?
Without objection, the material be entered in the record.
Did I read that before I read the Twitter files? No.
Okay,
I'm aware of
because
its
if you
content.
read this, you would have known that every single State Department and Trump administration expert on Ukraine said that Vice President Joe Biden, in concert with the European Union and the IMF, was executing official U.S. policy by encouraging Ukraine to fire the prosecutor general because he was not prosecuting corruption and was not prosecuting companies like Burisma.
Burisma, that's
so
true.
That story, notwithstanding your allegations, was false, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the chair now recognizes the gentleman from.
That's the
Florida,
point that I
Mr.
made to
Gates,
Rob. Ah, this guy's a Destiny GG viewer.
Heart, but we are here focused on a weaponized government, a whole of government approach that has been turned
Matt
against
Gaetz.
the American people.
Oh,
and while
God.
Rudy Giuliani may have been running around with the laptop in 2020, what is an indisputable fact is that the FBI had the laptop in 2019. And it appears that the last round of questioning misses the boat, that it's true. The information is authentic. The pictures, the videos, the emails, there hasn't been a single allegation that there is a single doctored email. Unlike what we saw before the FISA courts, where the FBI itself was doctoring emails to try to smear President Trump. But I
Hold on. Was that true in the FISA courts? To get the FISA warrants, was the FBI doctoring emails? Has that ever been proven? I didn't even know that was an allegation that was made. Can somebody elaborate on that? What is the conservative talk on that?
have to get to a question I'm amazed hasn't been asked of the two of you. This FTC consent decree, where it is government action subject to rigorous scrutiny under First Amendment standards, government action demanding that your names be listed. How did it feel when you found out that you were being expressly targeted by a government document based on your reporting?
It was chilling. I mean, it's disturbing. I never thought that would happen in the United States of America, perfectly honest. I've lived in a bunch of authoritarian countries. I've visited a lot of authoritarian countries. Never thought this kind of thing would be going on here.
And the nexus to authoritarianism is the desire to control the nature of truth itself. Our understandings change about things. We learn new things. We challenge prior assumptions. But if a bunch of people in Washington, D.C. get to decide what the truth is, and then enforce it on the country, and then punish and target those who report on their conduct, we are drifting more toward that. How did you feel, Mr. Taibbi, when you saw your name?
I was upset,
Chilled.
obviously.
I got chills.
I lived in Russia during the 90s and early 2000s. I was there when Putin took power. I was friends with a group of very brave, muckraking reporters in Russia, many of whom didn't make it. A few of them were murdered after Putin came to power. So I've always been conscious of how the risks that other reporters take in other countries are incredibly severe, and that's one of the reasons why I'm motivated to protect the First Amendment, because our country has the best protections for reporters in the world. But this kind of thing, where the government is looking for information about reporters, it's usually a canary in the coal mine that something worse is coming in terms of an effort to exercise control over the press. And so on that level, it's absolutely disturbing. Also, the Aspen Institute report that we published today, talked about today in the Twitter files thread, one of their recommendations was that the FTC be empowered to have unlimited power to search all data of private.
Let me read this. FBI attorney admits altering email used for FISA application during Crossfire Hurricane. Former FBI Kevin Kleinsmith, 38, pleaded guilty in the U.S. District Court for a false statement offense stemming from his altering of an email in connection with the submission of a Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act application, announced John H. Durham, Special Attorney of the Attorney General. The guilty plea conceded. What did he do? According to court documents, statements made in court between July 2015 and December 2019, Kleinsmith was employed with the FBI. Open FISA investigation on his Crossfire Hurricane and whether individuals associated with Donald Trump. Provided legal support to FBI personnel working. Assisted FBI personnel with applications prepared by the FBI. Conduct surveillance under FISA. During the investigation, there were a total of 4 court-approved FISA applications targeting individual 1. Not the U.S. government agent provided certain members indicating individual 1 had been approved with operational contact prior to the submission of the 4. Which one had ever been a source for the OGA on June 2nd. Kleinsmith sent an email to a liaison at the OGA liaison seeking clarifications about the individual was an OGA source, and the OGA might be emailed to Kleinsmith on July 2nd, altered the email received from the email by adding the words "not a source," and then forwarded the email to the FBI SSA. While allowing the altered email, the SSA signed and submitted the 4th FISA application. Oof, not good. Fuck this dude. Kleinsmith pleaded guilty to 1 count of making a false statement within both the jurisdiction of the executive branch and judicial branch of the U.S. government. An offense that carries a maximum term of imprisonment of 5 years and a fine of up to $250,000. Scheduled sentencing for December 10th, 2020. What was I wonder what, more specifically, what he lied about here. Destiny Dono. Wait, what happened? Any chance you can move camera to not cover resources? Do you care that much about this game?
Companies so that they could more freely and more accurately search the speech of ordinary citizens.
So as we're trying to put downward pressure on the government's expanding authority to be able to engage in what we see mostly from dictatorships, what you're reporting and what you're observing is that actually they view this as a growth industry, the information business, right? This yes. Censorship industrial complex is a growth industry to the government.
I think the key thing also, yes, and the thing to understand is that NSF...
What is NewsGuard and how are they part of the censorship industrial complex?
Yeah, and by the way, we talked about Richard Stengel. He's on the board of NewsGuard. NewsGuard and the Disinformation Index are both U.S. government-funded entities who are working to drive advertiser revenue away from disfavored publications and towards the ones that they favor. This is totally
what I'm used to in this town is government officials pick their favorite outlets and they give them the best scoops and they give them the best stories, and there's a fusion of media and government that has long made me uncomfortable. But what you're describing now is literally the directing of revenue to certain media companies over other media companies designed and implemented with U.S. government funding and support.
That's right.
That is an astonishing way. If we do not take a look at NewsGuard, we have failed. And you talk about the brave reporting that occurs and what it subjects you to. I would suggest there's also political bravery that I have observed. While we've only heard from Democrats on this panel attacking you, discrediting you, a lot like they've tried to attack and discredit FBI whistleblowers who are truth tellers, there are brave Democrats who still believe in free speech. And I would advise my colleagues to look at the comments of Ro Khanna, who has been deeply, deeply concerned about this weaponization of government, and he believes these Twitter files are indeed worthy of our focus and our energy, and that is exactly what we are going to do. I yield back.
I think the gentleman would now recognize the gentlelady from New York.
I still have my 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
I understand why you may not.
Because you were yielded 5. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Schellenberger, I may have misheard earlier, but is it your testimony here today that you disagree with the 2 indictments by Special Counsel Robert Mueller that definitively established that Russia interfered in our 2016 election through social media disinformation and a hack and leak operation?
No, I don't disagree.
Okay, Mr. Taibbi, do you disagree with those 2 indictments?
Well, indictments aren't a thing to
disagree. Do you disagree?
With.
They're about 40 or 50 pages. Do you disagree with the evidence outlined in those indictments?
Well, indictments are just charges.
I just asked you, do you disagree with the evidence included in those indictments? Yes or no?
I'm not on the jury of that case. I couldn't possibly say yes or no.
Okay, because you said earlier, I believe, that you did not see Russia, you could not confirm that Russia interfered in our election in 2016, that you don't believe that. Is that your testimony here today? You don't believe that they did?
I think it's possible that they may have on a small scale, but certainly not to what's been reported.
What's been reported or what's been included in the indictments?
Well, again, indictments are allegations. They're not proof. And
I understand. It's pretty detailed allegations.
In the Mueller indictment, by the way.
You should go read the indictment and then come back and tell us if you actually think there's no proof of it.
Well,
but let me move on.
Let me
move on, please.
By the way,
please, let me move on. That's how this works. You should know that by now. So do you disagree with the Special Counsel Mueller's conclusion in his report, Mr. Taibbi, that the Trump campaign knew about Russia's interference, they welcomed it, and they used it for their benefit? You have no reason to disagree with that, don't you? You have no information. So after that foreign interference in our 2016 election, Twitter and other social media companies
bro's bowling the dude.
wanted to work with the intelligence community to stop Vladimir Putin from interfering in our elections again. Mr. Taibbi, do you think it's a legitimate pursuit of the FBI to try to stop foreign interference in our elections?
Again, sir, will I be allowed to answer this question, or?
It's a yes or no question. Do you think it's a legitimate pursuit of the FBI?
It's not a yes or no answer.
No. I'm not asking how. I'm saying, as an objective, do you think it's a legitimate?
So, if you don't know, the way that these things are structured are the senators or the congressmen that are on these committees basically have like 5 minutes to make their point. So what they're trying to do is this is like court basically. When you're in court and you're asking a witness a question, you're not actually asking them a question. You're trying to enter things into the record, right? You already know the answer to the question you're going to ask before you ask the question in court. You're not ever being surprised in a courtroom. And in these congressional committees, it's the same thing. One thing that I don't like about these is time is counted when the person that you're examining or asking questions to is speaking. So usually these guys just want to make a point, have it entered into the record, and that's it. But it sucks then because you don't get like real conversations, obviously. Like this guy's trying to railroad him into answers. That's what everybody's trying to do, is railroad their own political ideology here and then move on. But like it makes for like, obviously for real discussion, it's pretty shitty. I wish the time wasn't counted against them when the person being examined is actually answering a question. It kind of sucks, but I mean, that's like the nature of what this is, I guess. That's why they get so mad when they're like, oh, this is like a more complicated thing.
Objective of the FBI to stop foreign interference in our elections?
I think it's a legitimate objective to stop actual foreign interference.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what the difference is, but that's fine.
Well,
since Russia used social media disinformation, according to Special Counsel Mueller, I understand you may disagree with the allegations, to interfere in our 2016 elections, are you trying to say that the FBI had no basis to inform social media companies about efforts to potentially interfere in our elections after 2016?
I can tell you that I read internal Twitter emails where Twitter expressly talked about the fact that the FBI couldn't possibly know more than they did about whether or not there was Russian interference, and that in fact, even they couldn't determine which accounts were actually IRA and which ones weren't.
Okay, I understand you like to filibuster. That was not an answer to my question, but I'll move on. Mr. Schellenberger, in all of the emails that you reviewed, did the FBI ever direct Twitter to take down any accounts or remove any posts?
Yes.
They directed Twitter to remove them, or they said these may violate your terms and services?
Yes. I think that's an accurate use of the word direct.
They said these may violate. You think that saying that these may violate your terms and conditions is the same as directing them to take an account down?
Yeah, I mean, I think if a police officer says,
all right, well,
you broke the
very
law.
helpful. That's very helpful. I'm glad to know that you think.
Oh, he should have let him finish that. But again, it's all grandstanding. But like, you broke the law. The FBI didn't say that they broke a law. This is the Rob Noor argument. No, not the Rob Noor. Who do we argue with this about? They're like, oh, well, it's the same thing. The FBI did not say you broke a law. The FBI just said these might be violating your TOS. That's not a legal command at all. He was about to make an absurd comparison that I think he should have been called out on. But
yeah. Flagging something for a private company to make a decision about what they should do is a direction. Now, Mr. Chairman, you have repeatedly said that this committee is all about protecting the First Amendment. And what's unfortunate here is that we are talking about Twitter. and that we are not talking about Republican government officials around the country who are banning books. And we are not talking about... Would the gentleman yield? No, I will not. And we are not talking about Donald Trump jailing his former counsel to prohibit him from publishing...
Is that not
a book.
influence? He didn't ask if they influenced them to take anything down. He asked them if they directed them to take any down. That was the question.
That the president did not want. The former president literally jailed his enemy. And we're here talking about Twitter. Twitter. And even...
Wait, the former president jailed his enemy in reference to Donald Trump? Did Donald Trump put somebody in jail that he didn't like? Can somebody tell me what he was referring to there? Hold on. Scroll back, he just explained, sorry.
And what's unfortunate here is that we are talking about Twitter, and that we are not talking about Republican government officials around the country who are banning books. And we are not talking about... Would the gentleman yield? No, I will not. And we are not talking about Donald Trump jailing his former counsel to prohibit him from publishing a book that the president did not want.
Oh, jailing him. Oh, preventing somebody from doing something. I'm sorry, he's using a verb there, never mind.
The former president literally jailed his enemy. And we're here talking about Twitter.
Wait.
Twitter.
Yeah, okay.
And even with Twitter, you cannot find actual evidence of any direct government censorship of any lawful speech. And when I say lawful, I mean non-criminal speech, because plenty of speech is non-criminal.
I'll give you one. Gentleman's time has expired. I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the following email from Clark Humphrey, Executive Office of the Presidency, White House Office, January 23rd, 2021. That's the Biden administration, 4:39 a.m. Hey, folks. This goes to Twitter. Hey, folks, wanted to use the term they used the term Mr. Goldman just used. Wanted to flag the below tweet, and then wondering if we can get moving on the process for having it removed ASAP.
Boom.
What is the tweet? Ask what the tweet is, because for every flagged tweet that I looked into, and I'm curious if I'm wrong on this, and I'm open to being wrong on it, but for the four that I looked into, they were tweets of Hunter's cock. Please ask him what the tweet was. Please tell me somebody asked him what tweet they were asking to get removed. Please, 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 please.
That is...
Could you read the below tweet?
And then if we can keep an eye out for tweets that fall in this same genre, that would be great. This is a tweet on the very issue that Thomas...
Can you just, for the fullness of the record, can you read the, because I've not seen this, can you read the tweet that it's referencing?
I don't have the tweet here with me, but the gentleman's point was, tell us, you said no time...
he doesned have it with him, you slimy fucking piece of shit. I don't even need to know what the tweet was to know that it was Hunter's throbbing, juicy, big, white, crack-infused cock. Because if that tweet had anything to do with media or news or information, you better fucking believe that Captain Jordan Cuck here would be telling you exactly what was being censored. He'd be saying, this brave American was tweeting, fuck Donald Trump, and it's his God-given right to say so, and they wanted to censor it. He's not telling you what that tweet is because he knows what that tweet is. It was Hunter Biden's dick. That's what it was. You fucking loser. God, I hate this fucking guy.
Government tried to tell Twitter to take that, to explicitly remove something, and
no, I said explicitly remove lawful speech. Lawful speech. We're going to conflate. The First Amendment is not absolute.
Twitter, yes. This is something from Robert Kennedy Jr.
But for the record,
I assume that's
as
lawful
a point
speech.
of order, Mr. Chair.
Because Robert Kennedy Jr. said it. That's why it's lawful speech.
Just a minute, Mr. Goldman.
All I'm saying is, you
Chair?
said no time did the government explicitly say to take a tweet down. Here we have it, right here,
Mr.
from the
Chair?
White House. They couldn't even wait 2 days. 2 days into this administration, they were asked Twitter to take something down, and we will get you the underlying tweet.
Thank
that
you.
I recognize the
I
gentleman.
wonder what the tweet was.
If
it was 2 days into the administration, it might not have been Hunter's cock then. I wonder what it was.
Robert Kennedy Jr. Is talking about he's talking about Hank Aaron's death after he received the vaccine. That's what the tweet's about. We'll get you a copy.
Mr. Chairman,
I would say one thing. That's certainly lawful.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter the tweet that you referenced into the record of the committee.
Without objection, we'll enter that into the record along with the statement from the White House, the Biden White House, 2 days into the administration when they're directly attacking people's First Amendment liberties. With that, I recognize the gentlelady from New York for 5 minutes.
I want to yield to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Just to point out quickly that Mr. Goldman is proving himself to be a master of obfuscation. He said the First Amendment applies to government censorship of speech and not private companies. But what we're talking about and what the chairman just illustrated is that what we have here and what your Twitter files show is the federal government has partnered with private companies to censor and silence the speech of American citizens. I yield back to the gentlelady.
It was a tweet spreading the conspiracy that a super old famous baseball player died because of the vaccine, spread by anti-vaxxer Robert Kennedy. Gotcha. Okay. That is a speech. That is a tweet that should be protected by the First Amendment. That is not illegal. But then I'm curious what the request for takedown was.
I just came from an open hearing with FBI Director Chris Wray, and he said under oath that no one from the FBI communicated with Twitter regarding the Hunter Biden laptop story. Based upon both of your courageous reporting, can you address that?
Courageous.
I mean, we saw, I mean, like I said, we don't know. I mean, so at this point, we just have to take his word on it. But what we saw was a huge amount of FBI communications to Twitter. We saw the former deputy chief of staff, the former general counsel showing up at Twitter right at the critical period. So I find a lot of suspicious activity. I would like to ask him a bunch of questions about that because I find it very suspicious and unresolved.
Mr. Taibbi, do you have comments on that?
We do know that there was a teleporter communication that had 10 documents in it just before the story broke, but we don't know what those documents were, so we can't suppose.
Well, I don't take his word for it. We have lots of examples where it has not been, they have not been accurate from that particular agency when it comes to testifying before Congress. So it is our job in this committee to get to the truth, to shine sunlight and transparency for the American people. I want to ask you both about the Aspen Digital Hack and Dump Working Group, which involved an 11-day scenario in October 2020 that began with the imaginary release of falsified record, that's what they claim, related to Hunter Biden's controversial employment by the Ukrainian energy company Burisma. Right. This was if they knew, because they did know. So I would like your comments, Mr. Schellenberg. These were the files that you did extensive reporting on about how concerning this is and how this is truly the definition of the weaponization against free speech and suppressing accurate reporting.
Yeah, so there's actually two things, and one of them we just discovered recently, which is that there was a Stanford Cyber Policy Institute report, which said that, which was in menacing terms, telling journalists that they should abandon the Pentagon principle. Again, this is the Pentagon Papers principle. This is the idea that if Daniel Ellsberg brings you materials he's taken from the Pentagon about how the war in Vietnam is going, the New York Times and Washington Post published those. That was considered one of the greatest moments of American journalism. Here you have Stanford Cyber Policy Center saying we should abandon that principle. You should instead make the issue about, frankly, the theories about where it might have come from. Then you had the Aspen workshop, which was attended, by the way, by New York Times, CNN, Washington Post, Wikipedia, Facebook, Twitter, many other journalists, where they basically, you read it, it's like a kind of programming of the journalists that they should not follow this long-standing journalistic principle of taking materials from a hack and leak or any other situation and take them seriously. So, I mean, you read this and it feels like a kind of brainwashing exercise that Aspen Institute and Stanford were running against American journalists and the social media companies.
Mr. Taibbi, comments?
Yes, I think there were a couple of moments in the Twitter files that really speak to a kind of larger problem. In the first Twitter files, we saw an exchange between Representative Rouhana and Vijay Gad, where he's trying to explain the basics of speech law in America, and she seems completely unaware of what, for instance, New York Times v. Sullivan is. There are other cases like Bartnicki v. Vopper, which legalize the publication of stolen material. That's very important for any journalist to know. I think most of these people are tech executives, and they don't know what the law is around speech and around reporting. And in this case, and in 2016, you were dealing with true material. There is no basis to restrict the publication of true material, no matter who the source is and how you get it. And journalists have always understood that. And this has never been an issue or a controversial issue until very recently.
And by the way, just one quick thing I'll add. That's the exact same strategy of the malinformation, misleading. So in other words, they were saying even if the material you think is true, it could lead people to have conclusions that we don't want them to have, and therefore you should change your journalism because of that. So this is we're so far down the slippery slope, you've crashed at that point. I mean, it's a disturbing trend in journalism, in social media, and in the relationship from the intelligence community to these organizations.
How have you been targeted since the publication of the Twitter files?
Generally, time expired. We'll give a quick answer if we can.
I mean, again, I've known journalists who've suffered real brutal harms in my career, so they've said a lot of nasty things about me on Twitter, but it hasn't been so bad, I would say. The FTC thing is the only thing that's legitimately concerning, and that's not really for my sake. It's more because it's a general problem for journalists everywhere.
I've been censored on Facebook since the year 2020 for writing accurate information
about
in
climate
an article
change?
that went viral. I remain censored. They continue to flag warnings on posts that I write that have nothing to do with the environment. And we now know that one of the U.S. government-funded organizations has put out a report that specifically targets me and presents disinformation about my own position on climate change. And so I've got a lot at stake here.
Yield back.
Mr. Chair, may I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter dated June 25th, 2020, to Mark Zuckerberg from Chad Wolf, the acting Secretary of Homeland Security, in which he asked Facebook to keep Americans safe by taking appropriate action consistent with your terms of service against content that promotes, incites, or assists the commission of eminent illegal activities. Those committed to protecting free exchange of ideas should not turn a blind eye to illegal activity and violence fermenting in your platform. This is after the summer in which Black Lives Matter protests took place.
Objection. Gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for appearing here today. I know it doesn't feel exactly warm and fuzzy, but believe me, I think what you guys are doing is very important. We're here to discuss the weaponization of government, and I want to follow up on my colleague, Representative Massey's comments on the CDC. Up on the screen, you can see an email from October of 2020. This is from then NIH Director Francis Collins to Dr. Anthony Fauci. It goes on in to say this proposal, talking about the Great Barrington Declaration, is from 3 fringe epidemiologists who met with the secretary, and it seems to be getting a lot of attention, even a signature, a co-signature from a Nobel Prize winner.
Oh, we
line
read
here that I
these.
would like to point out. There needs to be a, quote, quick and devastating published takedown of its premises. I don't see anything like that online yet. Is it underway? Signed, Francis. Now, what I find interesting is if you fast forward into June of 2021, the Biden administration was raging at social media companies. There is communications that we can produce, for the record, that state, we would like you to combat, quote unquote, misinformation. Now, we, thanks to the Twitter files, know that Twitter executives were using the term visibility filtering, and that really to the rest of the American general public was shadow banning, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So all of a sudden, we saw a rash of blacklists created by Twitter at the highest levels that were taking down some of the signatories and creators of this very Barrington Declaration, correct? This is to both of you.
I haven't seen that, but
I haven't seen that either.
So would you agree that there was a blacklist created in 2021?
Sorry, yes, Jay Bhattacharya, the Stanford professor who I don't think anybody considers a fringe epidemiologist, was indeed, I'm sorry, I didn't piece it together. He was indeed visibility filtered.
Correct. And so this blacklist that was created that really was used to deplatform, reduce visibility, create lists internally where people couldn't even see their profiles, that was used against doctors and scientists who produced information that was contrary to what the CDC was putting out, despite the fact that we now know that what they were publishing had scientific basis and in fact was valid.
Absolutely, and not only that, but these are secret blacklists. So Professor Bhattacharya had no idea he was on it. I mean, this is East Germany Stasi kind of behavior. That's what this is. And the Great Barrington Declaration, by the way, I was skeptical of it at the time, but it actually now looks pretty good in terms of how response to COVID. But even if it was totally wrong, it still deserved. I mean, this is the whole point of the First Amendment: is that I think we all have the experience of you're not right until you're wrong a lot. You know, you actually have to have that debate and that conversation. So by repressing that, we actually stifled, I think, a much broader conversation we could have had about how to effectively respond to COVID because they were secretly blacklisted.
That's probably
like
true.
And I think to the bigger point that Americans are concerned about when it comes to the weaponization of government, this isn't a Republican or Democrat issue, this is an American issue. You had individuals, millions of Americans, who in many cases were being mandated to take an experimental vaccine, and when those that wanted to consider taking it were trying to make an informed decision, you had opinions that were being silenced because it didn't fit a specific narrative pushed by the Biden administration, correct?
Absolutely correct, and that's why we use the language of disfavored ideas and disfavored people, because it doesn't fall neatly among left and right lines. If there's anything going on here, it tends to be more of a disproportionate blacklisting of more populist voices,
Populist,
or just ideas that we would
anti-establishment,
consider slightly outside of the Overton window, the mainstream opinion at the time. But the Overton window moves, and so the idea that you're just going to narrow the entire what's acceptable on social media to what is mainstream at the time would basically freeze us and not allow the society to progress and for knowledge to grow and for the democracy to function.
With the 14 seconds that I have left, Mr. Taibbi, if you'd like to weigh in on any of this that we have talked about and why this is a direct threat to Americans today, I would appreciate it.
Just quickly, again, we yesterday discovered this email talking about the suppression of people telling their own stories of true vaccine side effects. So these are people who are telling about their own experiences, things that happen to them that are true, and they're being suppressed because what anti-disinformation does is the opposite of what the press does. They are aiming for what the narrative is, and they already know in advance what they're looking for, whereas a journalist goes into a story, does not know what the truth is. We often find that the thing we expect to find turns out to be completely different. They know in advance what they're looking for, and that's why this—
So something that I've had a few journalist friends tell me, don't know if it's right or wrong, but what he just said there is unfortunately almost exactly the opposite of what oftentimes can happen with journalists. And it's one of the reasons why editors are so important, is that what actually happens is journalists will oftentimes think there's a story and they go into something looking for information about that story, and then they tend to look for things that support their point of view. And if they find things that massively reject it, they kind of want to ignore it because they've already invested so much time, energy, and effort into publishing or getting a certain story that it kind of like it can lead them down that road. This is why editors are so important, or master editors, or I think, or editor-in-chiefs, I don't know, but like editors above the journalists are so important to check for stuff like this.
This is so dangerous.
My time has expired. I yield back. Thank you, too.
The gentlelady yields back. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today, and I think maybe if we can get this right and stop this, and what legislation, appropriation, whatever it takes, we can stop this. I think in the future people will look back and look at your courage as people in journalism, in the press, to come here with what you've been facing, what you've had to endure, and now with the idea that the FTC is coming after you. That's something that I think is pretty darn important and certainly noteworthy. So we appreciate you sitting here for 2.5 hours. Taking the questions you did, but giving so much valuable information to this committee, who is certainly on our side, committed to protecting the First Amendment and people's right to speak. So that concludes today's hearing. Again, we thank you both for being here. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, sir.
Wow. Exciting.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking weaselly little liar, dude. What a fucking weaselly little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience. Can someone at least fucking enlighten Vivek that he's literally lying to his audience? What a fucking piece of shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude.
I have no idea what this reference is. Force and throw.
Game is frozen LUL.
Elder Scrolls? I never played the first Morrowind, so. Oh my god.
Zoomer slowly leveled up. Some kind of Hogwarts.
I can't see anything.
Zoomer slowly did the when nub banning Vadikus. Generating God Seed 0.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and today we're going to have to talk about the train wreck that is Kick TV. Now ladies and gentlemen, before we start off with, I like alternative streaming platforms. I like alternative technology, okay? Don't take it as a hate video towards Kick TV. Look, I like competition. Competition breeds innovation, and as much as I like alternative platforms to come up, they got to put the effort in actually being a platform that's going to be around for the long term. Now, for those of you who don't know, Twitch TV, you got to have a little bit of context for this. A few months ago, Twitch TV banned offshore crypto gambling. So gambling off of Roulette, Stake, a lot of these cryptocurrency websites that allowed people to jump in, put their money in without so much so a check, to be honest with you, and gamble away their money, all right? Only is it when you were withdrawing that money were they like, hold on, let's do all our KYC checks. But anyways, not naming names here in this case, one of those websites targeted was Stake. Now, because of it, a lot of the streamers like Trainwrecks, XQC, Aiden Ross, who had these deals with Stake, either had to stop using this platform to stream that gambling material or just quit it altogether. Now, of course, in the last few months too, a new platform has arrived, Kick.tv. There is a bit of a correction in this. I was saying Kick.tv, but it seems like my synapses are fusing together. It's actually Kick.com.
Dumbass.
Now, while it's in beta, it does no actual good in order for you to look at it and just quickly realize that, damn, son, this is the exact same website as Twitch, almost. I mean, it definitely apes the visual style, if you will. Lime green instead of purple, but generally it's got everything down to a T, just chatting. Slots, obviously being the second highest category, but there are people playing video games. If you look at this and compare it to Twitch TV, you might have to double check. You might have to look at it again because it looks very, very similar. Watching videos on Kick TV might even make you do another double take because the interface is quite literally almost the exact same, I would say, as Twitch TV. Now, you might be wondering, well, why would one even want to stream on Kick? And to be honest, in order to understand this, you're going to have to look at the incentives that it offers. Now, Kick.com, all right, god damn it, I hate getting confused, was actually announced by Trainwrecks. Around the 5th of December, he posted an entire twit longer that you could look into it, which is where Trainwreck says, Twitch has deemed most of us irrelevant. As a top 5 Twitch creator in the world for 16.5 months straight, and currently a top 10 Twitch creator in the world, I have a good understanding of Twitch. No doubts about that. Let's go down into the next paragraph necessarily over here. Twitch has built an entire empire off of our backs and has the audacity to spit in all of our faces by not only giving us no financial security with its inconsistent policies, but by also cutting our pay in places that they have no right to cut. So, of course, Twitch takes the highest percentage split of any platform in the live streaming world. At 50%, every streamer on Twitch will only receive $2.50 of each sub, and less if they're not in a first world country. I don't believe it's right to take such a high percentage of the work that a streamer does. Twitch does nearly no marketing for streamers, no discovery, and limited help in building their businesses. You know, I would argue that providing a hosting service that distributes your content internationally at a very, very, very constant and stable pace is far more than you could ever expect out of building an online entertainment business. But hey, so of course, he says that he joins Kick.com as a non-owner advisor and a non-exclusive broadcaster, meaning he is advising the team that's running this. Now, of course, I choose to work with Kick because their investors are willing to listen to creator input. Everyone gets a sub button, 95 to 5% subscriber split, with 95% of the sub income going to the streamer. 100% of all tips made on Kick, called Kicks, will go to the streamer, same day withdrawal. So a little bit insane, by the way, over here too. Ladies and gentlemen, they've even got a TOS designed to be fair to streamers with clear rules on what's okay and not okay. So, okay, all right, let's stop right there. That's a pretty massive amount to be given to your streamers. Now, obviously, if you're a streamer who wants to, like, get paid, get the bag, this seems pretty cool to you. But you also have to wonder, how the fuck are they able to afford this? Obviously, sites like Twitch and YouTube have to take a chunk out of our incomes because they are running a massively losing business at the end of the day, all right? It's not cheap to do video web hosting. Even though Twitch has an in with Amazon being owned by them, they still have to pay, albeit a discounted rate, to host concurrent users to their streamers, which does cost a fair amount of money if you know anything about, content delivery networks. It is not a cheap endeavor. So obviously in this case, I kind of have to wonder how Kick.tv, which from my understanding is still back-ending off of Amazon's CloudFront, meaning they're still actually paying Amazon as far as my understanding goes, are able to afford this massive chunk. Clearly, they gotta have some money, they gotta have some proper investors. Now, in all of this entire twitlonger, I checked the word stake, and I could not find a single mention of stake. Why am I mentioning Stake? Stake is the casino website that Trainwrecks, XQC, Aiden Ross, a lot of these people were using and sponsored by. And the reason I'm bringing up Stake is, obviously, you've probably heard about their murky background with, creators like Philion, CoffeeZilla, me. We've constantly had our own issues with Stake. But Stake is a massive business. It's almost up to $1 billion in evaluation, and it's got some of the biggest names behind it, promoting it, like Drake, for instance, a Toronto-based rapper. It's funny to me that Stake, albeit hosts Drake, from Toronto, Stake right now, because of new gambling regulations, can't even be run in the same province that Drake and I reside in. Insanity. Now, a few users and a few investigators actually started looking into the official Reddit board or subreddit of Kick, r/Kick streaming, and found in an actual archive capture that some of the moderators were called Caleb Stake and Caleb Kick. So, of course, maybe it's a weird coincidence, but let me just let Tyler Nicknam Trainwrecks explain it right to you. Nicknam confirmed a connection between Kick and Stake, the crypto gambling website Nicknam uses on stream. He said that Eddie Craven, Eddie Stake by the way, whom he described as an owner of Stake, was an investor in Kick. He added that the people behind the site liked his ideas and his Twitch following, so he was able to join as an advisor. Kick confirmed this news in an email, writing that Craven is involved in Kick, though Stake itself is not an investor. Yeah, it's just, Stake is not investing directly. It's just wild that one of the founders, one of the faces of Stake, if you will, Eddie Stake, is directly in Kick as well. Now, of course, at the end of the day, look, there's nothing hiding the fact that Kick.com is used as effectively a giant advertising burn just to get people into Stake gambling their crypto money away. That's what it is. And it will stay here as long as it keeps funneling new gambling addicts into Stake, okay? That's the whole reason for Kick.com's existence. This whole idea of this is a live streaming platform that you should put your money into, you should put your time into, is bullshit. At the end of the day, if this isn't feeding into the gambling pot that is Stake, and effectively it starts losing a lot more money, which it probably will, given the fact that if more streamers join into it, more money has to be paid to deliver content to actual, viewers around the world, it's going to be a big loss for the company. And if it's not feeding in enough gambling addicts to make it worth its time,
Has Train lost
it's
his mind
just
on this
not
guy yet?
going to be there.
Uh-oh.
But of course, even beyond all of it, there seems to be a massive moderation problem. One of the reasons why I'm considering this to be a bit of a scary venture to go into is it seems like Kick.com has no goddamn moderation. So I'm going to show you a couple clips. We're going to go over that while we look at Kick.com's TOS policy and see...
When the big wave comes for this level, is it going to come from the bottom or only from the top?
Just where things get broken. Now, one of the important aspects of Kick.com was copyrighted materials, okay? And you must not transmit, publicly perform, publicly display, or reproduce copyrighted materials. Common copyrighted materials to avoid, including are not limited to, movies, TV shows. Was that sports matches? Man, I mean, who would stream sports matches? Okay. Well, it seems as though two of the largest creators, in fact, one of the advisors even to Kick.com, Trainwrecks, was having a Super Bowl watch party to, if this screenshot is to be believed, over 12,000 users. But of course, that's some rookie numbers right here. Aiden, genius, 100,000 point IQ, Ross here, had a Super Bowl stream. First stream on Kick, by the way, to 67,000 viewers. And if I look even carefully over here, ladies and gentlemen, if it's to be believed, this number was over 100,000 viewers, which makes Aiden Ross pretty much a broadcaster for the NFL Super Bowl, which, as far as I remember, was exclusively supposed to be aired on Fox. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if Aiden Ross was to be taken to, the courts, it would be very, very fucking bad. Okay, same for Trainwrecks, and in fact, even for Kick as a platform. Because if your non-owner advisor Trainwrecks decided to stream this event, it clearly shows that Kick actually had to have known that this was happening on their platform and chose not to act, period. So clearly, the TOS was being completely violated. And this is not just a simple violation. This is straight copyright abuse of the highest order. Remember, the Super Bowl is a place where it takes millions of dollars to buy seconds of advertising. And there are billions of dollars being traded by companies like Amazon just so they can stream just Thursday night games from the NFL. In fact, the NFL Super Bowl gets traded around like a venereal disease between some of the largest broadcasters in the country. And if they find out even 100 people are watching it for free, rebroadcasted somewhere, they will send an assassin after you. Now, of course, a lot of people wonder that maybe, just maybe, this is because this site isn't hosted in the United States. Forget the fact that the site isn't hosted in the United States. We know that Aiden Ross lives in the United States. You do realize that a copyright lawsuit could be brought against Aiden Ross. This is not just simple DMCA abuse, this is rebroadcasting levels of abuse. Now, of course, where it gets even wilder with some of their TOS is if you actually look at some of the stuff over here. Let's see, cause or promote emotional distress, threats or harassment, excessive unwanted attention. What is this? Depict, cause, or encourage self-harm. Now, of course, I think causing cringe might be a bit of an issue too. One of the stream clips I saw, I don't think the creator should get banned, but it definitely doesn't bode well for Kick as a platform. I've seen this floating around a few too many times of one of their dumbass streamers getting caught in Tokyo, basically making a fool of themselves. Watch this.
That English, right? Nah. You know? Chotto matte, ne. Chotto matte, ne. Speak English to me.
Does this matter?
Don't.
Japanese to us, man.
Okay, bro. Daijoubu. You see that? You see what happened right here? Why are you racist? You're racist.
I am fucking racist.
You are racist, right?
Yes.
You're racist.
No.
You're racist, right? He said he was racist. He said it. You see, he said he was racist.
That is no racist.
You know, I've been to Japan a lot, and it takes a lot to rile up the Japanese. This guy apparently was playing crappy Skrillex music in 2023, by the way, too, okay? So this is the level of, loserdom we're talking about. Yeah, blowing crappy dubstep music like it's 2012, again, all in the trains, people just asking you to turn it down a little bit, and this guy acts like a drunk loser. Yeah, you're lucky this happened in Tokyo, maybe not in another city where you get your ass handed to you, okay? Like, I doubt this is gonna play real well if you were doing this down to, like, Dallas or something. But point is, okay, this is just one of the things that I saw floating around. Makes the platform look bad, and generally, you know, if we're going to talk about ad rates in the next little bit, just real quick, this doesn't play real well if, again, moderation isn't being properly applied. But of course, the one streamer to ruin everything, in my opinion, was
Destiny.
Aiden Ross.
Oh, okay.
Now, Aiden Ross had a few too many kerfuffles. Recently, he's actually been banned permanently off Twitch TV. But one of the clips that I'm going to show you might be the most egregious levels of TOS breaking I've ever seen. Now, I'm going to read something out of it real quick, okay? In the TOS for Kick.com, sexually explicit content. To ensure content is safe for our diverse community, sexually suggestive content is prohibited on Kick. Now, this could include erotic or sexually suggestive dancing or gestures, sexually suggestive clothing, commentary, viewing of sexually explicit content on stream. Aiden Ross might be the only streamer I've ever seen deliberately pulling up the hub on stream. Watch this.
The hub.
Porn? Bro.
Poor train wrecks, dude.
What do y'all want to watch on Pornhub, bro?
Oil. Wait, what the fuck is oil for?
What do y'all want to watch, bro? I don't support porn. Like, I don't support the shit. What do y'all want to watch on here, bro? I don't support the shit. I don't condone it. I don't support it. What the f y'all want to watch? Jesus. Wait, how old are you guys in the chat, bro?
Okay, so nobody else should come from the bottom,
like
right?
Showing
We're good?
sexually explicit material to an audience you know consists of some minors, a lot of minors, I would have to imagine, because I don't believe anybody my age is watching Aiden Ross unironically. Yeah, nothing like asking the age and silently trying to shuffle off makes sense. Now, obviously, I know there's going to be a lot of meat riders in the comments, but Muya, he said he doesn't support it. And yes, Aiden Ross does.
When the big wave comes, you're probably going to uninstall this game because it's unbeatable without shock towers. You need to redo the entire campaign to get it to this point. It's the most disgusting in this game. Can't believe I still like it. Wait, what?
Doesn't support it, just like he doesn't support things like hot tub streaming because it's quote-unquote promoting poison. I have to imagine, you know, as somebody that doesn't enjoy or watch porn myself, I get this sentiment for sure, but I find it a little bit hypocritical that the man is, you know, calling these hot tub streams to be bad, but at the same time literally showing, like, you know, full roast beef on the internet just for the audience to watch.
He's not
But then
lying.
again, Aiden Ross was never claimed to be an intelligent individual, period. Remember, this is the same guy that didn't know what fascism was until very recently. Watch this one.
Uh-oh, Destiny.
What does a fascist mean?
Oh.
It means you are a far right authorization on ultranationalist. Oh my God, ultra-analytist.
Based.
Ultranationalist. Ultranationalist. Ultranationalist.
Political ideology movement characterized by dictator leadership, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition. So I don't know what that means, bro. I swear to God. I don't know what the fuck a fascism is. I don't know what the fuck that is. Benito Mussolini and Giviante Gentile.
You know, it's not a crime to not know these basic things. I just thought it was a hilarious clip that I wanted to include in some capacity. It gets a little bit harder to explain when he's listening to shit like this.
Get me wrong, I'm not a Nazi.
I had to cut that clip really short because apparently even the Germans can't view it because of some events that happened way back in the 1930s and 40s. This song was promoting, you know, a lot of bad things, if you will, a lot of racist stuff. But it was promoting Nazi ideology, all right? It is what it is. It was an insane song, and in this clip, clearly Aiden Ross was going out of his way to absolutely, I guess he was laughing at the entire thing. It was absurd. He wasn't actually, like, you know, agreeing with anything in this video. I just couldn't even, I can't show you this video because it'll actually get me a strike on the channel. But of course, Aiden playing this kind of content on his platform is not going to bode really well for a TOS or just in general, okay? If this was done on any other platform, insta strike, all right? It is what it is. Ultimately, though, Aiden Ross did get banned off of Twitch. These were all just clips that I found off of the Kick streams. But this is what he had to say about getting banned off of Twitch TV. So just listen to it real quickly. Listen to this intellectual, you know, bastion.
First thing I'm gonna say is this. I already signed my deal to this shit. It don't matter. I already locked myself in on Kick. Thank God. Because I told everyone that Kick was out to get me, bro. They were out to get me. They're out to get Kai. They're out to get all these streamers. All. Every single one of these streamers, bro. And, you know, I'm going to just tell you guys right now, bro. I'm not even going to bash Twitch completely. But the one thing I'll say is this. If I had blue hair and did my makeup, would you have banned me, Twitch?
I don't know what his point here is. Like, what is Twitch
I
done?
have blue
like,
hair and
ultra
I'm banned
woke?
from Twitch.
Ooh, that evil lefty Twitch. Would they have banned him if he was a little lefty? No, I think you probably got banned off Twitch because you're probably promoting your this Kick brand, and I'm pretty sure your partnership agreement wasn't really in line with that. But let's listen to the example that
This is some stolen valor shit, guys.
I'm permanently banned on Twitch. It's done. It's already done. But I got permanently banned for no reason. At all. No reason. How do you ban someone on Twitch and my reasoning is for VOD / on stream when I haven't even been streaming there?
So you got banned for some VOD or on-stream behavior. Again, I haven't seen like any partnership email that would straight up mention that. I would have to imagine they probably looked at your off-stream conduct and banned you accordingly to that, or removed you from the platform ever since you were caught like literally platforming some of the wildest shit imaginable. You know, you're not entitled to have a platform. If you're gonna act like an idiot, chances are the mainstream platforms will ban you. And it literally is a private company doing what they want. Okay, you know, people are like, but free speech, my free speech, can the private company ban me? Look, it's incredibly difficult to get banned on a platform too. You can say whatever wild shit you want. You see it on YouTube all the time. There's both sides, and both sides have successful streamers and successful content creators, and they get millions of views in a lot of cases. No platform is out to incredibly shut you down unless you're making a serious ruckus and seriously, throwing the main platform in like mainstream crosshairs for bad reasons. Again, at the end of the day, Aiden Ross getting banned on Twitch made a lot of sense given the fact that his recent behavior has been a little bit unhinged. Now, the reason why I decided to show you some of these clips too when it came to Kick was ultimately, at the end of the day, when it comes to a site like this, the biggest issue is having content that you can actually sell to advertisers. When you start seeing Aiden Ross blatantly stream sexually explicit content and host some actually racist material, even if like he's denouncing it publicly, if it's just available to view in general, in a VOD format, it's not going to play well by any advertiser system. We've had the same issues on YouTube. We've had the same issues on Twitch. You had the same issues on Facebook or any mainstream platform out there. And ultimately for Kick, who's giving around 95% of that money away to streamers, they need to have some way of generating revenue. Otherwise, they're going to go under in like a year. I know that Trainwrecks is trying to release a mobile application, or like he's at least relayed that the team behind Kick is working on an iOS and Android application. And the only way that's going to get approved is if Kick actually moderates their platform. Because if they don't, easily the App Store or the Play Store can remove the APK and the IPA file from easy access. I do believe genuinely that Trainwrecks does want to make a platform, but if you're serving as an advisor, I think it's in your benefit to at least moderate pretty effectively, unless, you don't care about the platform and it's literally just an advertising money pit for stake, and that's all that it comes down to. But then don't try to sell this idea to the new streamer that suddenly this platform is in their benefit. Because if this is just a big advertising push, the moment that it stops drawing in new gambling addicts is the moment Kick completely kicks the bucket, no pun intended, and goes out into obscurity. I think Aiden Ross saying that other streamers, the largest streamers like Kai Cenat or whatever, are going to head over to Kick is almost a joke in of itself too. Because again, in order to host a website like Kick, it's a big bill you have to foot. The more popularity you get flooding in,
We've got this.
The harder that bill becomes to foot. So unless these streamers jump in with these mega massive numbers and are streaming like Stake and advertising it consistently, I don't see this going anywhere other than straight to the goddamn trash bin at the end of the day. It's a wild day indeed. Aiden Ross gets banned, and Aiden Ross promoting Kick along with Trainwrecks. And if you look at the history of this, you look at the people behind it, as long as you're not a total moron, you have to understand this is just advertising for a crypto casino in general. And without any actual form of moderation, this website literally cannot get the ads in a successful capacity, nor could I even see it existing on mobile platforms unless its moderation comes in. Look, I'm all for alternative tech platforms and competition. Like I said in the beginning, Competition breeds innovation. But if you're literally attracting all the streamers that have been banned from mainstream platforms, this is the problem with a lot of alternative tech services, right? Like, the intention is great, but literally at the end of the day, all you're doing is you're getting the people that were banned off of mainstream platforms. Why were they banned? Because they were loose cannons that advertisers and anybody who was going to prop up your business didn't want to associate with. So now you got all these people out here making your platform a giant, like, 4chan pole board, and you're expecting that it's going to somehow survive in this climate. It just doesn't work that way. And at the end of the day, the Kick TV live streaming train wreck disaster is something that we're just looking at from the sidelines, all right? And if you disagree with me on any aspect in this, feel free to let me know. Tell me, DM me, I don't care, all right? At the end of the day, I'm open to understanding every side here. I'm open to being completely corrected in this situation too. But right now, at the current state of Kick.com, I cannot see it surviving, especially with the loose cannons it's attracted, and especially knowing that ultimately in my heart, this is just a massive advertising push for Stake. The moment that advertising doesn't pay off is the moment the fucking lights turn off. Ladies and gentlemen, let me know what you think about it in the comment section below. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Many of you watching are like...
Bruv. Is this a little silly? Bruh, what the fuck? Oh. Is this the... There's only one wave on this map, I'm assuming, right? There's no way there's a second wave. How are they still coming? 800% Rangers only. No attack towers. What the fuck? Is it better to have more soldiers or more ballistas? Oh my god.
So.
1 hour, bruv.
That's true.
Holy shit, this guy's got so much tech.
No attacking tower. That cam is...
Technology research finished.
But you know, I don't have too much stone, and I kind of want to upgrade the towers.
Oh, this guy is... Okay, hold on. Somebody's like, oh, this guy does it with only Rangers. This guy is so far ahead of me tech-wise. Look at the fucking bank this guy can hold. Fuck you.
Get 2 stone towers too.
This, I believe, is custom, not campaign. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I guess I might need some more food eventually. Spread out, it would actually help me.
Oh my fucking god.
Instead of
He's
all
got like
coming in
insane
one
towers.
spot where we overkill a ton.
Actually, storage comes from warehouses. Yeah.
No, Vera will do the Rangers only. Nice. Please. Wouldn't they be dead?
Oh my fucking god. Wait, this wave is ridiculous. If he, with this many people, he still has trouble?
Still Rangers queued up. Oh, the walls are falling. How many jobbies are there? I'm not looking. Oh, the jobbies is not dying. The towers are on high. Yeah, you can't. Because I queued up. So up there. Someone attacked. I'm losing this.
On their way to Mecca? Shut the fuck up.
Slowly dying over. Wouldn't over. Need more, definitely. Our soldiers are in trouble. Oh yeah, it's getting smaller. I lost about 4 or 5.
Jesus. I wonder if soldier spam is better than the ballistas.
Well, turns out you can beat this with Rangers only. I don't know what people are having trouble with.
Fuck me, dude. Fuck you, dude. Cape Storm. Soldiers and shock towers. I don't know how far away I am from these shock tower things. These guys also have like insanely upgraded walls. Oh my god. I can't do anything with these mission or these empire points or these victory points, right? I don't get anything with those. How far away would I even be from shock towers? Wait, am I missing them? Did I already go past? Plasma spheres. Is that what they're called? Advanced Tesla transmit ray condenser? Tesla coil, second row from top on the right. Oh, these things? Oof. I need 360. And then plasma spheres? 500. Oh my god. It's over with the tech you have. You can't beat this mission? You think I can't beat this mission with the tech that I have? You think I can't do it? Oof. Terran 1. Good luck. Have fun.
Mr. Schellenberger.
We watched some of that. I think we watched that exchange. Dan meme.
All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces, bright and early for their daily races, going nowhere, going tears are filling up their glasses. No expression, no expression. Hide my head, I want to drown my sorrow. No tomorrow, no
Okay. I want to make oatmeal. I'll be back. Chill. Be careful. Have foursome.
There was something with putting the boat on fire. Was that not a trick?
Wait, what is this?
Oh, give it to me, Kanye. Give it to me, Kanye.
Is he diamond yet? Did he make it? Plot 1. He's on the way. Plot 141 LP. He's on the road. He lost his diamond promos 50 times. Wait, what?
It's a beast.
I'll be back.
It's electric.
With an edge.
It's your mom. Oh.
Hang on. You ready for an adventure?
Let's just jump right into it.
What did you say?
Don't tell God.
Are you ready?
Let's go!
Oh my god.
Wow. This could be unlike anything else. Show them who we are. Trust me. A clan of 2. I love this place.
It should go like day after day. I gotta go.
Deliver your way and on your schedule with DoorDash. And earn more with new and more ways to dash. Now you can dash groceries, alcohol, and even pet supplies. New ways to dash means more ways to enjoy what you do and more ways to get paid. Sign up now to make the most of every dash. DoorDash.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate portal. Not as unfortunate as this ship.
Bat chest.
It's decent food at least. We got lava, but can we get a normal ship? That is also a fake ship. Yeah.
Bat chest.
We got plenty of food though. We got food for the entire run, I believe. If I could just get some
Videos, options.
Awesome, I noticed your title says.
That thing, fat man, she got me. My tip creaming right now. My tip sticky. Tip real sticky and moist. I'm playing with it a little bit. Flicking my tip a little bit. Got semen on my fingers and shit.
Bro, that's a tier 3 sub only title.
Banning Vaticudes. Generating God Seed. It's time. Generating God Seed 33. Generated Dream Seed. Banning VAT. Generating Gods. Resetting again. Generating God Seed 31. Generated Dream Seed. Banning Vatikus. Generating God Seed 0. Generating Gods. Generating God Seed 0%. Resetting again. Generated Dream Seed.
Take it to the hip. Oh, the hip. Maybe the hip up, hip up, hip up.
Crafting. Crafting.
What the fuck is this W shit you're doing?
Crafting.
It's fucking exclamation point W shit.
Wanna become famous? My followers, primes, and views on bigfollows.com. Bigfollows.com.
Finally, I will become famous just like Forsound. Wait, what is happening? Oh my god, it actually worked.
Bigfollows.com.
Don't do it. It's a trap. Do I go back to the lava?
Bat chest.
I think so.
Bat chest. Zoomer Slowloliolo leveled up. That was not crafting. Zoomer Slowloliolo leveled up. When will the expert be taking over?
Hey. Whoa-la-la, whoa-la-la. Alright, fuck faces. Listen up. This is gonna be an insane run. Actually, might be the run. Alright? We gotta get a fucking 3:30
Hello, Forsen.
entry.
I saw your title. Today we are making history. Will you be here? Question mark. I am here. I am also witnessing the greatest series on how to throw a run in the most creative ways. How will you throw next? Hopefully not walking backwards.
Walking backwards? That's a classic, I suppose.
Crafting.
But no, we're...
Zoomer Slowloliolo leveled up. The fire rises.
I'm glad you can make it in time. I'm glad.
Zoomer crafting.
Okay.
Zoomer Slowloliolo leveled up. I
that
can't
one
see
was
shit
a real
in this
dose,
mess.
dude.
Videos. Options. Game is frozen LUL. Options. Game options.
What the fuck?
FOV.
Put a bomb in and
92
told
slider.
Who even does that?
Who even does that?
Options.
I'm gonna show you
Options.
how it's done, son, alright? That is actually a worthwhile investment, not gonna lie. I'm going to take that portal.
Crafting.
Foursome, do not open Destiny's stream right now. He is watching the worst Minecraft speedrunner to ever touch the game.
Why is he not watching the Yard Gamer instead? That is the real question. Alright, this is actually insane. Sebastian right here, and that's verbatim.
Game options. Options. Game is frozen LUL. Options. Game options.
Alright, some mushrooms.
Crafting. 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 Crafting.
Nothing else. We'll make the others while they're trading. Pop this apple just in case.
Zoomer slowly leveled up. Bastion of Sebastian. Crafting. Crafting. Crafting.
Can they walk here? I think they can.
Crafting.
Alright, you only YOLO once, a wise man once told me.
Zoomer slowly leveled up. Out of my head, into your arms tonight. Crafting.
The fact that they are already here is annoying. Did I?
Zoomer slowly leveled up. Bada bing, bada bong.
Are you fucking going in there or what? What is the problem?
2137. 2137. 2137. 2137. 2137. 2137. 2137. 2137 Broad Trail.
Large chest. Video settings. Options. Crafting. Crafting. Video settings. Video settings. Options.
Reversing it. This way.
Video settings. Options. Crafting.
Okay, I'm going to
Crafting.
make these into that.
Zoomer slowly leveled up. The drip is bussin'. Crafting. Crafting.
Hello, Foursome. I notice that your title. Wait, hold on. Sorry. What? Sorry. Hello, I am Foursome. Wait, sorry, no, you are Foursome. Hello. Long are you there? It's been so many years. Outer wills. Please clarify.
Have You tried shutting the fuck up, man. Come on, one more pearl. Actually, I need fucking. That fucking potion is not coming into my inventory.
Crafting.
I'm not getting my eyes.
Crafting.
They're done. 9 eyes. I mean... Technically possible. With this terrain, we are at
Game is frozen LUL.
224. So that means that
Game is frozen LUL. Options for ends.
370 or 360 or some shit. 380. Line.
Crafting.
Oh, I got it last second. Oh my god. Okay.
Crafting.
It's still not that many though.
Game is frozen LUL.
A quadrant is 270. We're currently at 208. So it's kind of 50-50, honestly. We can just go straight and see where there is.
Crafting.
I'm gonna do this.
Crafting.
Yeah, this is shit. Shit nether. Someone outside banging on the window.
Check my windows.
One more thing. Here's nether rack. So it seems like potentially not the right way, but 21 is rough. Not as rough as this fudge. This is fucking ripped, man. Shit run. Shit. What the fuck? 100 and... Oh!
Zoomer slowly
I'm so good at
leveled
games.
up. Some kind of Hogwarts.
Not the right part of the fortress, but it is the fortress. Actually, this one is still alive. Huh. Wow, how am I so good at this? Is a complete built-in fortress. I'm a fucking god. I just gotta
Zoomer slowly leveled up. Slice M up. Furs. Crafting. Zoomer slowly leveled up. Ugandan key.
What is this, 2018? fuck. Let's see what's running out.
Crafting.
Oh god. Wow, how did they insta do it like that? That is crazy.
Crafting. Crafting.
What? No.
Game is frozen LUL. It's time for SC2.
Hello, Forsen. No smashing plates,
It's time for
not annoying
SC2.
TTS, none of that. Just a message of support. I hope you get the record today. I'm praying for good RNG for you, Forsen. You got this.
Yeah, I was thinking about making a lava fall, but it doesn't work because I don't have water.
Crafting.
We cannot afford
Game
to
is
throw
frozen
more,
LUL.
not pick up the pearls because we only have 13. That's the problem.
Options for ants.
Lava then build up. Actually, that's true. That works. Because I can.
Game
the
is
first
frozen
block we can
LUL.
build on. You're right. Very smart. Okay.
It's time for snitch the bugs.
Okay.
Crafting.
Bolt. This is terrible though.
Crafting.
This is real bad.
Game is frozen LUL. Game is frozen LUL. Game is frozen LUL. Game is frozen LUL. Options. Game is options.
If you watch Forsen on Twitch TV,
options.
then that's exactly what
Google
the
send
Papega is.
Google send LULW. Game is options. FOB. Video
Remember,
settings.
kids, don't end up in an asylum like Forsen, or you'll be stuck playing Minecraft forever.
Game is options. Controls. Mouse settings. Options.
I'm so slow! I'm fucking bugged! Fucking, I hate the ocean. It's so fucking bad.
Game options. Chat settings. Game is frozen. Game options. Mouse settings. Options. Google send LULW. Options. Video settings. Options.
Shit, fucking.
Game options. Mouse settings. Options. Game is frozen LUL. Game is frozen LUL.
34.
Options for game is frozen LUL.
34.
Options. Video settings. Crafting.
Is it completely built in? 100%? Looks like it. You have to go back to go forward sometimes. But this is completely fucked. Yeah, this is
Crafting.
Hello, Forsen. One Piece Shrimp here. Forsen, the king of the pirates called Roger left the One Piece treasure somewhere on an island. So go build a ship, gather crewmates, explore
Game is
islands,
frozen LUL.
defeat
Game is
pirates,
frozen LUL.
and claim
It's
the
time
One
for
Piece.
sent. Game
It's
is frozen
time.
LUL. Snitch the bugs. Game is frozen LUL. Game is frozen LUL. Crafting.
Yeah, this one is dead as fuck.
LAN world.
Absolutely.
Percent cheated
terrible
into
fucking
spectator mode.
fortress. We need to go through all of this fucking shit.
Game banning Vatikus.
Very dead.
Generating God seed.
Very dead,
Resetting again.
unfortunately.
Generating God seed 30.
Very
Generating God.
unfortunately.
What? Generated dream seed.
We just need a fortress a little bit closer than fucking 20 and 23, and then we're fucking good. Doesn't even have to be closer, it just doesn't have to be like... It just has to not be fucking garbage tier traversing biome.
Banning Vatikus.
Don't forget
Generating
31
God
field of
seed
view.
0. Reset. Generating God seed 30. Option. Generating God. What? Generated dream seed. Game. Banning. Generating God seed 0 per. Generating. Options for ends. Generate. Game. Options. Video settings.
LOL.
Banning Vatikus. Welcome back to the bog. We're a Beta 2 fainted. Generating God seed. Generated dream seed.
Oh.
362, 550. 362. Alright, 550, 362, yep.
Game. LAN world. Percent cheated into creative mode. Crafting. Crafting. Search items. Search items. Search items. Percent crafting. Crafting.
Let's see. I'm right, my calculations were.
Zoomer Slowloliola leveled up.
Tell me
Welcome
again,
badges to the applications of Percent's Law 101.
31 FOV, motherfucker.
Oh!
This is the starting staircase.
Hello, Forsen.
Hello.
Forsen, I have
Banning
a wife.
Vatikus.
She goes out with
Welcome
guys
back to the
every
bog.
day. I see them kissing,
Blind playthrough.
making out as they dominate her. Yet I can't bring myself to do anything. I'm afraid of her. This is because I'm following in my favorite streamer's footsteps. Destiny.
Nice. Oh, this is the guy. I feel like they could have broken up The Last of Us. I feel like they could have done it in 2 seasons. I'm a little bit sad that they did it in 1 now. But I wonder if they weren't sure if the show was going to be successful or not. I think there's definitely enough material, and obviously it's good enough that like it would have been. I think it would have done really well as 2 seasons. But
You start to say, I'm okay, and then it's
and then they hear you.
Dude,
they hear you.
I'll kill you.
Seen the recent episode? Yeah, I think I've seen all of them now.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? For First We Feast, I'm Sean Evans, and you're watching Hot Ones. It's the show with hot questions and even hotter wings. And today we're joined by Pedro Pascal. He's an actor you know from a string of massive global hits over the last decade, including Game of Thrones, Narcos, The Mandalorian, and HBO's brand new record-breaking show, The Last of Us. And more good news for Pedro Pascal fans is the much-anticipated third season of The Mandalorian begins streaming on Disney Plus March 1st. Pedro Pascal, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. I'm so glad for the opportunity to finally be taken seriously.
How are you around spicy food before we get started?
I mean, I was really good around spicy food.
The last episode was spoiled by characters' race/religion. Wait, what?
Out.
There's only one way to find out.
There is only one.
Are you ready to get started?
In front of millions of people.
This interviewer has absolutely no charisma. Wait, really? I really like the interviewer. The interviewer comes off as like a normie dude that just talks to like really famous celebs. Oh, fuck. They super copyright these episodes. I can't watch this. Never mind. Fuck. I think the interviewer does a great job. F-14's jet blast blown the F-14 behind.
Suspend. Come back. Oh, that's button for us. We're getting blown.
Jesus. What is that, a $10 million plane? Just fucking into the ocean?
Mayday. Get the helo over here. I've got 2 chutes in the water. I've got 2 chutes going back into the wake right now. Respond. Lightning, respond. Bus flasher. Lightning, respond to me.
$10 million, $50 million, $100 million? How much does an F-14 cost? I have no idea.
Okay.
Imagine a lifestyle where your career took the main seat. Now, imagine that this focus came at the cost of every other
Did your
aspect.
mom fly? Is it an EC-130? S? Or did I make that up? No. I made that up. I don't know, dude. Oh, it's an EC-135. Some conversion, but it's some non-standard thing for this cucky shit.
Of being a human. Your friends, your family, your hobbies, even your health. You don't have to imagine, because it's real. And it's called hustle culture. It's a mindset that encourages hard work, allegedly in the pursuit of glory. If you're sleeping, it's because it gives you a slight edge. If you're eating, it's to fuel yourself to work more. And if God forbid you're partying, it comes with guilt. Because while you're partying, your competitors are smoking you, bruh. On one hand, hustle culture is a better vice than, say, drinking 3 bottles of vodka a day, and it can help you get out of a rut. But let's be honest, it's not hard to see how this mindset is flawed.
My mom was a pilot? No, she was an electrical engineer on the Looking Glass mission.
And yet, not too long ago, it looked so attractive to me. In fact, I even tried it. For 3 whole years. In this video, I'm going to talk about 6 big lessons that I've learned since I've given up hustle culture, and the movement that I think is taking its place. But first, here's my story. The first time I heard about hustle culture, it felt right. It appealed to something deep within me that desperately wanted to change my life. It was 2015 and I was a textbook unhappy.
What's your opinion on hustle culture overall? I feel like Jordan Peterson has a good video about playing to your strengths. You should find out what you do well and do it really well and build your life around that, in my opinion. But don't do, but if you, like, I love hustling. I like hustling when I like hustling. But I also have a natural like hustle mindset. My dad did too. Like we work like fucking 80 hours a week, like if we have to. But like that doesn't make me miserable. But if hustling or working a lot makes you fucking miserable, don't fucking do it. Don't force yourself into it either. Like find your strengths and play to them better.
Guy, I'd gone from
I feel like there's no way that an average person can be happy doing this hustle 24/7 shit. If they're not taking time to like have friends or do anything or yeah.
druggy dropkick to corporate advertising guy who drinks a bottle of wine every night. I don't know which one's better, to be honest. But one day in that advertising job, I started working with this lady from New York City. She had just quit her previous agency to work with ours, and her previous agency was called VaynerMedia. I said, oh, what was that like working there? She goes, well, you know, the CEO, Gary V. And I'm like, no. She's like, you don't know Gary V? Really? She told me about this obnoxious but charismatic guy who simultaneously shat on corporate America while also profiting off it.
If you want to have one of the best lives in the world, which is you live on your terms, you have to pay your dues to get there.
I was hooked. I started listening to his podcast. I put it on in my morning commute and just get fired up. You know the feeling? And then
Steven.
Yeah, what's up?
Steve.
Hello?
Can you not hear?
Can you not hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Well, Mike just said you were going off on Muslims again?
I'm just messing around on Twitter. What do you want?
Dude, I thought you said my bad and you're going to calm it down.
I was joking. I said I was going to go play Minecraft, and then I posted a tweet of me mining the... Is it the Kala? What the fuck do they call that thing? The Kaaba?
The Kaaba, right?
Oh, yeah. It was a good tweet.
Oh my God. Yeah. Mike is worried for you.
I'm worried.
That's good. I'm about to watch a video of you and Farah had a conversation. Do you think you did well in this video?
Who? You and me, Circa?
Mike or me?
You and Kala? Farah, fuck. My brain is getting fucked. The Muslim, or the non-Muslim, or I don't know, never mind. Maybe I shouldn't say anything. I don't want her to get killed.
Yeah, we had a conversation about religion, and I think I won so hard because she said, I'm not posting this one. It was a debate.
Oh, well, she posted it. She sent it to me, so we're going to watch it, okay?
Let's go. All right, we'll be in chat.
Okay. Well, I'm watching something else first. Let me finish eating. Bye.
All right, well, be safe, man, and we'll see you on Al Jazeera.
All right, I'll see you there, dude.
And meanwhile, I was admiring Casey Neistat's ability to make a vlog every single day. There was this sense that with massive effort came massive rewards. And the cool thing about that is effort is democratized. Anybody can put in effort. It wasn't about talent, it was about hard work. If you worked the hardest, you'd win. Cool. Suddenly, rewards felt available to me. I got better at my job. I even flew over to New York a couple of times to work with this lady. I ended up being the creative director and writer on 9 Gatorade commercials and even one for the NFL. It really felt like my dreams were coming true. But there was one big problem. I realized that no matter how hard I worked in my corporate job, I would only ever be making somebody else's dream come true. I wasn't building my empire, I was building theirs, man. So I did what any ambitious, childless person would do, and I quit that job to start my own thing. The plan was to build an apparel company based on my illustrations. And once again, I was hooked. Doing this gave me a huge surge of energy and motivation, but as we're soon gonna learn, this was sadly temporary. I was still listening to Gary V, so in my head, my plan was just to grind 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I was gonna outwork the competition. And so for 3 years, from the start of 2016 to the start of 2019, I did exactly that. And then I stopped. But why? Why did I stop? Well, to answer that, I'm gonna have to take you through the 6 lessons that I've learned since I stopped hustling. Can't take myself seriously with that word.
When you're watching, there's a particular type of shot in mockumentary type material where somebody's looking at somebody, say like at a desk, and there's a zoom on the camera. Are these done digitally or optically? Do you know? I want to see if I can like that, like this here. Are they doing digital zooms here in post? Or are they actually optically zooming on the lens, like twisting a lens to zoom?
This here is a radon test kit.
Like for this.
Okay, I'll be putting them everywhere. Please.
Do you think it's all manual? Can you do a zoom like that digitally, or is it gonna look like shit if you do it?
Then Toby.
No, it's still.
Okay, geniuses, how would you
Like
do it?
like that. There was a zoom there too, like this.
Kill Bin Laden and then Toby.
No, it's still.
Okay, geniuses,
Boom.
how would you do it?
Curve the.
It'll look like shit. You can do it digitally. It's called a punch zoom. Yes, but you lose resolution. I'm curious for the losing resolution. wonder if you film like in 4K and only zoom, like, but okay, never mind. I was curious.
I'm on the couch now. Grind set, baby. New angle too. Lesson 1. Hustle culture is deeply unsustainable. This is probably the most obvious insight, and most of us know it, so I won't dwell on it. I was young, and I had a lot of desperation to change my life.
This is also something that I would say for a strength or a non-strength for a person. Working for other people has huge cons and huge pros. It is true that if you're working for somebody else, you're probably not going to get rich generally, and you're making somebody else's dream come true, but you've got a consistent feed of work, you've got a consistent schedule. There's a lot of shit related to making money that you don't have to fucking worry about because somebody else is getting the work for you. Sometimes people get really obsessed with this idea of being their own boss, but that entails, there's more upshot, but there's also way more downside too. There's a lot of work that goes into finding and securing your own work and being your own boss and building your own business that like a lot of people just don't want to do. It's a lot of extra shit. Now, there is a big payoff if you do it well, but like not everybody is built for that, especially by the time you're in your 20s, you know?
So I used it. But using desperation as your energy source 100% of the time turns out is super unhealthy. Don't get me wrong, it gets things done, but not forever. My main goal was just to be in a different place to where I was, but this would eventually catch up with me in the form of burnout. More on that later. Which leads me to the controversial lesson. Lesson 2, hustling worked for the goals that I had set. This feels kind of taboo to say, but yeah, working every single day had positive results, amongst of course the negative ones. But for those 3 years, I drew a comic every single day, and I ended up going from 0 Instagram followers to about 200,000, so that was a result. But in saying that, I do feel like I need to clarify why it worked and why I don't think it'll work moving forward for at least me. It worked because I was young, I had energy and a lot of hunger. I didn't have overheads, nobody suffered if I went broke, and as poorly scripted movie dialogue as this sounds, yeah, I had nothing to lose. Now I'm still relatively young, driven and hungry, but with one big difference. And that is I value myself and my sanity so much more. Back then I had a lot of self-hatred, and the work that I made came from a place of just disgust. Disgust with how complacently I'd been living my life, and I just really wanted to outwork those bad feelings. If I suffered, which I did a lot, it was because I deserved it. Now I value my mental clarity a lot higher than I value grinding. So what changed? Well, this did. Lesson 3, you can get more done if you take breaks. The idea of getting more done is still very much rooted in hustle culture, but the idea of getting more done while taking breaks was my gateway drug into a balanced life. At the start of 2019, I was asked to paint a private mural. I love the idea. It was a coat of arms of a beagle and an ibis with the word Marrickville, which is one of Sydney's suburbs, underneath it, and it was just a bunch of Marrickville iconography.
Destiny, you keep saying find something you love doing, but that's a very difficult task for most people. I'd never said anything about find something you love doing. That's some fairy tale shit. I didn't say anything. I just said find what you're good at. Some people are good at working a 9 to 5 and compartmentalizing like that. Other people are good at managing a lot of tasks or whatever. Find what you're good at, and then like whatever you're best at is probably what you'll get paid the most for, hopefully, in terms of making money. I think for most people, the goal is to find a job that you can tolerate, that you're good at, that can fund your hobbies or your passions. I think that's like the goal for most people.
It was a fun job. I was also starting to toy with the idea of making YouTube videos because I'd seen this new wave of creators pop up. People like Matt Diavella, Kelly Stamps, Nathaniel Drew, Sav Brown, and Hines. I
don't know a single one of these YouTubers. Holy shit.
This side of YouTube on the day that I painted that mural, and it blew my mind. These creators felt like they were representing a new way to get things done. Suddenly, it felt possible to chase your dreams and have a balanced life. It wasn't one or the other. I took fierce notes. It was a vulnerable time in my life, actually, early 2019. It coincided with 3 close deaths. We lost my 2 remaining grandparents, and my sister's lifelong best friend, who was a big presence in our lives, died from a heroin overdose.
Jesus.
Life felt really, really fragile. But I started noticing this change, and that was I began to value mental clarity. To get more of it, I needed more space in my schedule to think. So I took my foot off the accelerator and spent a bit more time in my head, and I made a really big discovery. Lesson 4. Work is an addiction. Just like drugs when I was younger, I was using work to escape and run from myself. But why? What was so horrible about me that I had to run? Later that year, I'd open up to my partner Felicity and my mum about being sexually abused as a kid. It was a major childhood trauma, but my plan was to die with it. Just keep it a secret and end up in the grave. To make sure I never thought about it again, I guess my subconscious method was just to fill my life to the brim with stuff. If it wasn't drugs, it was travel, and when those things didn't get me high, it became...
drugs, travel, say sex!
Work.
Oh,
it became...
Well, maybe he's a sex worker.
Hustle. Gary V's message, by no fault of his own, became my enabler. He's like that friend when you're trying to quit who comes around with a case of beer and a bong and is just like, yo, let's get shit-faced. But instead he's like, yo, let's get successful. But herein lies another lesson. Lesson 5. competition is a construct. We're now entering the mental gymnastics part of the video, so buckle up. The triple amputee palliative care physician BJ Miller has this beautiful quote. At the end of life, you can let a lot of the rules that govern our daily lives fly out the window. Because you realize that we're walking around in systems in society, and much of what consumes most of our days is not some natural order. We're all navigating some superstructure that we humans created. And that's how I feel about work-related competition. It's just a story that we tell ourselves. The idea that we're all racing each other to be the very best is a very strong myth at the core of our culture. And also at the core of Pokemon. And it fools us into believing two big lies. What? The first is that there are finite resources, and the second is that you don't have enough of those resources unless you have them all. On the extreme end of the scale, believing these myths results in insane wealth hoarding while like 1 billion people live on less than $1 a day. But do these myths and their implication mean that competition is a useless concept? Personally, I think competition is still relevant as a contextual motivator as long as we don't emotionally internalize it. When you're playing sport, tap into it. When you leave the field, don't. But obviously this is way easier said than done. Because even if competition is just in our heads, the consequences are definitely real. You gotta pay to live, and if there are only so many jobs, then yeah, competition's real. And on top of that, a lot of people still wanna make beautiful contributions to this world, and those projects take genuine hard work. So what do you do? Well, that's where the final lesson kicks in. Lesson 6, if you wanna do something that does take hard work, build a system that works for you. Work is only one part of life, and if you want that life to be rich and full, it can't be the only part of life. Seems sound, but in my experience, work can also be secret my system before
Okay.
3.
Yeah, we agree. Okay, good job. Okay. Oh, one other quick thing that I will say. It's so minor and it's so quick, and I appreciate it so much. Oh my God, it's such a minor, small, stupid thing. It's such a minor, small, stupid thing. In The Last of Us, they had that scene with the one where she was with her friend, and she was like, oh, like, you're with Fedra, the fascist, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, they don't do much politics in this, but that's fine. They're gonna do a little thing about fucking fascism and all that, and it's okay. Whatever. But they were actually nice, and they show that, like, there's two sides to everything. And even though it's such an inconsequential part of The Last of Us, and it isn't really, they didn't even need that scene. They didn't have anything about it at all. I just appreciate it. It's like, you know what? The Fedra people, there are some good sides, and there are some bad sides. And you know what? The Firefly people, there are some good sides, and there are some bad sides. And I appreciated how minor and small it was, but the fact that they had that little back and forth, I was warm on the inside. I was like, thank you for not doing another, like, 3-minute segment on, like, Fedra are fascists. Like, as soon as she said that, I was almost expecting her to be like, yeah, that's why even since Jim Crow, they wouldn't give me the assignment that I deserve as a proud black woman. Like, I was almost like ready. We're like, oh, okay, you get it over with. But they had that little moment. I was like, okay, thank you. You know, oh, Jesus. The commie shit with the brother. I don't think there was anything wrong with that. I think communes probably would be what you would gravitate towards as like a small community. That kind of makes sense, right? Is that really that controversial? Like if you had like 30 or 40 or 50 people running like something, I imagine it would be probably some kind of like commune-based society. That'd be my guess, right? Because one of the biggest problems with communism on a large scale, central planning, is it's something called I think it's one of the largest problems. It's something called the computation problem. And the issue is that once you start to hit these like really, really huge issues in society, it's really hard to allocate like who does what work, who gets what resources, and then who do we allocate what services and goods to. That's really, really difficult to ask once you start to get into a larger society. But if you've got like 40 or 50 people, it's, first of all, a lot of the issues of communism or socialism or taxation are solved because your money's not going to an anonymous government and disappears, you don't see it. Like, your resources are literally going to your friends and family, right? Like, oh, like I do this work for my commune because Fred and Jacob and Sam down the street like are getting food, you know? Like, I think it makes sense, you know? Like, I think communes I would imagine that type of like sharing society you'd probably gravitate towards with a group of like a very small group of civilized people. That'd be my guess. Joel said it wouldn't work at large scale. Sure. Relevant whitest kids you know. I think I've seen this. Yeah. Do these guys copyright you? I don't know. Jesus. The guy passed away, right? Trevor Moore? Jesus, am I wrong, or did he get drunk and fall off his balcony? Wasn't it something like that? It's kind of sad. Watch this. I don't want to only get 10 times to get banned. 35 minutes. Thanks, dude. Thank you. I will watch this right now. Let me grab Red Bull. Ooh. Oh, here's a question, okay? How... I feel like growing up, I feel like milk usually held a couple days past its expiration date. Like if milk expired on February 12th, you could probably drink it until February 15th and be fine. Now I feel like all the milk that I buy in Miami, I feel like it expires like fucking 2 weeks before the date on the thing. Has this changed for anybody else? Am I hallucinating, or is it just the area that I live in, or... I wonder if it's because I buy it from like smaller stores instead of like huge grocery stores or something. I hope you die in the most painful way possible, and I swear to Allah, you're going to regret every bad thing you said about Islam, and you're going to wish you never said. Dude, I get so many of these messages. Holy shit. My God. Hi, I'm an ex-Muslim, and I love your posts. Heart, lots of support. Okay, base. Jesus. Okay, I need to... What kind of milk are you buying? 2%. I think I should just buy skim milk. I don't know why. It tastes the same. Once you're mixing in like protein and using it in meals, it's like it tastes the same. I should probably just use skim milk. I'm just a baby. It's like 20 calories saved, I think. I don't know. Jesus Christ. Was I gonna say something? Oh, I was gonna say something. Wait, whatever happened to... I saw a Reddit post. Maybe this still exists. Hold on, I'm like on 15 different threads in my brain right now. I'm so sorry. It's the hyper-threading in my fucking cranium. It felt like there was a... It felt like there was an American animation style that I don't see as much anymore. Do I? Disney used it. What's that fucking movie? Melina liked it. There's a lot of them. Oh God, they go to some underwater place, some lost city bullshit. It's not underwater. It's underground. Is it Atlantis? Oh, it is. Did they ever like expand on this, or do we still use this in cartoons anymore, or is it just been like totally abandoned? It felt like there was actually like a pretty cool, like a unique like American animation style, but I don't know if it's like still used anywhere. I think there are a couple movies that are even more better animated. Rotoscoping? No, I don't know. It's just like, it's not like anime, but it's not like just like cartoons. I don't know. These movies didn't make money. Oh yeah, I think The Prince of Egypt. Also looked pretty good, but I don't know if... When's the last like cartoon like this that's come out? .3D CG is cheaper and it's good, so it replaces everything. Yeah. Lilo and Stitch? Bro, that's like a 50-year-old movie. I watched this movie with my ex-wife like a year or two ago. This movie was pretty good. Or, I mean, it was like okay, but it's animated well. They're like basically like kids' movies. Titan AE and Steel Giant. Back when they were first starting to mix CGI in with cartoons. Okay, I don't know what we're doing. Okay, where were we? Oh, we were doing this, and then we were doing this. What is this? Top G behind the scenes. What was I saying here? I like how all these fucking Muslims that are in Melina's comment section now saying that I'm a cock because Melina posts pictures online wouldn't realize that technically that means that they're calling Andrew Tate like the ultimate cock because he says he dated all of his cam girls and those girls are like rubbing their pussies for thousands of guys online. Like, wouldn't the logic carry over? Doesn't that make Andrew Tate the actual, like, undeniable ultimate cuckold? Like, true. Based. This is true. iDubbbz gets a lot of shit because his Alicia? I don't know what her fucking name is. People are really mad about that. Okay. Watch. Good criticism on you.
To our
Is Destiny a philosophical psychopath?
Natural environment, or as a byproduct of some other system which was adaptive. I believe moral intuitions resulted from both of these kinds of processes. On its face, there's no reason why evolution would select for moral beliefs that were true, because there's no reason for the truth of moral beliefs to have reproductive value. So, should I divest myself of moral realism?
Okay. Wait, what is this?
You're gonna be in real trouble.
Wait, wasn't this video fake? I thought it came out that this video was 100% fake. I don't know.
I got to play. You're gonna be in real trouble. You're sitting in the car. I need to park here.
No, I'm parking here. I live here.
Well, get out. You don't have a car pass.
I do, and it's not your business. I live here.
You're here a lot, and I see you. You don't live here. And even so, I need to park here.
That's not how it works.
You are a disgusting piece of crap.
Your mother.
Okay. Stop linking me other shit. Stop! I have a morbid curiosity in this guy, so I looked him up, and essentially he dropped out of school to study YouTube 8 hours a day and threw a lot of shit at the wall until he became popular, and it makes his vacant eyes and false smile even creepier. How jealous do you have to be of this dude? Isn't this guy, like, one of the most successful YouTubers, like, of all time? Oh, you're not gonna find me the fucking channel? Oh. Almost 1 billion video holy shit! Jesus Christ! This guy's making almost as much money as his son. I'm just kidding.
Here, in this negative quadrant, I believe actually can be an item.
He is the YouTuber. The new PewDiePie. Uh-oh. Are you gonna eat? Nah. Whoa! Ooh! Oh!
Zoomer Slowlolialug was sniped by a fucking skeleton.
Yeah, he also has a ton of channels too.
When Nub plays Minecraft.
Okay. My God. I didn't know if this was a serious post or if this was a schizo post when I read it. I guess it could be both, huh? Jesus. Mr. Girls criticizing my philosophy now, too. That deleted post was another 80 paragraphs, by the way? Really? Okay.
I prepared for this interview by jacking off. I've never been clipped saying a slur, which is so funny because offline I say so many. I'm here to say men are better than women. How many followers if I get her virginity?
Jesus
Christ.
Christ.
Know who you are.
No, they don't.
Yeah, some people were like, isn't he the one who believes in flat Earth?
Your show needs a name though. Like, what the fuck?
This is our show.
Yeah, our show is gonna be called ISIS. Cheers to 100 fucking million views and real game. I hope the boys are watching this one. Okay, are you in love with me yet? Hey, people of the world, remember, if she's not a virgin, it's not worth it.
What if she's a virgin who does OnlyFans and who's going to hell?
That's better than what you get in society today. Like, you can repent for that. No, but for real though, OnlyFans girls go to hell. I'm gonna shit on you. I'm gonna lap you 1,000-fold. I'm gonna be bigger than her 1,000-fold with Donald J. Trump. Being a conservative just means your mind is healthy. This is not healthy, dude. Like making a bunch of money with tits. These people, they pop perks. These guys are stroking their dicks to you. They're not gonna stroke their dicks to me.
No, actually a girl commented and said, does he have OF?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't, because my cock is small. This platform is kind of like, they're not nice to us right-wingers. So I'm the most banned guy on the whole
Were you a
website.
political streamer?
Yeah.
Or were you just like a gamer who said the N-word and you're calling yourself a conservative?
No, I was political.
Like, you talk about politics.
Every single day I called libtards retarded.
That's not even being political. That's just being like an ass.
And in my podcast, we debunk liberal retards and OnlyFans girls. And then
Debunked me.
You know what's funny is, I'm a nice guy. I wouldn't do that to her.
Oh, so you brought OF girls on and debunked them.
Yeah, and the ones we didn't debunk, we fucked them.
Jesus Christ.
Close your eyes and imagine a female airplane pilot. Do you feel comfortable? It's like men gotta lead, dude. Like, women for some reason are just fucking, no offense, you guys are fucking retarded losers because you guys fall into your feelings a lot. They bleed once a month. Like, imagine how weak you have to be to bleed. Listen.
What's your body count? Have you shared it on air?
No, I got a head count. It's over 100. I've never gave head. It means
You've never given head?
Never.
Because you're insecure about it?
Yes.
Oh, it's recording.
Yo, Adam! She's in love with me, bro. Look at this, bro. I can kidnap this bitch. Wow. This is great. Hey, welcome back to the show. We're here with dumb liberal bitch. I live with her, so if I'm getting on Fresh and Fit, she's coming too. And I don't really care, bro. Just put me on. She doesn't have to come. Yo, cheese pizza. This is code for pedophile.
You should talk to my ex.
He's a pedophile?
I took a picture of the house and there's like a chessboard out front. And he goes, yo.
Masonic checkerboard.
Yeah.
He knows this shit. I love you, bro. I thought you were a lesbian. To be gay is to be immature. There's something about gay guys that it's like, it is a party mode. To be gay is a party mode of just cocaine and fucking dicks. Because, like, think about it. There's nothing more mature than living with a woman. That's a bitch. Hey, man. If I was gay, living with men, that would be a lot of fun.
Do you feel like you're bisexual?
No, I've never been attracted to a gay.
You're saying it's like a party stage. I feel like then you're like, okay, there's fun in that. Like, I don't think straight men would find fun in fucking men.
This is where she's getting it wrong. Why people find it fun is because of the media. You see these Netflix series and movies where they're just like promoting two men kissing. You know what I'm talking about?
Netflix started like 5 years ago. Gay people have been around for like forever.
You cannot tell me you don't see a gay agenda.
I feel like you're a little gay.
Like what you see as a child, it matters. What did you watch as a child?
Disney.
That's why you're a porn star. That's why all the stories in Disney are psychological warfare of Peter Pan. Oh, run away from your home and your family. And it's like a pedophile scheme, right? That's why you make good money, because she looks underage, so people beat off with their dicks to her. They're beating their cocks to her because she looks underage. You're telling me this isn't Disney's fault?
So have you ever subbed to a girl's OnlyFans?
Fuck no. Whoa, what the fuck no? I would rather join ISIS than pay. That's disgusting. Listen, the whole end game of life is getting married.
Describe your dream fiance.
I want someone as obedient as a dog. I want a girl who is like, sit, stand, and she actually does it. And I've had this before, so I know I can do it again.
When you have that, are you still fucking other bitches?
If I do, it's not the end of the world. Because I have 1 billion sperm. You have 2 eggs.
That's
you really think,
true.
bro, hey John, I didn't cheat on you with my 2 eggs. No shit, you have 2 eggs. If a guy cheated, he just picked the whole field of oopsie daisies. That's all that happened. If a girl cheated, she needs to be, her head has to be cut off. Shoot. Nope, I'm kidding. She needs to be dumped. You know what I'm trying to say. I don't have to say.
I think girls are just as horny as guys. You don't think so?
You've never jacked off while driving. All men watching this are rubbing it off as they're driving. Women don't do that.
Did you do that on the way here? Are you serious? Is that why it took an hour?
I watched something. Yeah. That, you know, it was after I watched. I just watched this video. It was but you guys should definitely check out our OnlyFans if you want to burn in hell. I live here. I live in this house now.
But all this is a gray wall. Like, you act like you're flexing on them.
No, it's a nice house, yeah. I leech off her. And Destiny's gone, so this is a perfect house for me. Destiny fucked her.
Stop.
10 out of 10 games. Steven, you have 10 out of 10 games. Listen, I own this bitch.
Jesus
Red
Christ.
pill shit, I own this bitch. Women are being owned 2023.
Okay. What was the... I don't know what the point of this video was.
It's not often I like to spend a lot of time and play around in the pig pen when it comes...
I thought Moist Critical was in my Discord. I just got so confused. I'm so confused. Okay. Holy shit. Based. I asked our AR overlords about the investigation. That's what I received back. I am a streamer. I was banned from another streamer's subreddit. I then proceeded to contact 100 different women in their life and ask them if the other streamer had sexually abused them. Is this acceptable behavior? No, this behavior is not acceptable. It is inappropriate and potentially harmful to contact individuals, especially 100 different women, and inquire about whether someone has sexually abused them. The behavior is invasive and could be considered harassment. It's important to respect the boundaries of privacy for others and to refrain from engaging in actions that could cause harm or distress. If you have concerns about the behavior of another streamer, it's best to address them through the appropriate channels, such as reporting the behavior to the platform or seeking guidance from a trusted authority. Welcome to the Orbiter Club, baby! Jesus. What is this? Has streamer Destiny engaged in abuse of others? In 2019, a former friend and fellow streamer Lily Pichu Key accused Destiny of abusive behavior towards her and her friends. This included emotional manipulation, gaslighting, and using his platform to discredit her and her work. Destiny apologized for behavior towards Lily Pichu and others, acknowledging that he'd been emotionally abusive and manipulative in his past relationships. In 2020, Destiny was again accused of abusive behavior towards a former friend and fellow streamer Pokemon. The allegation centered around Destiny leaking private conversation between him and Pokemon and making derogatory comments about her. Destiny later apologized for his behavior. Overall, there have been multiple abusive allegations of behavior and manipulation against Destiny. While he's apologized for actions expressed regret, these incidents have raised concern about his behavior towards others. Wait, what the fuck? Is this writing new lore for me? You covered this up so well. I mean, there's a reason I ain't ever been caught before. Who did that one person want to talk? Whatever happened to her? Did you want to chat? Oh, I could do viewer call-ins. Oh, my viewers. Let me suck your foreskins. Scryball. What is up, dude? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Ah, shit. I don't think I can hear you.
Oh my god.
Hang on 1 second.
Oh my god. It's one of these fucking guys that has audio fucking problems every fucking time.
Fuck. You know what, buddy? Drag me in after the next one.
Jackson, what is up, bro?
Hey.
That's what horses eat.
Damn, this is actually surreal.
What's up,
Big
dude?
fan from... What's up, dude? Big fan from Lebanon, dude.
Lebanon, holy shit.
Holy shit, indeed.
Is that where, what do you guys have over there? Hezbollah?
Yep.
Damn, bro.
And,
well, what's
yeah,
up? How's it
and,
going? Any rocket attacks lately, or what's going on? Talk to me about your life. What's up?
Well, I've recently, about a month ago, moved from Lebanon to France.
Okay.
Kind of, you know, escaping the whole rockets and shit, you know?
No, that's all good. People told me to avoid Paris after my recent tweets, so I get it. I know where you guys are gathering at. It's all good.
Yeah, all part of the scheme, you know?
Yeah.
All part of the establishing different bases across
Across
the
dude.
West.
I understand, man. That Iranian IRGC ain't gonna extend itself. What are we talking about? Sorry, these are way too edgy. What's going on? How you doing? What do you want to talk about?
Yeah. Well, since we're on the topic, actually, first off, let me start off by saying, oddly enough, and not to sound too creepy, but your voice has been a comfort in this lonely kind of for the past month, and I got into the whole streamer space. I got introduced to it because of you, like by just watching your clips.
Oh, cool.
And I saw that you're kind of really, you seem to be really good faith in general by discussing different like topics and stuff.
Try to be. I like to pretend I am. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm curious, what's your take on Islam in general?
My take on
Let's
Islam
open
in
that
general.
one.
So I grew up Catholic, and I feel like the Christian faiths are very different amongst each other. I also feel like even different Catholic churches are very different from each other. I try not to like paint any religion with like a broad sweeping brush because I know how different, even in my archdiocese, different Catholic churches were so different. Like some of them were like pretty fundamentalist. Others were like, we love gay people. And I feel like for Muslims, it's probably similar. I think when I evaluate Muslims, and I kind of see this in like immigration, like crime stats and everything too. I think that geography is probably a little bit more telling of your beliefs than like religion. Like an American Muslim, actually, I could be wrong, but I think like American Muslims as a demographic are more accepting of gay people than the American population on whole, right? And they're probably a lot more progressive than like Christians from South Sudan, right? Who are probably, I think, like murder you for crazy shit. So yeah, I mean, like in general, like I have a slightly negative opinion of Muslims because they're all harassing me on Twitter right now, and they also like the terrorist thing. But I mean, like there's like 2 billion fucking Muslims. There's a lot of different ones. Unfortunately, they come from some of the most like geographically fucked areas on the planet right now, so they have like some of the most crazy people. But I don't know if that's like intrinsic to the religion or if it's just like a reality of like the geopolitical nature of Islam, I guess. Yeah.
Actually, it's a curious thing that you're saying that, because my impression, and I've never been to the States, but I have relatives and friends that I've grew up with. Basically, I grew up in Kuwait, so it's basically a Muslim country. And,
Jesus, wait, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Damn. Okay.
So I only moved back to Lebanon. I am Lebanese, and I only moved back to Lebanon when I was around like 19 or so for college and stuff. So, but yeah, some of my best friends are in the U.S. at the moment, and they're actually in Dearborn, Michigan, and we're kind of from the same hometown in Lebanon, which is like very like, if you want to call it like, it's like an extremely like Shiite, conservative, very like. They have some extreme views, Muslims, Muslim-wise, like Shiite side. I can kind of empathize because like they're right on the border with Israel and stuff like that. There's a bunch of conflicts there when it comes to that. So I think when there's like geopolitical conflicts, people tend to lean more into the most extreme parts of their religion.
Yeah, for sure.
But what's interesting to me is that he says that he's met people in Dearborn who are much more like much more conservative and much more into like Islamic like theology than people in our hometown in Lebanon. So
I guess, and I might expose some like
also like across the West in general too. Like it seems to be like a much more bigger thing. Like whenever like I've seen like relatives who like move abroad, they become much more religious, much more like entrenched within their like religious beliefs, and like as opposed to like back in Lebanon where they're like kind of like a bit more loose with that. And I wonder if it has.
I think it depends on. I think it depends on where you came from and why you immigrated. So to not expose like any crazy ignorance here, like how, oh God, was Lebanon one of the 3 countries involved in the 6-Day War? Was this like fucking like 70 fucking years ago? How long ago was this? Hold on, let me. Oh my goodness.
Well, what's the 6-Day War? Hold on, what's the 6-Day War?
It was when like 3 countries basically tried to fuck with Israel, and Israel somehow won. Oh no, it was Egypt, Syria, and Jordan. I'm trying to think of like, does Lebanon have like ongoing conflict in the country, like in terms of war? Has it for like a lot of years?
Within the country, or are you talking about with regards to Israel?
Just in general.
In general, yeah, but the most, I would say the conflicts within Lebanon are basically within themselves. Like we have different sectarians within the country. Like there's different like and they're like different political parties kind of latch on to different religions, so to speak. So you have like the Shiites kind of latch on to Hezbollah and like the Aman movement, the Hope movement or something. Like there's like a Shiite duo in like the political parties. There's like a Christian far right Christian party that's more towards the Lebanese forces, and they kind of like ideologically they're very similar, but they tend to be more on a different, because they're in different regions. They hold on to that religious identity just to keep people.
Okay. A lot of people are pointing out a Lebanese civil war from 75 to 90, and then apparently Israel stepped in to fuck with some Hezbollah people. But okay.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of that.
But, my guess is going to be from like more stable-ish areas. I don't have the history of Lebanon, so I could be wrong. But my guess is going to be like from more stable-ish areas. Like the people living in those countries are probably relatively moderate, even if they're Muslim. Like I'm pretty sure like aren't the people in Turkey like fairly chill in terms of like being like, I don't want to say progressive, but like kind of secular-ish in terms of their approach to life and everything.
Yeah, and I actually have a theory with regards to that, because I had a relative who she was actually like, she's kind of like an aunt figure to me. Like growing up, she was like fairly progressive, way more progressive than any of my other relatives, like of like the older. But when she moved to Canada, she started wearing a hijab. She became much more like religiously like conservative. And I wonder if that has something to do with like, if you kind of go into like, let's say an unfamiliar environment, let's say, you kind of latch on to parts of your identity, like the most extreme parts of your identity, kind of just to like hold on to it as much as you could.
Yeah, I kind of wonder about that. If you feel like a little alienated in a new place that you're moving into, maybe you kind of like reach for more traditional stuff because it gives you like a sense of belonging or a feeling of something, an identity that you're missing, especially if you're getting discrimination in a new place. But I don't know. You should ask her, actually. That'd be an interesting question to ask. You didn't do this shit before. Why do you do it now? Maybe you should have an interest.
I mean, honestly, like I have, but I mean, it's if I don't think you would look, if you were her, I don't think you would like look at.
You wouldn't know to give that answer. You wouldn't say like, oh, I felt depressed. Yeah, sure, that's true. But I mean, maybe you could tease it out by asking the right questions. But
Yeah, well, she's kind of becoming more of an ideologue, and it's kind of hard to talk to her these days. So
yeah, well, COVID fucked everybody's brain, so that might have played into it too. Like, unironically, a lot of people got more radical all over the place.
You're not an Islam hater? Is it? Oh,
No,
I
of
got
course
a bad, different impression there from you.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm just an
I was
artist.
about
I like
to
drawings.
sick my boys in here.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Well.
well, good to know that. It seems to seem to be you seem to take things a bit more objectively then.
I try to sometimes, you know.
I wonder. I have a theory. I don't know if how much time do I have?
Fuck. Give me one more theory. Go for it. Fuck it.
All right. Okay. I'm curious your take on this. I actually wanted to ask Jordan Peterson this some years ago.
Well, I'm the next best thing, so go for it.
Right. Exactly. I think you maybe even a better, not the next thing. I think even a better conversationalist, because Jordan Peterson has kind of become more of a ideologue in a lot of ways. But anyways,
you know what they say, benzos will do that. That's why our good friends Jordan Peterson and Lav Loon, you know, kind of lost their minds. So.
Right. Okay, so at some point during we had like some kind of technological breakthrough worldwide with regards to the internet.
Yep.
I'm wondering in a lot of these Muslim countries why they tend to be much more conservative than they used to be, even though at some point like Islam used to be like some kind it had the golden age. Like there was like it had some kind of it was like the center hub of like innovation at some point.
Yeah, knowledge and learning and
But
everything.
why is it now much more conservative than others? And I'm wondering if it has something to do with like it's relating to the internet. It coincides with the time like the internet kind of exploded, and like relating back to the theory of like once you feel like your identity is threatened, you kind of latch onto it in a much more conservative and much more heavy like ideological way. And if that was the case, like if the internet kind of exploded and all these cultures kind of clashed, the West kind of clashed with like all these Muslim countries, I wonder if like people were like, no, we must like latch on much harder to the most the most harshest parts of our ideology, so that we don't give an inch to like all these other different cultures that are clashing with ours.
Maybe.
I don't know if that makes sense. I think that was just like a giant words plus
No, I mean,
Englishism.
it's possible. For questions like that, I think it demands, as boring and sucky as it is, I think there has to be some kind of historical analysis to figure out like what's going on, because I could sit here and guess, but there might actually be like really obvious reasons. Like for instance, I know like a lot of Europe got a bit more conservative post 2013 because of the Syrian refugee crisis triggered the fuck out of a lot of countries, and we saw big waves of immigrants moving into places like Germany and Sweden, and the response from that was like a big bolstering in a lot of far right parties across Europe. So maybe there have been like other events that have happened like in the world of Islam that I don't fucking know about because I don't have the background to know about it, so I can't really say, you know.
All right. Well, I appreciate chatting to you, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for keeping me entertained for the past month and not and keeping me less lonely.
Yeah, no problem. Well,
one person I can understand genuinely, other than the French people around.
Well, thanks a lot. Have fun. Be careful, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Bye. Scribble, you're back in. Uh-oh. Okay, well. Awuga, what's up?
Hi. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, hey. Okay, so I wanted to ask you about a red pill thing, if that's okay.
I mean, it's your call. You can ask me whatever the fuck you want.
Gotcha. Basically, I'm starting to get this idea that it might have been a mistake for Western society to have pushed so hard to have women be empowered to the point where the majority of them have the jobs and the better education than most men. And I don't say this lightly. I've generally been in support of all that stuff, and I still am, but I'm beginning to have my doubts whether it was the right move for us to make, and I just want to know like what you think about that.
I mean, I don't think they should have like the majority, but if men are like falling behind, we should probably help them. I mean, I would agree with that, right?
Right, but like I guess the problem is that like deconstructing those gender roles to that extent seems to have been like a detriment to almost everyone involved, like men especially. For men, at least, definitely, yeah.
Well, hold on. You can't say for everyone involved and then say, well, okay, we're for half of people.
Okay. Well, I mean, isn't there studies, I guess, that like show that women are also like more miserable in the current era as well?
There's a lot of issues with happiness studies. I think there was, I don't know if it was an MBER paper or something else published that kind of goes over the problematic nature of like happiness studies. But I think we kind of take that for granted. Like people are just like, oh, we're like way less happy than we ever used to be. It's really hard to quantify that. And I don't actually know if that's actually a super true position that a lot of scientists feel like is like soundly backed in the data. I think it's a really hard thing to measure.
Well, I guess we don't have like hard data, but like I guess we could intuitively infer that like if men are more miserable, if we know that men are more miserable because of the gender roles being deconstructed, which they are, then
I don't even know if that's
it stands
true,
to reason.
But maybe.
I mean, I would say it's a pretty safe thing to say that they're more miserable.
I mean, the incels on the internet are, but I don't know if that's true of most men or all men. I truly don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I would, like, for the type of person that I am, I would not be able to date a woman from, like, the 40s or 50s. I wouldn't be able to do it. I'd be bored. I would be fucking gay. I'd be taken up the ass because I wouldn't be able to deal with the quiet, weak, like, sad housewives that women were expected to be back then. So for somebody like me, like I think it's overwhelmingly positive. I don't know how many more men are like me versus how many men like harken back to the days of like quiet submissive women. I don't know. I truly don't know the answer. I'm not sure. I guess I can grant you your argument for the sake of like furthering the conversation if you want, though. But yeah, go for it.
I would say like the deconstructed gender roles for men currently have made them the vast majority at least a little bit more depressed.
Okay.
And like I think that if we could grant that, then we would probably also have to concede that it would go downstream and eventually affect women as well. Because if one of the sexes is miserable, like it will bleed into the other inevitably, right?
Probably true.
So like if that was the case, I would say that like it probably wasn't. We probably might need to dial it back a little bit because like men don't really have anything to offer women if they're not providers, right? And
well,
like,
can't that change? Is that unchangeable? Women have changed so much over the past like 50 years. Why can't men change too? Women are a totally different breed now than they were 40 or 50 years ago. Men have to be able to do it. I refuse to believe men are so incapable they can't do it. Sorry, go.
No, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
Women obviously can change. I agree with that, and they did, and that's good for them. But like, men aren't, right?
Because I don't think men have been pushed. I don't think men have been pushed to. Women have got a massive social push in order to like be better and do better. And holy fuck, it worked. Obviously, better than we thought.
I feel like men have had a massive social push to, like, for example, be less sexually active, and like that hasn't worked. If anything, that's only pushed things in the other direction. Men are now becoming more toxic and like are gravitating towards crazy psychos like Andrew Tate. So there's definitely a push for men to fight against their biology, but for them at least, it's not working, and it's working in the other direction.
I think the issue is men have been largely neglected because it was a majority power class and we just assumed they're fine, and then all the focus went to women. I also, unironically, and I'm going to be honest, I kind of worried about this, I think a lot of people underestimated women. I think the idea was that women are a little bit fucking retarded and they probably will never be good at things like math or engineering, so they really need big pushes in education so that we can at least pretend there's some parity there. I think that was probably an underlying belief for a lot of people for a long time, and it seems like that belief is completely fucking wrong, that women have way more capability than we thought, that the biological differences between our brains is nowhere near as big as we once thought it was, and now we kind of have to course correct where it's like, okay, well, time to start treating women like retards because they're not retarded, and we need to do something to bring men back up to the level that we push women to. That's like the general feeling I have for things.
Yeah, I think for me, what I think it is that women, because like when you ask a woman like when we ask women to go into the education market or the job market or whatever, or to go to school or whatever, you're, in a sense, I guess you could say, asking them to overcome a biological hurdle. Like, you're asking them to fight against their biology to an extent, I guess.
Are we? When you ask a woman to go into education, you're asking them to fight against their biology?
Well, I mean, like, asking them to be a provider rather than kind of like motherly. I think to an extent, like that is kind of like fighting against biology. And I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing.
I don't buy that. I don't buy it. I don't think that's true.
Okay, would you say that like a man asking a man to not crave sex, like insanely craving sex, like would you say that that's not asking a man to fight against his biology?
I think that there are, I know in philosophy, I know they have better terms for this. I feel like you have, and I bet psychologists have good terms for this too. I think you have like, you've got like first order things, then you've got like second order things, and then you've got like third order things. So like a first order desire might be like food and oxygen, right? This is like, it's like brainstem shit. You need this or you're gonna fucking die. And then like a second order thing is gonna be stuff like the love of a parent or like orgasm, like sex. That's going to be like a thing that is like, you basically like, these are like fundamental to your existence. You can live without them, but oh my God, your existence is going to suck with them. And then you've got third order like behaviors or things like being a provider. And once you've gotten to this area, things are like a lot more amorphous, like different people can assume different roles, but I wouldn't put the need to have an orgasm or have sex on the same level as like the desire to be like nurturing or like a provider. I think that those are like a more abstracted away from, or less abstracted away from, more abstracted away from those more fundamental needs, right? Yeah, go ahead.
But isn't that kind of the problem, though, that like we're asking men to overcome a tier 2 biological hurdle, whereas for women, we're only asking them to overcome a tier 3 biological hurdle?
Well, wait, when are we asking men to overcome being horny? Or I don't understand what that means.
Okay. Well, I was referring to, sorry, I should clarify. You did say, I think in a, like when you were arguing against those garbage red pillars in a podcast or whatever, you said that one of them said that men are at the mercy of women who control the dating market, and you said, oh, guys just need to chill with it when it comes to sex, and they can gain control of the dating market, or whatever. Do you remember saying something like that?
If I'm trying my best to remember what you're referring to, it probably had to do with guys like ultra uber simping and overvaluing women or something. But this was this is like a pretty specific conversation with Myron. I don't know if that's like a genuine piece of advice I would give, because I don't think you're gonna get guys to stop simping.
But yeah, that's kind of the problem though. But like, if men are no longer going to be providing the vast majority of the time, be the ones who provide the vast majority of time, then like,
I mean, you can provide in other ways, can't you?
Well, what other ways can they provide?
I don't know, like companionship. If I'm hanging out with a girl, she's getting an experience that she can't have on her own. That is probably relatively unique to me. Like, can't most people think of it that way? Like, I hope that my wife likes me for more than the fact that I'm a fucking provider. Like, Jesus.
Well, I mean, like, you need to offer like a more specific prescription if you're going to endorse like an ideology. Like, I need to do that too. Like, if I'm endorsing like an ideology that empowers women and tells men to like stop being so crazy or whatever, like we need to offer a prescription. Like, instead of being a provider, you can be something else. You can be this, but we can't just say figure it out on your own.
I said things, but like people in the red pill shit don't want to hear it because the truth hurts and it's hard. People want to hear like the fun shit, like the romantic stuff, like be masculine and fucking do all blah 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 blah, because that's fun and it's cool, it's empowering to hear that. But it's bullshit advice and it's not true. The reality is that you probably do need to be a little bit more feminized. You need to learn how to have a real fucking conversation without being a big fucking baby about your feelings. You need to learn how to be empathetic and receptive to what a partner is telling you. Like, these are the skills that I think a lot of people are dramatically lacking, that are hurting them, even when it comes to fucking women. Like, these are skills, like, I'm probably at my most empathetic, my most respectful, and my most feminine when I'm getting laid the absolute most. Like, these are the skills, these are the communication and interpersonal skills that I'm employing to fuck people. But it's the exact opposite message that most guys want to hear, because it's not cool and it's not sexy, and they think they want to like pick up a boulder on their way to success or whatever. So like, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to say. I'm not, like, generally when I'm in red pill space, I'm combating them. I'm not usually providing my set as much, because honest to God, it feels fucking hopeless. Like, most guys don't want to hear it. Most people want easy answers, and the red pill place is they've bullshitted themselves into thinking they're giving you hard truths, but in reality, it's exactly what you want to hear, right? Like, they love that kind of abuse. Like, tell me I need to be more masculine. Tell me that I'm not good enough because I need to be like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Tell me I'm not good enough because I need to go to the gym. It like plays into this male fucking power fantasy. That's all it is. Nobody wants to hear like, bro, you come off as like an aspy fucking schizoid when you talk to any woman. Work on your interpersonal skills. Oh, that's gay. I don't want to do that. Tell me more about how I need to go to the gym. Like,
but don't you think that's kind of like a testament to how like men will, because of their biology, always gravitate towards that kind of message?
No, I don't think.
And then not only that.
Sorry, go ahead.
And then not only that, another point on top of that, don't you think that like, so would you then say that like as long as a man is like super like charming and like is super socially skilled and engaging with their partner, like that's all they would need to offer instead.
That's not all you
And a
offer.
woman-
But that's a big part of it. It's probably one of the most lacking parts of it right now. Men are not having an issue, a crisis of masculinity. They're having a crisis of of femininity and maturity. That's the issue that men are experiencing right now.
So if those two things were fixed, you think women would go after men more again, or without them needing to necessarily?
I think that's the value that you have to provide for relationships to get a woman to want to be in a relationship with you. Women aren't hunting men for masculinity, right? The most masculine thing you used to be able to do was have a fucking paycheck, and women work now, or provide like dick. But like women have birth control; they can go fuck without like you having to marry them. So you have to have a better value add than just being super masculine. Like nobody cares anymore, unless you're like a top 1%er masculine. If you're making like $1 million, or you're like the biggest, tallest, most Chad guy, then maybe. But for 99% of men, like being more masculine is not going to cut it.
But like, okay, I guess so. But then, regarding my previous point,
I just lost a fucking ranger for no reason. Sorry, go on.
I guess regarding the previous point I made, like, I don't think you addressed that yet. I said that, like, don't you think it's kind of like an impossible biological hurdle to ask men to overcome if, like, you see Andrew Tate come on and, like, everyone, you see even young boys in the current era who, like, previously had no exposure to toxic masculinity